It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, November 14th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a post-pay-per-view Monday. It is very cold outside. There is a lot to discuss on this post-pay-per-view Monday. UFC 281 is in the books. UFC 281 at MSG this past Saturday has come and gone, and we may have witnessed the best card of the year. I mean, right now it feels like it's down to that or the first London card. We may have seen the best male fighter of 2022 win his first UFC title. We may have seen the best female fighter of 2022 regain her strawweight title. There's a lot to discuss. There's a lot to digest. I am still buzzing after what was a very memorable night for the UFC. Second highest gate in MSG history. They own the first UFC 205. If you want any indication just how hot the UFC is right now, look no further than Saturday. It was a massive affair, tons of celebrities in attendance, everyone talking about it, and of course the big news, Alex Pereira is the new UFC middleweight champion. He defeats Israel Adesanya in the fifth round of a riveting fight, which I had scored 3-1. I think most people did going into the fifth, and then after the pep talk to end all pep talks, Pereira is able to defeat Izzy again, third time overall, first time in MMA, of course, had the 2 wins several years ago in kickboxing, and with less than 10 fights on his MMA resume, the most inexperienced champion since Brock Lesnar. We've got a new king of the middleweights. His name is Alex Pereira. Unbelievable stuff. And all throughout the card, we just saw incredible performances left and right. Zhang Wei Li in the co-main event. So we're going to talk about all of that and more on today's program. As always, we are brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code TheMMAHour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code TheMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. I suspect if you had Pereira winning in the fifth round, you probably made a lot of money on Saturday night. So what are we doing on today's show? Well, we got a lot to do. We have a lot to get to. I am very happy to be here. I am happy to break down all things 281 and a lot of news breaking this weekend as well. Back into the show. You'll recall on Monday of last week, we had Israel Adesanya on. Back then, he was the middleweight champion of the UFC, and at the end of the interview, he said that he was sticking around in New York for a few extra days after 281. I asked him if he would stop by on Monday. He said yes, and this to me is supremely impressive because you don't really know how to tackle these situations. It's a tough moment for him. He loses his first fight as a middleweight. He loses his belt, and you're not really sure if you want to ask him if he still wants to come on. Eventually, I mustered up the courage to ask him if he still wanted to come on, and it was a very, very easy and fast reply. It was a yes. And so, man of his word, Israel Adesanya will be here at around 3:30 to talk about what happened on Saturday, the heartbreaking, devastating loss for him, and to talk about where he goes from here. We'll talk about it all. And these are the moments where, I think as fans, we fall in love with fighters. It's usually in their low moments. It's usually after their crushing defeats that we truly fall in love. To me, that was the turning point in Conor's career, how he handled the Nathan Diaz fight. We talk often about the Dominic Cruz press conference after the Cody Garbrandt fight. Conversely, we talk about how Ronda Rousey handled the Holly Holm loss, which, by the way, happened 7 years ago today, amazingly. These are the moments where you find out, who these men and women are, and you find out what's inside of them. Easy to do the rounds after a big victory. Obviously, not so easy to do it after a big loss. And I'm absolutely captivated by this. Right? It's different than when it's all eyes on you. It's different when you're a fighter, you're by yourself, you can't rely on anyone. It's not like basketball or baseball or football. You can say, hey, I got my 30 points. my team, just didn't back me up, or, hey, I got my 150 yards. My team didn't. This is win, lose, it's all on you. And he could have easily said, like, nah, I'm not feeling this. But he's going to be here. And I really, really, really respect that. So I'm looking forward to that conversation very much, and talking to him about how this whole thing, how it all went down, and where he goes from here. I thought he handled it really well, showed up to the press conference with a fantastic jacket. Faux or not, I'm not sure, but he handled it like a pro. And I don't know if you were a fan of his, how you cannot like him more, and even if you weren't, how you can't respect him more after how he has dealt with this loss over the past 36 hours. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Matt Frevola, who had the big win over Ottman Azaitar on Saturday. Massive win for him. Steamroller Frevola making his MMA Hour debut. I'm looking forward to that chat. What about Erin Blanchfield? She had the massive win over Molly McCann, the fight that a lot of us thought was a mistake in terms of booking McCann, who was on a serious roll this year. 2 wins, 2 knockouts, both in London. Booking her against the 23-year-old New Jersey native was going to be a very, very tough test, and it proved to be a very, very tough test for Molly McCann. So we'll talk to Erin Blanchfield about the big win, and I think she is a massive player at 125 pounds. We're also going to talk to David Taylor. David Taylor is one of the best American-born wrestlers on the planet, one of the best of all time. Olympic gold medalist, won that at the 2020 games, which of course happened in 2021 in Tokyo. Just recently won the world championships for the second time. Standout at Penn State, multiple-time national champion, multiple-time Dan Hodge Trophy winner. I mean, this guy is incredible. And he was at UFC 281. So he's in town. He's going to be joining us in studio, as is Israel Adesanya. So I'm looking forward to that. We'll talk to him at around 2:30. And at 2 o'clock, we'll talk to Chris Gutierrez, who had the massive win over Frankie Edgar on Saturday. He, too, will join us in studio. So stay tuned for that chat. Gutierrez very emotional after the big win over Edgar for multiple reasons. And we'll talk to him about all of that and more in about 1 hour's time. We'll also recap the picks. We'll talk about everything, all the different results from 281. But we'd be remiss if we don't start today's show talking about Anthony Rumble Johnson. In case you missed it, yesterday afternoon, news broke that Anthony Rumble Johnson, the former 2-time UFC title contender, former Bellator fighter, former World Series of Fighting fighter, tragically, at the very young age of 38, passed away. And you may have noticed over the past year or so, he had been hinting at some health issues, and there were some pictures that circulated of him. This guy was a massive individual, obviously one of the most talented fighters in the UFC, but just made out of stone. Obviously, lost a lot of weight, and you'd hear news come and go about his condition, but it seemed like he was hopeful as of a few months ago that he'd be able to return and come back. Well, unfortunately, he passed away yesterday, and it's mind-numbing news, because here's a guy who looked like Superman, who was one of the most talented fighters of the past decade, who was one of the hardest hitters of the past decade. Again, like I said, 2-time title contender, and had he fought someone with maybe a different skill set than Daniel Cormier, who he fought in those 2 title fights, very, very strong chance that he is a former UFC champion. He was that talented, and he was feared. I mean, people did not want to fight him. And to see, to see the news come through, and you're like, what? Rumble Johnson, who just looks incredibly healthy, who looks just in shape. I mean, 38. Is just a hard thing to process. Like, I'm looking at his name on my screen here, and I'm like, what? Anthony Rumble Johnson is no longer here. Just very tough. Same emotions, same feelings as we felt with Elias Theodorou. And you've obviously seen a ton of tributes roll in. John Jones writing something very nice, posting something very nice about him. Daniel Cormier as well. I mean, every fighter under the sun writing about Anthony Johnson. And of course, someone who we have been covering for quite some time. And of course, he had, the ups and downs with his weight, but it was almost like a testament to just how talented he was, that he could fight at 170 and then be successful all the way up to heavyweight. Obviously found his groove at 205 and was able to come back from some, serious setbacks. But he had a stretch there where he was just knocking people out left and right, and just had immense power. Like what he did to the likes of Nogueira, what he did to Ryan Bader, what he did to, Alex Gustafsson. I remember being there in Sweden back in, I believe it was 2015. That place, it was 4 a.m. over there, 5 a.m., something like that. And that card was designed for the Alex Gustafsson homecoming fight. And he went in there and just absolutely starched him in the first round, 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and knocked him out brutally. Knocked out Nogueira, Little Nog, prior to that, brutally. Just had an unbelievable punch, the uppercut, the right hand, all very impressive. One of the the founding members of Black Zillions, one of those guys who, anytime he was on a card, you had to stop and watch, and obviously took some time off after the second DC fight, but came back recently, Bellator, as recently as May of 2021 was his last fight, and won via KO once again, and we were hoping for the Yoel Romero fight. It didn't happen. And just absolutely heartbreaking, really heartbreaking. A guy who has been on the show multiple times, who I've been speaking to for over a decade. The first time I ever interviewed him was at a Strikeforce weigh-in in San Jose in 2008. And it was for the Gilbert Melendez-Josh Thompson fight. And at that point, he was still fighting at 170. He was in the midst of the Kevin Burns series of fights, if you will. And you just felt like he was supremely talented and a guy who, most people really admired and liked. And even with DC, they had the two fights. He wanted to put the belt around him, never held a grudge, seemed like he always was striving and pushing for that big John Jones fight. They had that moment with Dana White at the press conference. That fight never came to fruition as well. But it didn't seem like he was about, the animosity or the hatred or the trash talk. Felt like the kind of guy who was just trying to, compete and ignore all of that stuff. So just absolutely gut-wrenching news, horrendous news, heartbreaking news. And once again, a reminder, and I was talking to my kids about this yesterday, a reminder of just how fragile life is and how none of this is guaranteed and none of this is promised, and we take for granted every day. Oh, what are you doing tomorrow? There is no tomorrow. There is no guarantee that when we go to bed that we're going to wake up. There is no guarantee that next week we'll be healthy, and we don't know what's going on in our bodies. And you have these guys who are in incredible shape, and look what happens. We saw Elias Theodorou, now Anthony Johnson. Just like I said, bone chilling stuff. So hopefully, in these horrible moments, it is able to be a lesson for all of us who, we all take life for granted. We all take moments for granted. We all take our days for granted. We all talk about next year and next month and next week. And a reminder to live every day to its fullest, to appreciate everyone in your life, to be thankful and grateful for everything that we have. And, that you only get one life. You only get one shot at this thing. So horrendous, horrendous news. Our hearts, our thoughts, our prayers go out to Anthony Johnson's family, and I hope that his memory is a blessing and that he rests in peace. Because just looking at that picture there is very, very, very sad. It is a hard thing to process. Anthony Johnson, just 38 years young. I wanted to talk to New York Rick a little bit about Mr. Rumble Johnson, because he's been watching for as long as I have been. We were texting a little bit about it yesterday. Your thoughts when you saw this news, New York Rick?
I had a very similar feeling to you. And I thank you for saying what you said, very eloquently put. Just shocked, stunned. Obviously we knew for a couple years now that he was dealing with something, but because he was dealing with it privately, a lot of people, were caught off guard. They weren't checking in with this regularly. And when the news broke, I was a bit stunned. Actually more than a bit, and it hit me a little harder than I would have thought initially, because again, I worked for I was doing public relations for WSOF when Anthony was fighting there, and had that kind of relationship, like just professional, but very minimal. So not somebody who I was super close to, but it did hit me because of how long we've been in this sport and having seen Anthony, and because of what you said of how invincible he always looked, yeah, like heartbroken and gutted. And I know a few people close to him, so I reached out to them to just make sure they're doing okay. But shocking, stunning, too soon, all the things you said. Truly a gut punch to the MMA community, for sure.
Out of respect to his family, when I confirmed that he did, in fact, pass with multiple people, because you never want to get something like this wrong, and it was even surreal to ask someone if this was true, I was asked not to report the cause of death, but now that I see it's out there, it seems like it's okay. So a lot of people were asking me why it seems so secretive, and that was because at least I was asked not to report the cause of death. The cause of death was organ failure due to non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and HLH. So it seemed like it was something that he had been battling for some time. You'll recall after that Bellator debut, he had to, withdraw. And even at the end of the year, he talked about being very scared. I know some people who spoke to him pretty recently, and he was hopeful that he had turned the corner, but unfortunately, not the case.
Yeah, and more than anything, obviously the MMA community seems to be coming together around it. Lots of fighters, lots of fans, but just condolences to the family. That's all you can really say at this point.
Knocked out Glover Teixeira, who is fighting for the light heavyweight title in a month, and is a former light heavyweight champion back in 2016. The card that was headlined by Conor McGregor versus Nathan Diaz 2 knocked him out in 13 seconds. Remember that?
Yeah, the uppercut.
Yep.
Nasty. I would wager, if not one of the most prolific knockout artists in MMA history. Like nobody really hit like him.
No.
Very Deontay Wilder in the way that it was. He's prolific,
and especially that uppercut, because the uppercut was the one that got Little Nog as well. That one shot of Little Nog with his head going back.
Oh yeah. Well, the Glover one, peeled my brain back for a second. I was like, wow. The one that will always stick with me, and it's because at the time it was crazy. I had never seen somebody fall this way, but also it played on like those UFC Unleashed compilations all the time. Was Rumble versus Tommy Spear, where he hit him. He was piecing him up, then he got him up against the cage and hit him with the one shot, and he just slumped. It sticks with me. I remember that KO. Like I can visualize it anytime somebody mentions it. But yeah, just prolific, truly. Like power for days, and with the hands for sure, but also the way he would land head kicks and combo it with the hands. Truly one of the scariest fighters to face. I think a few of the fighters have even talked about like the fact that facing him meant like facing your fears, because you're walking in there with a guy whose one thing that he does better than anybody else is separate you from your consciousness. So truly like a prolific knockout artist, if not the best.
And speaking of which, remember the Ryan Bader fight at the Prudential Center in 2016, where the whole talk was like, could he get his hands on him? And if he could get his hands on him, he would knock him out. And I remember Bader, this amazing wrestler, shooting from all the way out to avoid getting hit, and he still got hit and was finished on the ground in like 90 seconds.
And if you ask Daniel Cormier about his fights too, like that's what you want to do. You don't want to stand and trade with the guy, because that's what happens. Incredible. He had
a stretch when he came back to the UFC, so he had to leave. He went to World Series of Fighting, and they actually did a great job of kind of repackaging him, rebuilding him. He had a stretch: Nogueira KO in 44 seconds, Gustafsson KO in 2 minutes and 15 seconds, gets the title shot against DC the vacant title shot after the whole John Jones situation at light heavyweight, loses that, but
damn near had him though.
Yeah,
first round was dicey.
Yep. Comes back, KO Jimmy Manuwa in the second, the Ryan Bader fight, and the Glover Teixeira fight. Like that stretch right there, you could have easily made the case for him being the most feared striker in MMA. A guy who was a wrestler coming into the sport of MMA, a guy who had fought at 170 was knocking dudes out at 205.
Supernatural level power. Like I'm not a big fan. I don't believe in punchers' chances. I don't really think that that's really a thing in high-level MMA at a certain point. But there are dudes who just have it. We saw one this weekend, right? Alex Pereira has it. Rumble Johnson always had it. It was a great equalizer. In any fight, at any time, if he touched you, it was bad news. And that just makes things happen. Scary dude.
So again, our best to the Rumble Johnson family, and on behalf of everyone here, I mean, our condolences, and still can't quite believe and process that this guy who was just 38 and was incredible and such an amazing athlete, is no longer with us. Let's bring in GC as well. We'll talk a little UFC 181 now. 281, I should say. 181 was a crazy card in its own right. Who remembers what happened at 181? Anyone?
Is that the Johnson Carriazo one?
No, that was...
that was 170.
81 was Pettis and Melendez.
Oh, yeah.
Also
yeah.
Robbie Lawler, too. Crazy, it's been 100 freaking events or pay-per-views since then.
That was Dallas, right? Or something like that?
No, 81 was Vegas, end of the year card.
All right, I'm
171 was Dallas. 171 was Dallas.
Okay, there you go.
All right, so I saw the clip. You had the watch party, GC. I mean, that's the fun thing about those watch parties, those clips that, you know, you get to see people, as we all probably did, reacting in real time. Alex Pereira is the new UFC light heavyweight champion. I can't wait to talk to Izzy about it all. I want to throw something out there, and I feel like he kind of threw it out there a little bit, but no one's really jumped on it. And in fact, when people were tweeting about it, and then when I saw the clip at the press conference, to me, it was like two different statements. I still maintain on this Monday, and I know people are going to get upset, thought it was a premature stoppage.
Oh.
Thought it was a premature stoppage.
I don't agree.
Standing TKO.
You think he should have just been knocked out completely?
See this, man.
What? Tell me, because you're going to say no, but I don't think he was truly out.
No, this is nonsense.
And he seems to agree.
Cannot, as a community, we cannot, as a collective, continue to talk about the referee was too late, that guy took too much damage, and harp and criticize the referees for preventing for allowing people to take damage. And then on the other side of it be like, nah, you know what? He was getting beat around pretty bad, but I'd really like to see him go unconscious. I'm
not saying go unconscious, but at least
the uppercut, when the uppercut landed and like his arms went out onto his shoulders and he's clearly trying to grab him and put him in a clinch, that's when I was like, this is about to get stopped. Like, he looked bad in that moment.
Would Israel Adesanya have liked to go out on his shield? 100%.
Of course.
Should we be encouraging or allowing that? I will say.
Am I not allowed to say I was surprised it got stopped? Standing TKO where he wasn't being rocked, like he wasn't rocked throughout.
By the time it was stopped, he wasn't standing anymore. He was down. He was on his way to the floor.
No, I don't think he was.
What?
He like had his head down. He had his head down, but he was still on his feet.
No, man, he was falling to the floor. Nah, come on. I listen.
And I know by saying this, it will sound like Alex deserves all the credit in the world. Even though he was down 3-1, you felt at any moment that left hand connects, even his right hand, uppercut, the whole freaking, kitchen sink that he threw at him in that closing sequence. He deserves all the credit. And it's not like I'm saying this was tainted or not. I guess I should just say, I was surprised, and I think Mark Goddard is maybe the best referee in MMA right now as well. So his reputation speaks for itself. I just felt in that moment it could have gone a little longer, and we've seen fights go on a little longer.
We can all 100% agree. Nothing away from Alex Pereira. That's not what your intention is in saying that, and I of course see that. But yeah, I just can't. I cannot get behind the idea that everybody is so conscious of fighter safety at this point that now we're like a guy who is clearly getting pounded out by one of the hardest hitters in MMA. We need to see him separated fully from his consciousness. I'm good with it. Like the dude was done. The dude was completely done. I can't.
What about the fact that 15 more seconds left in the first round?
Now that's something.
Yeah, I don't even know if it was 15 seconds. I think he needed
now to be fair,
7 more seconds.
The last shot, the one that really rocked him, came after the horn. Now let me be clear about that. If you're throwing a shot and it lands and the referee isn't in there, that's legal. He didn't land anything illegal. What happened was he was throwing a shot that landed after the horn. So to be clear, not illegal, but there was no more opportunity to punch after that because the round had ended and the referee was stepping in to break it up. But if there was a little more time on that clock,
no
was
doubt,
a bad spot.
I mean, Pereira was seriously wobbled at the end of that fight.
It was an incredible fight because I thought Pereira won the first round until the last 5 seconds. I thought Izzy stole it in the last 5 seconds.
I thought that put the stamp on it too.
Yes. So then he rocks him, and then you're like, holy crap, is this like Whitaker won, where going into the second, well, actually, ending of the first, he seems to have rocked him, and then he just finishes the job at the second. I was like, all right, is he going to finish the job? What happens? Pereira wins the second round, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
It looked great in that fight, in that round. Third round, Izzy shows off the wrestling a little bit.
Yep.
What the hell?
My mind was blown when that happened.
Yes.
Like, he controlled the entire round. It was fantastic groundwork from him.
and then 4th round, everyone is saying like they took it off. I don't know if they took it off, but I thought Izzy won the round.
Izzy won. Yep.
So it's one of those cards where everyone seems to agree 3-1. And then they go to the corner, and the corner did a great job firing him up, saying, you're losing, you got to knock him out. And then he freaking knocks him out. You see that clip of Glover and the corner celebrating, the one dude like tumbling over the cage? That was amazing. It's a great moment for a guy who has been doing this, first of all, less than 10 fights, gets this opportunity because of the history. We had heard about him for so long, like, oh, who's this boogeyman in kickboxing that did this? Reemerges in late 2020 in LFA, almost kills a guy with his left hand, goes on this run in the UFC, and exactly almost a year from his debut, and Glover's talking about, he's now the champion of the UFC. What the hell? This is one of the crazier stories of all time. It's unbelievable.
But what's crazy about it is he became a boogeyman, right, because of Israel's success, right? He's only Israel's boogeyman, right?
Right.
But if you pay attention to kickboxing, he's everybody's boogeyman. Like, this dude's power is unreal. We were just talking about Rumble Johnson. Alex Pereira's power is unreal. Like, he has whatever that is. If you've seen what he did in Glory, to be able to be a 2-weight champion simultaneously in the highest levels of kickboxing, he's everybody's boogeyman. That power is the great equalizer. The experience is offset by the fact that if he touches you, the fight is pretty much over. And Israel played a dangerous game and was doing it really, really well for 4 and some change. He did really, really well to avoid it, but that power is just something else. It's something that nobody else has.
All right, so now here's the big question. Do they run it back right away?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
You think so?
For sure.
If you're Izzy, do you want it right away?
What do you mean, like in terms of time frame, or do you need another opponent between?
A or B, right? It could be both. And obviously I'm going to ask him this because maybe he wants it. Let's not forget, Izzy has been the most active UFC champion by far. I mean, 3 fights. This year alone, he fights Whitaker, he fights Cannonier, he fights Alex since February. That's 3 fights in 9 months. You know what I mean? So is there a part of him that just wants to take some time off? I'm reminded of what Eugene said to us about giving him time off after the knockout in 2017. And then is there a part of the team's mindset where they're like, oh, let's just get a win over someone to just get our mojo back? I don't know.
I would say yes to the former. Take some good time off.
Yeah.
Really rest and come up with the game plan. Because I have a question for you after. And then to the latter, to another opponent in between, absolutely not. You go right back and try to get it back with Alex. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm with Rick. I feel like in his head, he's not thinking that he needs his mojo back. I think he thinks he still has it and he can beat Pereira.
Who would it even be? Like, is there anybody at middleweight? You know what I mean? Like, come on. Izzy's really cleared out that division.
Yes.
Has reigned so long that, like, you give him that immediately. And I mean immediately in the sense that it's next fight, but I do say take some time off.
Okay, so now here's the question. If he wants time off but Alex doesn't, do you risk having Alex fight someone else?
Yeah.
But then you might lose the big rematch.
Okay. Then, or you still do it.
Well, honestly, there isn't really anyone because the other 2 guys would be Whitaker and Costa, and they're fighting in February. And I doubt by the time those guys are ready,
Hopefully.
Izzy isn't ready. Yeah. The only X factor is Khamzat.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy. If anybody was licking their chops on Saturday night, it was Khamzat Chimaev.
Oh, my gosh.
Why is that? I mean, I feel like you can make the case that he's a good matchup against both guys.
I mean,
licking his chops.
Yeah. No, I know,
Exactly.
but I mean, even obviously Izzy is the bigger name, but would you risk that?
I mean, Khamzat watching that 3rd round and what Izzy did to Alex on the ground, he must have been like, this would be light work for me. If I can dodge the left hook coming in to take him down, I mean, the fight would be over.
Khamzat versus Alex in January, and
do it. Sign me up.
But what if he loses?
Then you got a fresh matchup for Izzy. You could do Izzy Alex rematch, not for a belt, and then that's a number 1 contender fight. You could do Izzy versus Khamzat. You could do you do it. You don't hold the division up for Izzy, but you give Izzy the title shot in his next fight, or maybe Alex in his next fight.
I'm happy
100%.
we agree that he deserves an immediate rematch.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
For how long that he reigned and how much success that he found in that fight until he got knocked out, I think he deserves a rematch.
I will say this, and I mean, Alex coming back in 2 months seems like a bit of an ask.
Yeah.
I don't, and we predicted this. I'm starting to see the revisionist history on Izzy. He wasn't an all-time great. He's
Horny.
He's the second best middleweight of all time, and I say that with love to Chris Weidman.
Career's also not over.
Well, that too.
Hey, the story is not done being written for him.
It's just amazing how people go back and be like, he lost to Jan. Now he lost to Alex. He can't get by this guy, Alex Pereira. The Cannonier fight was bad. This and they're like,
silly.
Fuck out of here.
Nonsense.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's not even worth talking about.
Yeah.
Like, if that's your position, don't watch this sport.
How about how he's handling it?
Incredible.
Now, I will say,
you didn't like the jacket.
No, I love the jacket.
That would be the worst take of anyone if they didn't like the jacket. The jacket was sick.
Mentally, this is a tough hill to climb.
Yeah.
This is a really tough hill to climb. Not only have you lost to him 3 times, but the last 2 times you got knocked out cold. First one cold.
Right.
Second one
questionable.
Early stoppage from some.
Dicey.
Not me. But that's a tough mental hill to climb. For Izzy's got some tough sledding ahead of him and some real soul searching. This was the question I wanted to ask you earlier. I was watching it in the arena. Was Izzy did it seem like Izzy was in complete control? Was this a good Izzy performance? Because in the press conference, a lot of people were asking Dana White, or actually, I think they were asking Izzy. This was one of your best performances. Did it feel that way? Because it didn't feel that way from cage side.
No. I mean, like I said, he almost lost the first round.
Okay. Well, I thought that was like a 50-50 toss-up, and then...
Yeah, it was a 50-50 round, and the stamp
to me,
was the very end.
In my opinion, 5 more seconds, and if it's just like a mundane 5 seconds, Alex wins that round.
Okay.
Now, who knows how he responds in the second, but I wouldn't put this... I mean, he's had some virtuoso performances.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whitaker won was incredible. Brunson.
The Costa fight. Costa was undefeated going into that
This was not an all-time performance.
I think the point was that it was complete from a grappling. He showed off more of the grappling, but I did feel like that didn't look like the best Israel Adesanya to me, which could be hopeful, right? If you're Israel Adesanya, you go back, you clean a few things up, and you were winning 3 out of the 4 rounds, and then you go into the 5th. I think there's a real strategic way that you could look at this if you're Israel Adesanya and Eugene Berriman and his other coaches and go, wasn't my best night. On my best night, I win this fight, and take that with you. But you also have to think about the fact that the last 2 times you were in there, you cleaned your clock.
Yeah. What you're saying, like, he's been knocked out in the last 2 times. He's lost 3 times over. And then when he was in studio for the interview, he's talking about this is one of the best training camps he's had yet. He feels so amazing. It's sort of like, what adjustments can you make? What improvements can you make other than just avoiding that shot? Because I'm with you, Rick. I think the mental battle that is in front of him to get the belt back is a lot.
Which will make this fight, if it goes down in 2023, one of the biggest fights of the year.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's... for how good that fight was leading up to the knockout, I mean, and then obviously the knockout itself, it's must-see TV. Like
if you do it International Fight Week or something like that, it would be gigantic.
Whew.
And by the way, let me just go back and say, even though I don't think it was one of his greatest performances, I thought it was a great performance considering the opponent. I never thought that he would, skunk Pereira because Pereira is so good, because he is such a great striker, because he has the history. So come 3rd and 4th rounds, going into the 5th, I was like, all right, Izzy is rolling right now. But you're watching the fight like this, just as an Izzy fan, because you're like, this guy, if he not, it wasn't like he was hurt at any point. It wasn't like he was in trouble at any point. You knew if he got him up against the cage, if he closed the distance, if he cut him off, he could do what he did.
From cage side, he was nearly there a few times. There were a few of those hooks that whizzed.
Oh, yeah.
There was one that literally brushed the entire front of his face, and it looked like Izzy took like a couple blinks and was like, wow, barely missed with that one.
By the way, what was the reaction like in the arena when it went down? Was it stunned silence?
Half stunned silence and half people going crazy. Like, it was like you could tell where the camps are, right? Like, this side is looking like they saw a ghost, and this side is they're losing their damn mind. So it was crazy. Look, if you're Alex, you also have to be hopeful as well, that look, I have this guy's number to a certain degree. He's able to back Izzy, or in this fight, he was able to back Izzy into up against the cage, put his back on the cage a lot.
Yeah, consistently.
A lot.
I was nervous throughout the entire fight because of that. How often he was pressed up against the cage.
Didn't see it playing out that way. Expected Izzy to be a little more light on his feet, circling a little bit more. But look, there's also an argument. Look, if he's backing up and Alex is coming toward him, that Izzy can land the knockout shot. Like, that Izzy's loading up on something that could take Alex out if Alex is plodding toward him. But it's, what it is? This is just a great matchup. This is just a really intriguing style matchup between 2 of the best strikers that MMA has. And and I love it. And I'm perfectly fine with running it back, and I think they should run it back.
Oh, I'd love to see them. One of my favorite things after an event is when they post that clip going by, the fighters.
Yes.
And you see it's like a Where's Waldo, and you see like who's sad, who's stunned.
Yes. Well, on this one, at the very end of it, you can see Tim Simpson in the corner, and he's like got his hands in his head,
brutal.
just like disbelief.
And amazingly, 3 months prior, it was Tim Simpson going crazy because of his guy Leon Edwards in the 5th round, pulling it off in a very similar fight scorecard, right? Down 3-1, and Leon pulls it off. And 2 months prior to that, you had Yuri pulling it off against the champ in the 5th round.
Insane.
3 5th-round fights where the challenger steals the belt away. And I don't say steal like he didn't deserve it. I mean like stops the dude and wins.
And is
Unbelievable.
definitively down going into the 5th round. Crazy.
Unbelievable. The whole thing is unbelievable. What a crazy sport. So, okay, we agree with that. Can we talk about Dustin Poirier and Michael Chandler for a moment?
Why?
Please.
Who cares about that?
Really?
What was that? No, I'm just
Oh.
kidding. That was
What
the
are you
fight of
talking
the year.
about?
That was amazing.
Fantastic.
One of those fights where we all said it was going to be amazing, and it was
up
maybe
to
even
hype.
better than
I
we
think
thought.
we have to give a tip of the cap to Michael Chandler because he promises that these fights are going to be like that, and not a lot of people who promise end up delivering on it. But he's like, look, I'm going to stand in there with Dustin Poirier. I'm going to stand in there with Justin Gaethje. I'm going to stand in there with Dan Hooker. And the man delivers every single time. So obviously we have to give credit to Dustin, but Michael Chandler, since coming into the UFC, has promised that these are the types of fights that he wants to be in and the type of fights that he's going to deliver on, and has delivered every single
fight.
time.
Yeah.
Every fight. Like, my brain would hurt if he didn't deliver. Like, you said everyone had these expectations and it delivered. There was like no world where it didn't deliver for me.
He's been an incredible investment. He's way more of an exciting fighter in the UFC than he was in Bellator. I don't know what
matchups.
No doubt.
the matchups. I think it's
Now-
the spotlight. I think it's the love. I think it's the platform. He's rising to the occasion.
It's also been some time though, but Eddie Alvarez versus Michael Chandler felt like these. So
Sure, but
at
let's not
that
forget,
time-
Mike. Chandler had a bunch of fights that people weren't talking about. Like doing this show. You book Michael Chandler on a Monday after one of those Bellator fights, and people were like, all right, Michael Chandler. Now, he has really risen to the occasion. He has really
100%.
become a superstar because of the fighting style. And by the way, if you're a fan of Michael Chandler's, I think you are obviously upset that he lost, but you're maybe a little happy that he brought back the wrestling, because we were wondering, does he even remember how to wrestle? Can his brain even
switch to that gear.
And he
Even
did.
the takedowns were wildly exciting. Like when he picked Poirier like all the way up and was carrying him, which actually
German
inevitably
suplexed him.
led to his doom.
Okay, so there's actually two things I want to say about the wrestling. The wrestling was great, and it's what he should have done. You can make a case that the two big takedowns were two big mistakes. I thought the first one was a mistake when he went down, and they were praising him for that.
Yeah.
He had him rocked. I don't know
Yeah.
why he took him, and DC was praising him for it, and I wish I was able to talk to him about it, because I thought he should have stayed standing, and it felt like he was on the verge of finishing him.
I thought that in real time. I was like, oh, wow, like this is actually, we'll probably extend the fight, because it really did look like Poirier was hurt.
Dustin spoke about this a little bit in the post-fight. He was hurt. He's not denying that. But the way Chandler punches, he's throwing looping shots, and he wasn't throwing straight down the pipe. I just think that Dustin probably would have hung in there, because to be cliche and point to the meme, he's got that dog. Like Dustin Poirier has a dog in him.
I mean, both these dudes, just like you talk about dogs, like tough dudes that can just go in there and trade. Like it was just insane.
I don't know how much of a tactical error it is what I'm saying.
Well, and then
it was
then
fun.
the big one in the third leads to the finish. But that's just really a credit to how good Dustin is and how much he's evolved. Here's the thing: sometimes when you have these fights, and I talked about the rivalry and how it seemed like two guys, like two high school athletes who just don't like each other because they're so similar. There's something actually kind of refreshing about the fact. Maybe this makes me a bad person, that like it didn't end in kisses. You know what I mean? It actually feels.
He's a big fan of this take. DC
they're like
hates
screaming at each other.
Oh, it's like he's getting. Now he had that one
Dirty
moment
him
caught on
after.
camera where he's like, "Yo, I was afraid to fight you," and that's just Dustin being real and just an honest guy as always. But the stuff with the blowing the nose, the fish hooking, all that stuff was like
nose,
shit.
man, was nasty, bro.
I love Michael Chandler. I unabashedly, like, he's a little bit cheesy. He's a little bit of the heel, like he's smiling but kind of doing the fish hooks. I love Michael Chandler unabashedly. Like he's a great character.
I love watching both these dudes fight.
I was actually talking to DC yesterday. And I was like, man, I think I feel comfortable in saying Dustin Poirier is going to go down as one of my favorite people in MMA history. There's something about the way he boxes, and it just feels like he is truly biting down on his mouthpiece. He is, like he's Teddy Atlas's favorite fighter. He's everyone's favorite fighter, maybe except for a couple of people in Ireland. But you get the point. Like, there's just something so likable about this guy who, to me, it feels like there are some guys who have, God-given otherworldly talent. Dustin Poirier wasn't that blue chip prospect. Dustin Poirier wasn't that guy. And it feels like we've watched him evolve as a fighter, as a human being, to the point where now, like, hey, he's going into this fight. He hasn't fought in 11 months. He just lost the belt. He was, depressed when he came on the show a few days later. To come back 11 months later and put on that kind of performance against someone like Chandler, who was on fire, what a freaking legend. I mean, what an unbelievable performance out of him, and what a career at this point.
Through the mud. He came through the mud. There's a tweet that of my own, and this is super self-serving. There's a tweet of my own that, like, right before, around when Dustin's starting to climb up and get the title, where I basically said, and I stand by this, that Dustin Poirier is going to have one of the best career highlight reels of anybody who's ever lived. Like, his career highlight reel is going to be amazing. Like, you're going to go back and watch every single Dustin Poirier fight and be like, this dude was one of the most exciting people who's ever competed in the sport. Every single time out, win, lose, the ups, the downs, the getting starched by Conor, the coming, like, every single thing in this guy's story is absolutely incredible.
Poirier Dariush?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Initially, I said Charles versus Beneil, but now Charles says, I'm not really sure what to make of Charles' social media, because first he says no to the fake Helwani account who said Charles versus Beneil, and then he says yes to the fake Conor McGregor announcement from the fake Helwani, which who could have saw that coming? Fake verified. I mean, wow, I feel like we just spoke about this.
I also have to admit how bad that got me. I was going crazy that Charles Conor actually got booked.
This makes me sad that it got
bad.
you.
Oh, it got me bad.
But it seems like he wants some time off, unless it's a Conor McGregor fight. So
he deserves it.
And probably Poirier needs some time off too after a fight like that. But Poirier,
I think Poirier would get back in there.
Honestly, Poirier has a new lease on life now, 100%. Right? And what a story, Poirier. And I know it's not the best matchup, and Islam isn't a good matchup for anyone. But what a story, Islam versus Poirier after what Khabib did to Poirier.
Yeah, he could get back there. It's everything we kind of wanted with maybe like Tony or Conor. Of the Khabib and the Khabib storyline, then you transfer it to Islam. Dustin's probably the one who's actually the most likely to kind of potentially get that opportunity if he can make good on it. Tony, I don't think getting anywhere back to a title shot. Conor, it would be hard for me to see it. So yeah, he's got the built-in Khabib storyline that he can maybe transfer over to Islam. But man, that style matchup is a brutal one.
I don't have the clip loaded in here, but my guy Spencer sent me this clip from an MMA fighting interview with Dustin back in 2015. Listen to this.
I saw you tweeting about this. A youngster named Islam Makhachev wanted to fight you, and you kind of laughed it off. No interest?
I'm not sure who he is, but yeah, he can get his ass whipped too, man.
Does that kind of feel like a step back for you?
Well, I'm still not in. I thought I would be in the top 15 after these 2 wins or something,
Are you not?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I could be, but I don't think so. So whatever, man. Igor or whatever can get it too.
Igor or whatever can get it too. This is back in July of 2015. And there's a chance that they can meet. By the way, speaking of Islam, they officially announced that Makhachev versus Volkanovski is going down on the February 11th. Or is it 12th? I always get confused because on some of the accounts they report it as, the date in Australia. What is it? Let me just get that because I don't want to
time zone stuff. Yeah.
Well, it's on Sunday in Australia. It's February 11th here in the States, and Arnold Allen, poor Arnold Allen, gets shut out, and it's going to be Josh Emmett versus Yair. We'll probably talk more about all of that on Wednesday. I'm sure people will ask on the nose. So let's keep it to 281 here. All right, so you guys are down with Poirier Dariush. What do you do with Zhang Weili, the new champ at 115, who all of a sudden, I feel bad for Carla. I know she's an afterthought. I know everyone just is very happy to move on from her title reign. I know the win over Rose was not the best. I do feel bad the way she was treated. I mean, it's a lot of booze to a really nice person. And I guess we're not in the nice person
not the
business.
business.
I know, but it's just like, oh, Carla, she's such a sweetheart. Like, really?
It's not the business.
Anyway, Zhang just steamrolled her, and mea culpa. I effed that one up. I think it was 1 minute and 45 seconds off.
That's all right.
Yeah,
I picked Izzy, so we're
and we'll get to all of that in a
going down the
moment.
ship anyway.
But what do you do with Zhang now?
Potential options are limitless now, right?
I don't like the run it back with Rose.
Oh, really? You don't?
Don't like it, no.
Why
What?
not?
I'm
She's
fine with
0-2
that.
against Rose. I feel like
I
that's why
know.
Rose has been sitting out.
Rose needs a pick-me-up fight.
Okay, so this is more from a Rose.
Oh,
perspective,
100%.
'cause
Yes.
Despite being
Yes.
2-0 against
Okay.
Zhang.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
she needs a I need my mojo back type
Okay,
of
well,
win.
that's fair enough. But yeah, I think that's a potential fight down the line for sure.
Lemos, someone like that.
Any of them. Zhang just gives this a fresh coat of paint. Like it's now it's a race car that's ready.
And I don't know how long you need in advance. There's rumors of this happening in 2023. Could you imagine? And I wonder how that, I can't speak for that community, but I wonder how it would be received. Could you imagine Zhang Weili versus Yan Xiaonan in China?
It would be insane. But I think Zhang versus anybody in China is just going to be.
But Chinese fighter versus Chinese fighter in China.
I don't
mean,
mind
that's
that. I think that would be
historic.
fantastic.
And not like a gimmick thing. It's very justifiable to give it to Yan.
Yeah, she's great. She's really good.
How the hell did Zhang Weili become this beast? I mean, I know that when she beat
Wait, what?
Listen, when she beat Jessica Andrade, she was like a freaking. It feels like she is next level strong at this point.
Not just strong, her fights
She's picking
are
up
also,
Francis Ngannou, for goodness sakes. With
This
ease.
has always been Zhang.
Her
This
fights
has
are
always
also
been Zhang.
so exciting. Like every time
Now,
she goes out there,
I have to admit, I picked her to beat Rose twice, so I'm not exactly like on the right side of history with this. But she's always been a beast. This is
Feels like she's on a different level now.
Physically, she's always going to be an advantage in there, right? You're going to have to beat her with superior technique. Although, Jessica Andrade is also a physical beast. I don't hate the potential.
Does she have
of
an
that.
aura about her now? Like there's something different
Dawn?
about her. Yeah. I don't know if it's like the new haircut or just the way she conducts herself being in the US for a bit. There's something about her now where I just feel like she oozes
slow walkout is
superstardom.
fantastic.
Yeah, the slow walkout was tremendous.
It took
yeah.
so long to get out there. It was fantastic.
She just has a different type of confidence.
She might be manifesting something because in the post-fight, she said she's at peace with everything now. There was a time where she was kind of like in chaos, like mentally. There was a little bit of chaos. She's saying that she's mentally at peace and loves everybody. So maybe it's just that, the power of positivity. But yeah, I don't know. To me, I've always been very high on her as a prospect. I think that physically, again, she's always going to be in an advantage at strawweight. I'm much more, man. The fight I really want to see, the fight I really want to see is Zhang versus Valentina. That's the fight I really want to see.
At 125 or 115?
At 125.
Yeah.
No, I don't think Valentina.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the fight. Now, don't get me wrong. She just got the belt back. I'm perfectly fine with her fighting at 115, defending her title against contenders. I'm all for it. Love it. But I have to admit, out of all the 25ers, I'm a little more intrigued about the 115-pound champ versus Valentina, if I'm being honest.
Let me ask you guys this. Worst booking, and this isn't, I don't think this is, Monday morning quarterback stuff, because I think we all kind of felt it going in. Worst booking, more egregious booking, more offensive booking. Edgar versus Gutierrez,
Oh, boy.
or McCann versus Blanchfield?
Man.
Edgar versus Gutierrez. You're sending Frankie home
To the
in
gallows.
MSG on that is way worse. Molly will be fine. Look, the Molly McCann thing at some point was going to come to an end. She was going to reach her ceiling where she wasn't
Not this soon. It didn't have to come to an end this soon.
You
could
roll
have given
right
her
back
another
out. No, you
top.
roll her right back out in March in London against somebody.
The momentum has been
It was going
halted.
to end. It was going to end.
It was going to end, and I mean, you gave her the chance that if she was able to get past Erin Blanchfield, then I mean, the sky would have been the
You
limit.
could have
for
given her a lower ranked person and just thrown her into a title fight against Valentina on that UK card.
Boy.
You could have done it and tried to
would it-
squeeze everything out of that lemon.
Would it not have just been the same result against
Yeah.
Valentina?
No, I can't.
I guess, but yeah,
I
you
mean,
would have
these
been
are-
able to promote her in a title fight.
These are
What do you line Valentina versus Molly McCann at minus 1,000?
I'm just saying she was
Minus
on a roll.
1,500?
I mean, you've got all these people going crazy over her. She was on a roll.
Oh, she's a fan favorite, no doubt. But
she'll still be a fan
Come
favorite.
on. Come
Put
on.
her on the London cards, and people will love to watch her.
we're talking about sending a legend out. Or
Okay.
Sad versus
By the way,
ending Molly
I
McCann's
agree.
winning streak.
That was never going to go any
I'm
other
just
way.
saying
I
what
talked
was a more
myself into
egregious
Frankie.
booking.
Yeah, it's Gutierrez.
I mean,
By the way, who
Gutierrez
was a bigger
just
favorite?
loaded.
It was
Blanchfield.
Blanchfield. So to me, that's a worse booking.
I think that's more.
I mean,
out
they
of
both
respect
looked
for
minus.
Frankie Edgar.
They both looked like minus 5,000 favorites.
Can I tell you something? And I slacked it to you as he was walking down, as Frankie was walking down. I slacked it to Eric. I was like, he looks really old. And then you have the shot of his family, and it's like his little daughter sitting there, and I just wanted to start crying before
Why is this even a question that we know?
No,
listen, obvious.
I'm just.
This is the saddest.
It was the saddest thing.
This is the saddest thing.
Why?
Frankie deserved better than this. Let's be real.
Why did they have to do this? And you know what? You know what pisses me off even more? They asked for Chris. His team asked for Chris.
So then look, then nobody has to feel bad, right?
Yeah.
If you're Frankie Edgar and you say, I want this guy, let's do it, then you know what? He was comfortable with the result. Let's move on from it. Unfortunate ending to a legendary career. But yeah.
And it was such a great performance by Chris, too, and it was such a fantastic knockout.
Yeah.
It just was unfortunate it was against Frankie because it's like I kind of felt like just sad and like it wasn't the normal get up and go crazy, knee to the face, just out cold knockout. But yeah, sad ending.
Why couldn't he have fought a Rafael Sensao?
Yes.
Well, you just said it. He asked for it.
That would have been great.
No, but I'm saying, if you love this guy, if you're looking out for his best interest, I wanted to jump through the screen. DC talking about it. I should have had you guys on at that moment. This is the way it is in fighting. The legends, they have to go out this way. No, they don't have to go out this way. First of all, he didn't go out this way. Number one, DC himself didn't go out this way. And number two, they don't have to go out this way. What's wrong? This isn't pro wrestling. Look, I'm the first to always try to implement pro wrestling ideology into MMA. In this regard, Ric Flair leaving Memphis on his back isn't the same as Frankie Edgar getting brutally KO'd at MSG. It's a totally different mentality. And so he's using old school pro wrestling booking to apply to MMA, which is a very dangerous and serious thing. It doesn't have to be this way.
I will grant you that. 100% strong agree. But on the flip side of that coin, if Frankie Edgar's wish to the UFC was, this is the person I want for my last fight, I'm good with it. That's what he wanted. I'm good with it. His team maybe should have changed that up because that didn't look like a good matchup for him. But I
don't know about him specifically. We're not on the best of talking terms at the moment.
But if this is the fight he wanted and they granted him the fight he wanted, I'm cool with that. I'm completely cool with that.
It's crazy. I can't believe it. First of all, like bad matchup, younger guy on a roll.
But yes, it does not have to be this way.
And
You're right.
and you feel for Chris because I feel like he's not getting the credit for this win because everyone's just so sad about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It was a fantastic performance, though. I mean, I think if he was fighting anyone, he would have looked great. He looked fast. He looked powerful. He looked great in there.
We didn't look good. Parlay pals.
I mean,
if
let's
you
just
count up,
go
by how much we missed it by, we didn't miss it by much.
Let's just go over this
half
in
of it.
4 seconds, can we? I mean, I don't know what
Let's put it up there. Yeah.
confidence is at a real low right now.
I mean, confidence has been low for a while, though.
No, it is really low. Wow. Frank speaks up for the first time in 52 minutes.
Hey, I've been told to be quiet.
Who told you to be quiet? Friday is not today. You wouldn't shut up on Friday. Today is a whole new day.
Yeah, it's a Monday now.
Green next to my name again.
I like having a green next to
Wow,
mine.
you guys
Wow.
are really.
There's a lot of this.
laying it on
There's a lot.
And I did a negative 160. I mean,
There's a lot of. I feel like there's some cracks or some fissures right now in the foundation of the parlay.
I'm trying to keep it together.
Actually, Eric and I were sidebarring, and we were wondering if should I just bow out? I don't know. I was feeling.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I
can't be associated
No,
with it.
I mean, I refuse to give up on this. I don't know about you guys.
maybe
I mean, 8
right
straight
until
losses.
the wheels come off. Yeah.
Oh, the wheels are
They're-
off, Frank. The
Double
wheels have
digits.
been off.
Double digits is when the,
The
wheels,
wheels
are
have come off.
Listen, this week it's hittable. I think we can hit one this week. I think what we need to remember. You pick the most confident play you have on the entire card.
Yes.
That needs to be the rule when we go into this. The I will be shocked if this doesn't happen outcome. The fact that no one chose Blanchfield.
I know.
The fact that no one chose Zhang is.
Well, I
Speaks
picked
to
that
our-
fight, but I guess. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought Carlo hang a little longer.
I'll put my hand up on the Blanchfield thing because I did it.
You also asked if we wanted to ride Izzy. There's obviously no blame there.
Yeah,
It would have
I
been
did
fun.
it.
He looked great for 4.5 rounds.
last week I was like Maverick and then I ended up passing on Maverick, and then this week I was like Blanchfield or Izzy. I should just take it instead of trying to.
Would you just
trying to be
like,
generous? I might have inadvertently not been generous.
Forget generosity. Come in with a couple picks that you just cannot see losing. Like the Reyes span does not go the distance I was as confident could be in.
Now, granted,
that's how we all need to feel about these picks.
I was pretty damn confident in Izzy. I'll say that. I was pretty damn confident in Izzy, and I think that bore out. And I picked Usman in the other parlay. I was pretty confident in that one too. So
get back on track.
It feels like math speaking wise, like we should have hit one by now. 8 straight.
It's like it's a horrible feeling. By the way, it's like a gut punch.
Four fight. I'll remind it. I think I've done this every week now. 4 fight parlays are very hard.
I know.
Not easy.
In a vacuum, like how
8 straight is tough. We're now in the negatives now. This is now a losing practice.
No, not yet. We're gonna get it back now.
5 and 10. We were 5 and 2 at one point. Let's all keep that in mind.
Oh my God. How did you do?
I did good. Yeah.
You did good?
Yeah. Let's get into it. Singles. 6 and 3. I mean, Hooker looked great. You know, Zhang Esparza not going.
That was a crazy fight.
I mean, Pueyas, that was a wild game plan from him. That was some meme stuff. But yeah, did good on the singles. 3 and 3 on the parlays, but obviously because they're all pretty big plus money or greater, not as much risk on them, we still went plus there. So green in the singles, green in the parlays, up a little bit over 3 units for 281, back up over 50 for the year, back up over 60 all time. So yeah, it was pretty good. DraftKings, look at this handsome man, Lochnar, looking great. He wins over $100. So shout out to him. And then I'll quickly run through some big hitters, give some shout outs. Some people made some money on 281.
Not us.
Yeah. Well, I did.
Parlay. Sorry. Wow. Okay. Again, here's another thing. Seems like there's some division. That's all.
We just got to get one win back, and then I think all the division starts to dissipate. All right. London UFC. We could have used some of his strategy in this one. I mean, plus 123,120. He goes Poirier by submission round 2 or 3. Zhang by submission round 2 or 3. And then Alex Pereira just to win. Gets it odds boosted. Turns £4 and 29 pence. What is it? Cents? I don't know the currency. Either way, he turns $4.29 into 5,281. Keep it moving. Plus 23,080. This is a strictly doesn't go to a decision or does go to a decision parlay. $1 into 231. Cameron, shout out to him. Fantastic performance. Next up, we've got DeSweet Science, $5 into almost 800 plus 15,913 on a 7-leg parlay. Just fantastic stuff from him. Yeah. As we keep it rolling, Mr. Darcy, $5 into 636 plus 12,739. He goes Carlos Solberg over 1.5 in Poirier Chandler, Wiley Zhang, and then Alex Pereira to win in round 5 to finish off the parlay. I can't imagine the scenes that he had when he hit this parlay. A couple more to get to just because of how fantastic this card was and how many big hitters we did have. Hussein, plus 12,469. He goes Dan Hooker inside the distance, Chris Gutierrez inside the distance, Dustin Poirier inside the distance, Zhang Weili inside the distance, and Alex Pereira inside the distance. He gets all main card fights right and gets them all to be inside the distance. Next up, Scott McCreate. He goes Alex Pereira round 5, 40 to win over 1,000, and Zhang Weili by submission. Fantastic stuff from him. Just a couple more. Big pay-per-view calls for a lot of big hitters. Harris, plus 8,450. He goes Dustin Poirier to win in round 3, parlayed with Wiley Zhang to win in round 2, $5 into 422. A couple of guys called the Adesanya loss in round 5, Pereira by KO in round 5, AJ Kaur and Moon Claren. Shout out to them. And then last but not least, Cody ETH won. He goes Dustin round 3, parlayed with Weili Zhang by submission, $75 into 7,500. So shout out to them. Shout out to the big hitters. Fantastic card. Fantastic bets by them. Congratulations to them. And I mentioned Chris Gutierrez, and he has made his way to the building. He's getting mic'd up.
20,845 people $11.5 million gate. I mean, that is just unbelievable. Second biggest in MSG history. And a lot of big performances, a lot of big winners. Carlos Ulberg with the big win in the first round over Nikolai Negumereanu.
That's Ulberg, man.
I mean, Black Jag is the man. Ladies' night, it was an incredible night for him. Montel Jackson beat Julio Arce. Michael Trezano beat Chung Sung Woo. Karolina Kovacevic. What's that?
Sungwoo Choi?
Sungwoo Choi. Choice. Yeah. Did I screw that up? I'm just reading it off Tapology here.
Yeah.
Thanks for making me feel weird about it all.
Okay.
Karolina Kovacevic beats Silvana Gomez Juarez, or is it Juarez Gomez? They did say that. I think DC said it once.
Yes.
I'm going to blame him for all of this.
I think DC said it like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah. Matt Frevola, who we'll be talking to later in the show with the big win over Ottman Azaitar. First round, Andre Petrosky beat Wellington Turman. And things weren't looking good at that point for team Glover Teixeira. Erin Blanchfield with the massive win over Molly McCann, the Kimura win. And we'll talk to her later in the show. Ryan Spann saying that he had his first training camp, looked pretty damn good, beat Dominic Reyes in 80 seconds. And where does Reyes go from here? We shall see. What about Renato Moicano with one of the all-time best promos? Speaking of himself in third person, he was like the Rock up there. The Moicano this, the Moicano that. It was incredible. With the win over Brad Riddell this morning, Brad Riddell essentially saying that he's going to take some extended time off, maybe not come back. Didn't use the R word, but is definitely taking some time off. So our best to Brad Riddell. And then over on the main card, Dan Hooker with the massive win over Claudio Puelles. Big comeback win for him. Dustin Poirier with the big win over Michael Chandler. Rear naked choke in the third round. Zhang Wei Li submitted Carlos Esparza at 105 of the second round. And of course, Alex Pereira with the win over Israel Adesanya. The second fight on the main card, that was Chris Gutierrez retiring when Frankie Edgar with a brutal, vicious knockout knee. And it was shades of Corey Sandhagen versus Frankie Edgar. And we're lucky enough to have one Chris Gutierrez join us in studio. Let us say hello to El Guapo, who is kind enough to stop by. Hello, sir.
How you doing?
How are you? The pride of Columbia, the pride of New Jersey. You're repping a lot of places.
Yes, sir.
It is nice to meet
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Please have a seat. Freezing outside, right?
It is a little bit.
Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it. Great to meet you for the first time in person as well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Emotional night for you?
Very emotional.
36 hours later, how do you feel about what happened on Saturday?
To be honest, man, it's like, still feels surreal, you know, definitely. Like I was saying, especially like after the fight, it just felt like at any moment I was going to get woken up and be like, all right, we got to go fight. You know what I mean? It just didn't feel like it was real.
Right.
It just felt like I was dreaming, like I was going to get woken up any minute and be like, okay, we still got to go take care of business.
And it still probably feels surreal, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because it played out the way in which it did.
No, you know, I expected like, let's be honest, it's Frankie Edgar.
Yeah.
You grew up watching this guy dominate the whole lightweight division, and, you know, I just envisioned a very grueling fight, you know. I didn't think I was going to take him out how I did and how fast I did it.
You didn't think that was a possibility?
You know, if yes and no. You know, I believe in my skill sets, and, you know, I throw knees. But to think it was going to just play out like that, you know, if I said yes, I'd be lying, you know.
When you got the call initially that you'd be fighting Frankie Edgar, everyone was wondering. It was like this 2-month mystery. Who's his retire? We all knew he was going to fight at MSG. He said he wanted to retire at MSG, but we didn't know who the other side of the equation would be. And then you found out it was you. What was your reaction?
I mean, you know, it was a good opportunity, you know, so I felt like the opportunity arose, and I was ready, and when it came knocking, I opened the door, you know, so I jumped on the opportunity, but, you know, I didn't think it was going to be me.
Right.
I didn't.
Did you campaign for it? Did you ask your manager, like, let's try to get this? Was there any of that?
Maybe, you know, my coaches and, you know, behind the scenes they did, but as far as me, I had no idea. I just got the phone call. This is who you're fighting. So I was like, all right. Let's do it.
And you knew it was his retirement fight.
Yeah. I mean, of course, it was all over.
Right.
You know? So, you know, it's just a bigger, I guess it made it a little bit bigger, you know. It's his final ride. You know, you want to see the legend go out on top. So I was like, man, you know, I didn't look at it like that. I was like, man, I'm the guy that gets to kind of spoil it. But, you know, it was very bittersweet. It definitely was, you know.
You were asked about this at the post-fight press conference, and I'm just wondering, you have a history with Frankie. You didn't really want to talk about it.
Yeah,
you don't want.
No, I don't want to talk about it now either.
Was there just like was there a friction there?
I said I don't want.
You don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about that.
Could I ask if it was personal? Like, was this a personal fight for you?
It's a little bit of both. Like I said, it was that year was pretty shitty for me in general, and then just some little ordeal went down, and that's all it was. And 9 years later, it kind of like life makes a full circle in a way.
Yeah.
And yeah, but as far as that, it is what it is. That's in the past. I wish him the best. I wish him, the best moving forward.
Right. That moment when you knock him out, like when you come to the realization, because he was out like stiff there for a moment. What is that moment like for you? Because you're probably really happy, but then you at some point are processing the fact that here he is stiff. Like how do you deal with that?
I'll tell you, as soon as I saw him like stiffen and fall, the first thing that went through my mind was like, shit, man, I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
That's instantly the first thing that went through my mind. That's why I really didn't even like celebrate at first, because I really the genuine person in me was like, I just want him to be okay. I didn't really care to celebrate, even though my team, we had our own emotions going into the fight, and the stuff, especially the stuff that coach is dealing with, and it was a big emotional roller coaster ride. But yeah, to answer your question, when I saw him fall, the first thing that went through my mind was, man, I hope he's okay.
And the place was silent.
It was, and,
eerie.
It was almost scary, because when I walked out, the boos echoed and the floor was just rumbling. You
really?
can just feel, you can just feel the electricity. And I was like, man, they don't like me here. And, respectfully so, they have all the right to feel that way. I'm fighting against the Jersey legend, and so I knew I was going to have to earn my respect there.
And it's a tough spot for you. I really feel bad for you because you get a win over Frankie Edgar, by far the biggest of your career, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's just a huge name. Frank, you good?
Fix this mic.
Okay. That's Frank, who's just walking in here.
Yeah.
A little bit rude of him to just
Go,
interrupt
Frank.
the conversation.
The beard is really long.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
How's that? Is that better?
It feels, yeah.
Okay. But I feel like you're not getting like the credit for it because everyone was just so bummed. Like I will admit, I saw his daughter is there, his kid. I have kids too. It's like, oh God, this is hard to process right now.
I just watched the fight this morning. I didn't watch it yesterday. I just watched it this morning, and I did see his kids there and all that, and that just kind of made it more like that sucks,
Yeah.
to see your dad and your husband like that, I just wish him the best, hope he's good.
How would you characterize this night for you? Because it's MSG, biggest win. You're dealing with a lot. Like, is this the best moment of your career, or is it more of a bittersweet moment? How would you actually describe it?
It's a little bit of everything. It's bittersweet. It's it's still like I said, it's very bittersweet. I'm happy that I got the job done. Because I still, at the end of the day, I still have a job to do. The job was done. But, there's a lot of other things that follow up with that. There's, like I said, the thrill and the agony. There's going to be a winner. There's going to be, a loser, sort of say. I don't really see a loser in that aspect. But, yeah, it's definitely bittersweet. But at the same time, I do find the good in it, and there's a lot of good things that came out of it as well. But
like what?
The whole thing with Coach Mark, he's got a staph infection that he goes to the hospital with, and, they find out he had, kidney failure. And then when they run a scan, they're like, you got a mass on your kidney. So, there was good things that came up with everything that was going on, but it's still, you still have situations that you have to face head on,
And of course, you're talking about Mark Montoya.
Yes, sir.
A long-time great MMA coach, Factory X, where you train. I thought after the fight you were emotional, and I thought it was because you were dealing with the emotions of just beating Frankie Edgar and he was out. And then you mentioned your coach. I didn't know at the time that he was battling this, and I saw the pictures afterwards of him, using the cane and whatnot. And he had surgery. How long ago was it?
He got out of the hospital Thursday evening.
And he flew to New York.
And flew to New York that Friday, like around 2:00.
Gosh.
Was on a plane.
What was it like when you saw him? And did you know he would come?
Yeah, he was, he made it, that guy, he's cut from a different cloth, to say the least, and he made a promise, and, that guy's just not going to make a promise and not keep it. So whenever he was like, I promise, like, I'm going to be at your fight.
Jeez.
It was, he had every excuse to say, hey, man, like, I'm going to spend time with my family. And rightfully so, he could have, but no, he's, like I said, man, he's just not built. He's built very different, He makes a promise, he's going to keep it.
It's surgery on his kidneys.
So on his staff.
Oh, okay.
Because he's not able to get surgery on that until December.
Oh, okay.
So they have to let this infection go away before, because you can't operate when you have an infection. That's what they don't want. And he's dealing with that. So he's kind of dealing with a lot right now. And it's, how do I say, it's kind of sad. I hate to say it, but like, man, it hurts me to see him kind of, a little bit slower right now and, walking with a cane, because he's just not like that on the daily. He's getting in there with us and mixing it up with us, and everything we do, he does. So no, he's like one of the guys as well on the team. He's on the mats every day, and when someone's not doing good, he's talking you up, let's go, and he'll get in there with you. And to see him now with a cane, kind of pushing through it, it kind of like takes a little toll on you.
Is there any part of you before this fight you're like, man, and it's not fair to yourself to do this, but like, this guy came out all the way, I need to win for him. Were you putting that pressure on yourself?
Of course,
that's a lot of pressure to put on yourself.
But it's the reality,
Yeah.
It's the truth. I'm like, man, this guy, flew in, that Friday, and I'm like, man, for me not to give it my all would just be a disrespect.
Yeah.
This guy's here giving it his all, literally struggling to get up these stairs and walk everywhere with us, and for me to go out there and just, lay down easy and look for a doorway out would be a disrespect to him and his family and everyone that was in the process to make this happen,
So is he going to be taking time off now?
No.
Jeez Louise.
No, he's not.
What a beast.
We still got fights until December, and he's going to be at all of them.
Wow. He's planning on being on all of them.
Yeah.
And what are they saying about his kidney, about like the surgery to come and the recovery?
I believe it's December. He's going to try to get that thing taken out.
Okay.
And, it's a little process like any surgery, but, you can't keep a good man down.
Yeah.
He'll bounce back quick.
The scene afterwards with you and Frankie, could you share what you said to him?
Man, you're a legend, and it's an honor to share this cage with you. And, I just, I was like the kid, growing up watching, and that's reality. I was the kid growing up watching this guy compete, and I always pictured him as like, and I mean no disrespect, but I always was like, man, he's like the little engine that could.
Yeah.
And it was the smallest guy in the division, always, being the underdog and would always prevail on top. So like, I wasn't the biggest guy growing up. So I was always kind of like, man, like, sort of like me, I'm not the biggest guy, but neither is he. And he's just, prevailing and just winning. And he's got heart. And I was like, man, like, I got to stay on that track. I want to be like him. So, man, it kind of took me back. I was like a kid, and I was like, man, overall, I was just like, man, it's an honor. And are you okay? I was just like, man, are you okay? I was just wanting him to be okay.
Did he say anything back to you?
Yeah. He was like, yeah, I'm good, man. He was like, good luck in your career, and, keep going.
Crazy. I mean, that is a legend right there.
It is, man. It is. Like I said, it's definitely bittersweet, because I'm sure everyone would have wanted, to see him go out on top. Who wouldn't want to see a hero go out on top? And, I don't think there's anything you should hang your head low on that, but, it is a bittersweet feeling.
By the way, that walk back to the locker room, that's when the fans, were people saying mean things to you?
No, believe it or not, I think, I actually got some messages. I had people that were like, man, I was getting some like really bad messages leading to the fight. Yeah, that they hope I get my face broken and
crazy.
Where's
this? Like on
Instagram,
like or Twitter?
And shit like that. And, whatever. But afterwards, some people were like, yeah, you're not so bad after all. You got a fan. And so like, that was pretty cool. But, I mean, in the arena when I was walking back, people, were like, hey, good fight,
Okay, so it wasn't like you suck and all that stuff.
I had a couple people, but man, I didn't let that negativity, mess up my night. I was more focused on all the good vibes that people were sending my way and saying good job, and man, I got respect for you, stuff like that.
By the way, when you're preparing for a fight and you read that stuff, like I hope you know.
Yeah.
Does that mess you up?
No, I mean, no. To be honest, no. I just kind of laugh and because they don't know. They're just that's their hero. And they're just like, hey, we hope you lose. I wouldn't go to the extreme and say I hope you get your face broken, but hey, some people, I don't know. Some people suck. That's all I can say.
And this is an incredible moment for you too. I mean, you've had your trials and tribulations as well. You have been through a lot. I mean, not that long ago, correct me if I'm wrong, you had surgery on both elbows, right?
Yeah, both.
Within a span of what, a week or two?
No, within the same month.
Within the same month, yeah. What happened, by the way?
Man, just from years of wear and tear. I just had a lot of like bone chips and bone spurs. And man, I would like put my elbows on the table and man, I couldn't. I just jump,
Yeah.
And then, man, just getting kicked, and especially my last fight, when I hit him with the spinning back fist, he fell. When I hit him with elbows, every time I hit him, I was like, ow, this shit hurts, this hurts. And luckily I got the job done and the ref stopped it. But afterwards, I was like, my elbows are on fire. It's like, this can't be good. I'm hurting myself hitting them.
So, and it was the same surgery on both elbows?
Both elbows, yep.
Wow.
And that sucked. I didn't think it all the way through, having 2 surgeries in 1 month. Yeah, it was tough.
What do you mean? Like, in retrospect, you wish you didn't do that?
I mean, no, I'm glad I did it, but man, it was hard. Like, it's hard. Like, it's hard to wipe my ass, sometimes.
And how long ago was this?
This was, I fought March, April, like close to May.
Close to, so not that long ago.
Yeah, not that long ago. It was this year.
Yeah.
And then I was, I had to wear these like sleeves to help the compression and stuff like that. It hurt. It was a process for sure, but good now.
And how does it feel? I mean, obviously you didn't really have to use them.
I didn't have to use them.
Yeah.
I was telling the coaches in the back, I was like, well, I get to use the new elbows today, so we'll see how they work.
But just in the training camp and everything, all good?
Yeah, everything was good, so I couldn't complain. It was firing all cylinders.
And as far as your career, like I was looking at your resume. Your debut, May of 2013, at something called Ring Rulers Spa City Stomp Out Hunger.
Yeah.
You beat a guy named Dowan Pinkney.
Dowan Pinkney.
Yeah. What was this? Was in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Was this at a spa?
No, this was outside in a parking lot, and they just had a cage and they had seats around, and I won't forget that fight. That was a funny fight.
Why?
Because man, Arkansas was hot as hell, and they had these like flood lamps.
Oh God.
Man, and they were just beaming down on this mat, and it just makes you sweat.
Yeah.
It's like it felt like the sun was literally like 10 feet away from you. And it was a sweaty mess out there. And he was punching me, and I was getting ragdolled. And that happened for like 2 rounds, and I finally caught him and ended up knocking him out.
So it wasn't going well for you?
No, it was not going well for me.
Wow.
It just, I was fighting at 45, and he was just coming down from 55. And he, if I remember correctly, he didn't make weight. He was still like in the 50s, I think like 51, 52. And I made every bit of 145. And the next day, he had to be like 180. And I was like, man, this guy ate the guy at weigh-ins. And yeah, he was definitely slugging me back and forth. And I guess he got tired of beating me up.
Imagine telling that guy at Spa City Stomp Out Hunger. What was it, like for a charity or something?
I mean, it could have been. I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, I don't remember.
Imagine telling that guy 9 years later you're fighting at MSG in front of 20,000 people beating Frankie Edgar in his retirement fight. Like, could you have was that even a...
No.
Like,
yeah, you couldn't even tell me that. I would have been like, get out of here.
Was UFC even... Like, did you think it was a possibility for you?
I mean, I wanted, as a kid growing up playing soccer, I was like, man, like, of course, I want to play in the World Cup. I want to be on these big stages. So, like, I had a lot of belief in myself, but also, like, where I come from is a little town, it's just like, man, like, what's the reality? Can I really make it out of here?
What's it called?
Greenville.
Okay.
Greenville, Texas, yeah. So, I just was like, man, like, and we had like 1 or 2 guys that made it in the NFL, and I was like, man, like, but can I make it to a big stage somewhere? And that was the real answer. That was the real like thing for me was like, man, can I be one of the 1%ers to make it out and do something good with my life?
So initially the dream was soccer.
Yeah, of course.
And how do you transition over to MMA?
Man, I grew up obviously playing soccer my whole life, and that's kind of what it is in a Hispanic household,
Yeah.
And, you know, I was doing martial arts in and out, but the schools never really lasted. And, yeah, I just got in. A gym opened up like 3 or 4 blocks away from my house. And it was a little kickboxing little spot. And I went in there and I just told the coach was like, "Can I help you?" And I was like, "What do I do here?" He was like, "Oh, you know, some punching and kicking." And I was like, "Well, I got some experience. I street fight." And he was like, "Okay, Kimbo, go take this waiver to your parents. You're obviously underage, and go get a signature."
How old were you at this time?
I was 14 and a half, about to be 15.
Wow.
Yeah. And
he called you Kimbo?
Yeah, he called me
That's
Kimbo.
awesome.
Because I was like, at the time, Kimbo was, you know,
Yeah,
you know, street fights. And so I was like, you know, I got some street fighting experience. And he was like, "Okay, Kimbo, go get this waiver signed and we'll see what you got." And
What do you mean by street fighting?
oh, you know, you get into tussles in the street.
Would you get into a lot?
That was kind of rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
were you like a bad kid?
what do you mean? I was a
Like,
bad
well, like,
kid.
would you get into trouble? Like, were you doing bad things, or were you just like the kind of kid who would, you know?
I mean, probably a little bit of both.
Okay.
You know, I wouldn't say I went and started fights, but if a fight was like presented to me, I wouldn't like say no.
Got it.
You know, so yeah, I found myself in a couple scuffles, and yeah, that's how it kind of started. From
And
there.
when did you decide that this was going to be something you wanted to pursue as a pro, like for your career?
Man, I just loved, I think, the discipline of it.
Oh.
You know, I started getting away from, you know, the hard-headedness of, you know, running around doing stupid shit and getting in trouble. I kind of saw like, man, like I wouldn't go out that much on the weekends because I was too tired from the whole week. And usually, you know, your sparring day is on a Friday. So when the weekend comes up, I was totally beat up. I was like, man, I don't want to go anywhere. I'm hurting. I'm tired. My ego hurts. I got beat up. I'm staying in. And then it just made me want to go to the gym more to get better. And it wasn't until like, as an amateur, I was doing pretty good. I was getting Rookie of the Year awards, Knockout of the Year and stuff like that. And I was like, man, I think I can go somewhere with this. You know, at the time, you know, your coaches are like, man, like, I think we can go UFC. What do you think? And at the time, I was like, yeah, I would like to. But again, I was like, what's the reality? You know, am I good enough? Will I ever make it? So I always battled that, you know.
When did you start to believe that you can make it? Like there's an act, because like reading some of these events that you competed at, Extreme Knockout 19, Extreme Knockout 20, Battle at the Fort, Battlegrounds MMA, CSCS, excuse me. Obviously, you had the World Series of Fighting fights, you had the Bellator fight, but like there was a lot of random spots all over the place. When did you start to believe like this is actually something that you can, you know, succeed in and make a career out of?
Believe it or not, I think it was like when obviously I turned pro and I was like, man, okay, you know, I think, you know, obviously there's levels in the professional leagues, so I was just like, man. And every fighter that was fighting had like a winning record. My coach growing up, he was never about like getting easy fights, because he was like, yo, you're gonna get to the big league one day, and you don't want that to be your first like hard fought.
Yeah.
You wanna get tested and have adversity before. So I just kept beating people who were, I guess I was not supposed to beat. And finally I was just like, man, like I got a chance to like do something great with my life, you know. I don't want to be working a 9-to-5, going to a bullshit job that I'm not going to be happy in. And, you know, watching my parents, you know, work their whole lives, you know, for people they didn't really want to work for. And that kind of motivated me to like, man, like, I think I got a chance to like help my parents get out of some of the situations. And that's what kind of like motivated me the most.
I was reading an article about you last night. I think it was on UFC.com about some of the other stuff that you've had to overcome. And I don't know how much you want to talk about any of that, but you've had to overcome some tough stuff. And I think you I guess attributed your UFC debut and the performance to a custody battle that you were going through.
Yeah. I mean, that's still ongoing, you know.
Still ongoing.
You know, I don't get to see my son for shit.
Never?
Yeah, I don't. You couldn't ask me anything about my son right now.
Where does he live?
All I know is he in Colorado, either Boulder or Longmont, somewhere around there.
Wow. How old is he?
5.
5.
Yeah.
And you have no contact with him?
No contact of him. No contact. What's funny is that I tried to get some information from his school. You know, I wanted to know. his attendance, what he does at school. Just wanted to learn the basic stuff of my son. I call his school, and then I get a phone call from a detective.
Oh.
That was like, basically wanted to know why I'm calling the school for a kid. And I'm like, it's my son. And it just goes to show how crazy it is that, I call the school and I send proof that I'm his son. I send court documents. Look, like, I'm his dad, regardless of what you get. And man, they were rude to me. They were, they just treated me like I was shit from the get-go. So it's, I deal with that on the daily.
Have you ever met him?
Yeah, I've met my son. I was in his life when he was first born. I was in his life for a total of 3 months when he was born, and then, everything kind of went to shit from there.
And was that the last time you saw him?
No. I saw him for like, I think a total of like, to be honest, I saw him for his I think second birthday.
Okay.
And then got to see him a couple times after that. At like these facilities, where they, monitor you and stuff like that. And got to see him for like a total of like 20 times.
Okay.
For like an hour.
Yeah.
So I would say I've only been in his life for like 25 hours after that. And that was it.
And you can't like call him now, right?
I can't call him. Hell no,
How
I'll get
come?
arrested.
You'd be arrested?
Probably.
Why?
Shit. Tell the courts. Ask the courts.
Okay. And just because also in the same article it talked about, so you've spent some time in jail, right?
Yeah.
And what was that for?
For all kind of things for this.
Is it related to this story?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I got accused of a lot of heinous shit for this, I got accused of, oh, fuck, man. I don't want to really say that much, but I got accused of some really stupid shit. And yeah, man, that, believe it or not, man, they use the sport against me in a way, that I was just this, I guess, loose cannon that's aggressive, and I guess it worked in a way. It got me custody taken, and yeah.
And how long were you in jail for?
Well, they were trying to give me, for certain situations, they were trying to give me a lot more time. So I went to jail originally for like a day or two. Then I had a bond out, and then that's when I started going through all the trials and, all the courts. I had to start going through the system to just be in my son's life. But I tell you what, they definitely want the money for sure. That's it. That's the first thing they'll hit me up on. It's child support.
Right.
Of course.
And you say that like all the stuff that you were accused of didn't happen.
No, hell no. I didn't. I wasn't perfect by all means. I had my own stuff that I was dealing with. My own demons. But yeah, the stuff that I got accused of, no, hell no. I wasn't raised that way. And yeah.
Do you feel as though one day you'll be able to have a relationship with him?
I hope. That's why I'm trying to do the best that I can now. Like I said, by any means, I'm not perfect. I know I did some stuff wrong, but stuff that I was accused of, no, never that. But I had to fix some things within my, my own personal life. And I have, and it's still a process. I'm still not perfect.
Do you feel like you're in a better spot though?
For sure. I'm still trying to figure this thing called life out.
Mm-hmm.
I think we all are. But yeah, I feel I'm in a much better place mentally. Like I said, I still struggle every day, to be honest. But I try to find little positive things in there.
What do you feel like you struggle with?
I don't know. Like, again, like I always, the stuff that I got accused of, I always was like, man, like, am I really that bad of a person? You know what I mean? Like you ask yourself like, damn, I got accused of something like shit. Like I wonder why, and then it's like, man, am I really that bad of a person? And you tell yourself something enough times, you start to believe it, And so, but it took me a while, and I was just like, I'm not, after a lot of like life talks and stuff, I was like, man, I'm not that shit person. I'm not, and I refuse to let any situation or circumstance define my life. And I live by that. And I told myself never again will I let someone or any situation, again, circumstance ever define who I am. So I always look at it as like you make it through tonight, there'll be a better day.
And you live in New Jersey, right?
No, I'm from here.
You're from New Jersey.
I'm from New Jersey.
Well, where do you live?
In Colorado.
You live in Colorado.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So I'm from New Jersey originally, and then moved down to Texas. And I was raised down there my whole life. And then 6 years ago, I moved to Colorado, and I moved up there with my son, and then all that shit just like fell apart. And I've been up there ever since.
Okay, I was trying to figure out, because I know you had ties to New Jersey, but then how were you training? Okay, so you still have family here?
I do.
Did they come to the fight?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
at least you had some people rooting for you.
Yeah, of course. I'm glad. I got my mom and dad, my girl, and my brother. They came up here, to the fight, and so, it's nice when you have a really close support system close to you. And yeah, they were the only ones repping the Colombian and Guatemalan flags, so it was nice to have them here and at MSG.
Yeah.
It's
Man, no Colombia or Guatemala, not a powerhouse in the World Cup.
Yeah.
So who are we going for? A U.S.?
Yeah, of course. Why not?
Colombia usually a powerhouse, but not these days. So I know that you mentioned it was Font, Cruz, and who was the third one at the post-fight press conference?
Pedro Munoz.
Pedro Munoz. Do you have three greats, one legend, Dominic Cruz? Not sure about his status. Do you have a preference? And do you think that you will get a name of that caliber coming off this one?
I don't know. I mean, I can just all I can do is just ask for it, right?
Yeah.
Worst thing they can say is no.
I mean, Frankie Edgar, it would be good if you continue to make that climb.
Of course, but
what is it? Undefeated in your last 8 or something like that? You had the draw against Cody.
Cody Durden.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so you're on a roll.
Yeah, you can say that.
When do you want to return?
Soon. Soon.
I'm sure you're not too banged up.
No, I feel pretty good. Hands a little bit, but it's part of it. You get a little banged up.
And by the way, what does the heart symbolize?
I don't know, a broken heart, I guess.
Okay, I wasn't sure because I was like, you are a little bummed over all this, but
it's just
a shirt. Okay,
just a shirt.
I wasn't sure if that was like your logo or anything like that. Cody No Love.
No, just a broken heart, I guess. I've been brokenhearted before.
Right, but you see, you're in a good spot now.
Yeah, for sure. I'm in a better spot mentally, than I was back in the day. So
right. Well, I wish you the best. Lovely to meet you. Congratulations on an incredible win, incredible moment, and I hope that you're able to reunite with your son and that things are able to turn around for you. Thank you for coming in.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, all the best.
Yes, sir.
Gutierrez, thank you so much. There he is joining us. Massive win for him over Frankie Edgar. Joe will walk you out over here, and appreciate you making the trek into the city, my man. Of course, thank you for having me. There he is, Chris Gutierrez, and in a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by one of the greatest American wrestlers of all time. There he is, in the shadows. David Taylor, how are you, sir?
Good, Ariel.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I have to apologize to you. I had to change the time on you a couple times. You could blame other people for that, but not my style. So thank you for being very flexible. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really happy to be here.
Huge honor for us. You're incredible. You're one of the best American wrestlers on the planet, one of the best wrestlers on the planet. In fact, you just won the World Championships, second time. For those that may not know, Olympic gold medalist, multiple-time world champion, multiple-time national champion, multiple-time Dan Hodge Trophy winner, and you just signed with Iridium, which is one of the top, sports agencies, combat sports agencies in the biz. Jason House, one of the top managers. Why did you sign with them?
So I've known Izzy Silva for a long time, and I've just kind of at that point in my career where I just like to have some representation, and I think having someone that's credible in the space, but also it's like good people, and Izzy. He's like, hey, you got to meet Jason. Sat down with him. And after really just the first call, I said, this is a good fit for me. And then being here this weekend, getting to know, the crew a little bit better, just kind of reinforced that this was a really good decision. And so I'm excited. I think they can help navigate things for me as I continue moving, for my career, but obviously as things go past that as well.
And by the way, up until this point, you didn't have representation?
Not really, no.
Is that common?
Well, in wrestling, it's just a different space, I think, the opportunities within our sport, you kind of can navigate those things. But getting to that point, after, winning the Olympic gold medal, going to the second Olympics, just kind of having good representation, I think is important. And I think a lot of people have it, but obviously having a really credible group that you can work with, I think is important.
And so I was wondering when I heard about this, is this, his foray into the world of MMA? We've seen so many come from the world of wrestling. Of course, a man Bo Nickel, doing big things. Is this your foray into the world of MMA?
People ask me that all the time. And I would say, after watching, the fights last night at Madison Square Garden or 2 nights ago, I think in the sport of wrestling, I've accomplished everything that I want to accomplish. Winning a second Olympic gold medal in Paris in 2024 is top priority. But if I want to pursue being the best combat athlete of all time, stepping the octagon is something that will have to happen. Is that going to happen? I don't know yet.
Okay.
But I'm definitely considering it more than I'd ever considered it before. And I just think if that's the step that I want to take, it's you understand, kind of what you're up against. You understand, people have been doing this their entire life. It's no joke. It's a livelihood. It's a profession. But I've been competing at the highest level my whole life. And when it comes down to being a competitor, I'll bet on myself every single time. So it's just a matter of, if that's a decision that I make, it'll be the best.
Why are you considering it now? You say you're considering it more now than before. Why now? Why more now than before?
Well, I think when obviously when you see
that was your first UFC event, right? That you
first UFC event.
Yeah.
You watch it on TV, and I think being in person is a little different. But wrestling is an amazing sport, but it's a niche sport. Where obviously MMA is something that's viewed all around the world. Mm-hmm. I think your competitive juices get flowing. You see like, wow, okay, this is kind of a next level. And it's exciting. As a competitor, you want to seek out and you want to be the best. And wrestling, I've done that. So now it's like, well, how many more times do I continue doing that again? And I could see, if that was a path that I chose, you can kind of see like that's something new and exciting, and it's a new task. It's something new. You can kind of like be reinvigorated, and you'd be chasing greatness, and that's something that interests me.
Has Bo's success changed your stance on your potential foray into MMA?
Well, I think being around Bo my entire life, or I wouldn't say my entire life, but for most of the last 10 years, I just see like he's, whatever he's going to do, he's going to be extremely successful. And just seeing for him as he's made the transition from wrestling into fighting, he's just, it's very important to him. And you can see with the success that he's having, it is correlating with the time that he's putting into it. It's so exciting. I'm super excited for him. It's awesome. Like he's so gifted in so many ways, and now this outlet I think is a perfect outlet for him, and I'm excited to continue following his journey. It's like I really believe like the sky's the limit for him.
And of course, for those that may not know, you're both Penn State alum, right? So obviously you have a connection to him. I'm just wondering, has he exceeded your expectations thus far? No? You knew he was going to steamroll?
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember when Bo came on his visit to Penn State, I remember walking around with him and his family and just spending time with them. We've known each other for a long time. Like we've been training partners, we've competed with each other. And we talked about that in wrestling. Like when we wrestle with each other, good things happen, but now seeing that when he's made this transition, it doesn't surprise me at all. He's so gifted, and this is something that he's really wanted to do. And you can see like he's very determined and has a very specific purpose and goal. And I'm excited for him. I think he's a dangerous guy to fight against, and I don't think anyone's gonna want to fight him.
Your takeaway from Saturday, obviously the energy is incredible. That was an incredible card to go to. I mean, like one of the best of the year, one of the best in recent memory. When you're sitting there watching this, is there any part of you that's thinking like, I want this, I want to be a part of something like this?
It's hard as a competitor to sit in that arena and not feel that way.
Yeah.
It's electric. You're like, wow. I mean, just, but obviously it's just, it's not something that I've done. But if you talk, from a combat sports standpoint, wrestlers can make that transition and do really well, but it's definitely a different path. Obviously you got to understand when you walk into an arena, like some people get to go and celebrate with their family and some people go to the hospital, in wrestling, that's not the case. Worst case scenario, you get taken down, you get beat, you're not beaten, your ego hurts, you're you're frustrated, but you just regroup and you can wrestle the next day if you want to. You know, fighting's a different world when it comes to that kind of stuff. And I think it definitely takes a different mentality and gotta have a really clear purpose if for those that decide that route.
I know you guys get asked about this all the time because of the success of so many wrestlers in MMA. Was there ever a period where you were like, no way, I would never do this? I know Jordan Burroughs has been asked this question a million times as well, and he's been pretty clear. Recently, the tune has changed a little bit, maybe a one-off, but was there ever a point where you were like, nah, this isn't for me?
I probably always felt that way.
Okay.
You know, I probably always felt that way because of the things I said. You know, it's like my biggest analogy is in wrestling, you know, you get caught in a trap arm, you get caught in a leg lace, the match may be over by points, but you're not in the hospital.
Right.
You know, but again, I think after being there and seeing it, you know, it definitely is, I feel like it opens that door a little bit, you know, to realize, like, hey, well, in combat sports, this is the pinnacle, you know, and if you know, you don't know what's going to happen,
right?
But you can see, like, hey, if I decided this is something I want to do, I think I'd be really successful in it.
Have you ever just tried sparring?
I mean, we in wrestling, we spar all the time, you know? So I think that the idea of sparring and that kind of give and take is something that we do all the time. I've messed around a little bit of like jiu-jitsu and stuff, but not much with mitts.
One time I asked Bo Nickel when he first announced that he was coming to MMA how he felt about getting punched in the face. He held that against me for a very long time. But the reason I was asking him the question was, you know, there was always this knock on Brock Lesnar that he didn't like to get punched. It's a different, obviously you guys are getting smashed. I mean, I see your ears. You guys get hit very hard, but it's a different type of hitting, right? And so I would ask you the same, like the idea of getting punched in the face, probably not your favorite thing?
Yeah, I mean, that's not something I don't think anyone wants to get punched in the face, you know? But in wrestling, I feel like when you're really technical, you avoid those things. You avoid like the random elbows and the headbutts and things like that because you're kind of ahead. You understand kind of where you're at in space and you navigate, and especially the way that I wrestle, I'm really technical. So like you kind of know exactly where you're at and where you want to get to, and you know kind of what to navigate. I would think that in fighting, when you get to that level, there's an element of that. Obviously, there's a lot of uncertainty as well. I don't think any fighter probably goes out there with the intention to want to get punched in the face, you know, but I think obviously that's just part of the landscape and, you know, you'd have to get used to it.
So you just mentioned 2024 is your goal. You want to make another run, right? Yeah. You want to be on that team. Is any part of you feel like you really want this because as great as 2021, you know, quote unquote 2020 was, you didn't really get the full Olympic experience, right? Does that have anything to do with it, or would you have gone for 2024 even if, you know, Tokyo was just your regular Olympic?
So my goal at a young age was to win the Olympics.
Yeah.
Because I just thought, hey, and this is the best thing you can do in wrestling, you know. And I think as you go, you realize, well, this is a hard thing to accomplish, you know. Just so for those that don't understand, you know, in wrestling, so you have the World Championships. There's 10 weight classes. The Olympics happen once every 4 years. We go from 10 weight classes to 6 weight classes. So just in the United States alone right now, you have multiple time world champions that then shrink to be going to the same weight classes just to make the team in the United States. They then go wrestle the best 16 other guys in the world in the Olympic year. But I would say like after achieving that, you know, in 2020, it being postponed to 2021, it was kind of like, what's next? You know, and as a competitor, you just kind of like, well, I still am in the peak shape, conditioning. I believe I'm still the best. And then I think because it got postponed, it wasn't a 4-year wait. It was only a 2-year wait, really. You know, and now we're well into that cycle. You know, the next Olympic trials are going to be, you know, April. Actually, I think they're going to be in State College of 2024. So there was a lot. The light in the tunnel wasn't as long. Didn't seem as daunting. You know, like 4 more years.
Okay.
But I think I'd always kind of set. I always believed I was going to wrestle through 2024, just because of timing, my age, the situation that I was in, and to not have that full experience in 2020. I tell people a lot. It actually, I feel like, made it a lot easier to win because all you did is we just showed up, we did our own thing, and we wrestled and left. But there's an element of showmanship that I like that I missed. And to think about being able to do that in Paris, which is a more palatable time change. Yeah. People are going to be able to watch it more often. And people just missed out. They haven't been there for 8 years. Right. That's something I think everyone's going to want to go and watch. So I think it's exciting. And there's only been a few that have won 2 Olympic gold medals. You know, so it's something that it's a goal that I've shifted to, and it's become the new priority for me.
March/April 2020, when you got the word that the Olympic Games weren't happening, and you're peaking now, right? What was that moment like?
was hard. So for me, actually, so I won the world in 2018, my first world championship at 28. So I was the oldest or second oldest first-time world champion. So most people in our sport, the average age is like in your low 20s. Well, I came back from that, kind of like, all right, won the first world championship and ready to start rattling these things off. And I tore my ACL in an exhibition match, actually, in Madison Square Garden.
Beat the streets, right?
Beat the streets.
Yeah.
So I was just rehabbing back from that. So I was in a situation where I'm like, less than a year, I either get the surgery and come back for the Olympic trials, or I don't get the surgery and wrestle hurt to get to the Olympics. But there was obviously, I was on a 10-month timeline. So I just wrestled. I made the decision to get the surgery. I wrestled all the way back, or I got back. I was actually in Canada qualifying the weight for the Olympic Games with the Olympic qualifier when everything was shutting down. I'm just like, please just like let this match happen, let us qualify, and then we'll see what happens after that. Because a lot of places were shutting down like, this is over. So we qualified the weight, we drove across the border that night, and everything got shut down the next morning.
Wow.
Which was pretty crazy. So I think for me, it was a little challenging because it was like a 2-year delay because I was hurt, so I didn't wrestle that whole year. And I was just training to try and get back because I'm like, all right, I can't wrestle like the rest of my competition, but I can manage what I can manage. I can be in great shape. I can have my nutrition dialed in. So the day I get the green light to be back ready to wrestle, I only have a few months to get to peak shape conditioning to make this Olympic team. So I had that mindset. So when it got delayed, now it's a whole nother year. So it was like a 2-year sprint. It wasn't like, oh, I'm peaking up. You know, I was peaked up and I had to do that for a whole nother year. And that was challenging. Just because of the way my mentality is, I'm an all-in guy. So I was ready, I was back, I was dialed in, I knew I had this short timeline, you know, I was ready to compete, and then now I have to wait a whole nother year. It was a little challenging, and I felt like I experienced some burnout into the Olympics in 2021 because of that. And I had to really battle a lot that year with just like staying focused because I basically didn't have a break for 2 years, you know?
And you're working on your garage, right? I mean, for a good period of time. Like, I was listening to an interview with you on a podcast called Wrestling Saved My Life, right? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Wrestling Changed My Life.
Changed My Life, excuse me. You were talking about like sometimes you're screaming at yourself, you're crying because I guess like you're just stuck by yourself. You can't go train with anyone. That must have been a real mental hurdle to get over. I mean, hurdle is probably putting it mildly.
Yeah, I mean, you in wrestling, you're training a lot with other people. You know, you're pushing, and you know, you're like that element of being a competitor where you're with other person, you're kind of doing this, and then as soon as things got shut down, I gathered as much gym equipment as I possibly could. Some people let me borrow some of their things. I had the squat rack from a friend of mine in town that plugged into the back of my truck. Wow. You know, so I'm by myself, no spotter. You know, and I'm just training, and you know, obviously a little bit of frustration. I'm like, hey, I thought, you know, we were back and I'm getting ready for the Olympics. Now I got to wait a whole nother, you know, year and a half to the Olympics. But I didn't want to lose step. So yeah, you're in there training, like doing these hard workouts. So I work with Sam Calvita, the training lab. And, you know, I've been working with him since 2016 and the workouts he's sending me, I'm looking through them like, coach, these are brutal, you know, but it was like our mindset was like, well, now we'll separate ourselves from everybody else. We'll put the time into training that maybe we wouldn't have because you got to balance it with wrestling. I mean, just the workouts were they were monsters, you know, but I think it helped mentally too. Just like, man, if I'm getting through these things, it's kind of mentally got me a little bit stronger to make that run in Tokyo.
When you won in Tokyo, was your wife there?
No, we didn't have anybody there.
Wow. You weren't allowed?
No.
God,
no.
That must have been tough.
Well, even with that, it was like every day it was, maybe shut down, maybe not. So every day you're training for this thing. With the Olympics too, it's you have to be the best, but also the best at the right time. So it's once every 4 years.
Right.
So maybe, you know, you're the best in one of those middle years, and whatever happens, injury, age, you know, lack of focus, if you're not making the team, you got to wait 4 more years to get ready, you know? So it's like, and then every day they were saying, could have it, could not have it, maybe we'll have it. So in my mind, you know, my advice, like, we're going to have it. We can only train with that mentality. You know, you can't let a sliver of doubt slip in, like maybe it's not going to happen, because we can't control that. But when we're there too, you get tested every single day. You know, if you get COVID when you're there, out. You're out. You know, early in the Olympics, they were pulling people out.
Right.
You know, so that's another variable.
So stressful.
You know, it's kind of crazy. So I just think that Olympic, it'll go down in history as such a difficult one, because what everyone had to do to get there during that period of time, and then obviously what we had to do while we were there. You know, there'll never be like a time like that, you know, probably Hopefully in the rest of time.
Hopefully not. And then you have the situation where I heard you say, so usually Olympics, but then the World Championships are 2 years later. Here they were a year later, and that was the toughest year of your life, right? Because you really had no time to come down and at least enjoy the moment. You had to get right back into it, correct?
Yeah. 8 weeks later.
8 weeks later.
Yeah, so the 2021 World Championships were still on the schedule as when they were. The Olympics were in August. The 2021 World Championships were always going to be in September. But when the Olympics got pushed back to August of 2021, we knew it was only 8 weeks till the World Championships.
Jeez Louise.
So, just a kind of little, for me, the biggest rivalry in the world is myself and Hassan Yazdani from Iran. He's a three-time world champion. He's a 4-time world champion, Olympic champion. His only losses have been to me. And he won the Olympics in 2016. He won it in 17. I beat him in 18. I got hurt. He won in 19. I beat him in the Olympic finals in 20. 8 weeks later, he beat me in the World Championships. And then this year, I just beat him back in the World Championships again. Dang. So it's we're just on this collision course every year. We're kind of the motivating factor for each other to continue to get better. And
you like this guy, or is he a cool dude?
Yeah, he is. I mean, I think he's a guy that,
dick.
I think he loves wrestling and he represents his country, to the best of his ability. Just like I try and take pride and represent the United States to the best of my ability. And he's a great competitor. He's a fierce competitor. We do, the way that we wrestle, we're wrestling to try and dominate our opponents. And it's we're both teching and pinning everybody till we wrestle each other. And then it's just this fierce battle, where every point, every second is crucial, to the outcome. So I beat him. I took him down in the last 20 seconds to win the Olympics. So I was losing with 20 seconds left. I executed takedowns. Basically my last chance. If I don't score there, it's over. So I won. It reached this goal of mine that I've had for my entire life. I come home. The day I came home, my wife and I, we have a cold pressed juice company called KT Roots. We opened our new location the day I got home. The day I got home, we had our second baby girl 3 weeks later. Then I had to leave to go to training camp 2 days after that, and then go to the World Championships and wrestle this guy that just had something taken from him in the last 20 seconds, had 8 weeks to train. And I was going, more or less because I'm I'm healthy. I just missed this one. I just won. I'm still in peak. But I just was lacking a little bit of the motivation. I went in there and I lost. Still a really close match, very similar to the Olympics. With a minute left, I needed a takedown. I just didn't get it. But then that, for the last year, what motivated me. I'm I'm never going to lose like that ever again. And then I separated myself. I beat him 7-1 this year. Between our trials process and the World Championships, I didn't give up any offensive points. And
but were you not doubting yourself beforehand?
Yeah, I think for one of the first times in my life, I had some doubt.
And weren't you close to pulling out?
Yeah, the year, it was just I'm trying to find what's next, we talked about a little bit earlier. And ultimately, for me, it was, I beat this guy.
Yeah.
I'm not, I achieved this lifelong goal, and I'm definitely not gonna end with this guy beating me when I don't feel like it was my best. And going into it, I would say probably was maybe one of the challenging years because of the different things that we have. My wife and I, we have 2 girls now. We have different businesses. I have a youth training center at home called M2 Training Center. Like Ben Askren, right? Our clubs compete against each other all the time. Daniel Cormier, our clubs are in the same league, the Premier National League. We just started, so focus on that. It just got different phases of my life now, and just realizing I love to compete, and it took me some time to refine that fire. And then once I did, I went in with a very specific game plan and executed it. And, really from the matches that were very close, I was able to separate myself. Obviously now going into the next 2 years, the World Championships and the Olympics, knowing I'm gonna have to beat that guy 2 more times.
Man. So is the goal, the hope, gold medal in Paris and then retire? At that point, what else do you have to do?
Yeah, I think it's a reevaluation after that. It's easy, when you have something that you're really focused on, that you can prioritize and, understand, this is your why. You can find your why in anything that we're doing. After that, after Paris, definitely reevaluate. This year, this cycle was hard because we were thrown into it before we even started. The Olympics were a year later, the World Championships were 8 weeks after that. So you didn't really, most people after they win the Olympics, they can process. You have a year. You can, you can do your tour, you can take some time off, you can do, but in such a short period of time to be thrown right back into it. And then also I lost, it was just like, man, I had all these mixed emotions.
Yeah.
You know, and then now I feel like, have really good clarity, training a little bit different, and being a little bit older for wrestling. But I feel like I feel better. My performances are better. And I think I took that to realize like what I've been doing for the last 5 years or 25 years to be an Olympic champion, don't necessarily do the exact same thing for the next 2 years. You put in all this time. A friend of mine actually told me, he said, the horse that got you to town is not gonna be the same horse that gets you to the next town.
Oh.
And that just really clicked with me
Yeah.
and resonated. And, I feel like just definitely gave me really good clarity.
Obviously, selfishly, and I think I speak for a lot of MMA fans, would love to see how you do in MMA, considering how incredible of a wrestler you are. If you don't go that, down that path, what do you think you'll do when you retire? Obviously, you have the youth team and you've got businesses. How will you, keep those competitive juices flowing?
It's a good question. It's a good question. I think that's where, like my wife and I, we talk about all the time, it's just you reevaluate. It's like you know where you're going to, and then after that, whatever we decide to shift our focus to, it's about being the best and what we can do in that. And that's just, the best is a relative term, but I've only really known to be the best at what I've done as a young age, best in the state, best in the country, best in the world, So I just think that competitiveness will never go away. It'll just be finding something new to, put that outlet towards. So, but just my wife and I are a great team, and I couldn't do anything without her. So all our decisions that we make, it's sitting down, talking with each other, and kind of finding that route, because without her, I wouldn't be able to do any of these things.
Why does it seem like so many great wrestlers who didn't win a gold medal go to MMA, but so many gold medalists don't go into MMA? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think it's that fulfillment,
okay,
right? Because it's like, we all know that that's the highest thing that you can do, but it's really hard, right?
Yeah.
Timing, competitiveness, all the things that go into it. So I think it's like if you don't get that, then it's the next. I mean, for wrestlers, I would say, I was talking to Daniel yesterday, and he basically said I would trade everything to be an Olympic gold medalist. And it's like, it's kind of crazy to think that way, because he's so successful, but he loves wrestling, and like, but obviously, but I think that motivated him to be the greatest fighter, So I just think it's wrestlers are wired a certain way. We're wired to be the best at what we do. It's so competitive, and then fighting is the same way. It's you don't have a team. You don't have a team to pick you up. You don't have. I had a bad day. I have 10 other players on the field that can have good days, that can make up for it. You have a bad day, it's on you, and you either gotta, you don't feel it, or you got to get tough and find a way to do it. And MMA is they're parallel when it comes to that.
America loves combat sports, but why does it feel like they don't show you guys the love that you deserve?
I asked you that question.
Yeah.
Like you understand combat sports better than anybody.
Yeah. But I don't cover collegiate wrestling. Is that what you're implying? I've dropped the ball for America. I've let America down.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
I'm not.
No,
saying
I know.
that.
No, but I get it a lot. Like, why don't you cover this? Why don't you cover that? I get it with jiu-jitsu as well. Why don't you cover the ADCC? My response is like, there's so much MMA. There's only so much I could cover. But why does it feel like you're a freaking gold medalist, man? Why does it feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, you walk down the street in New York, it's all like people are stopping you, and they should stop you. And so why is that? Because America loves fighters, and they love like hard-nosed, hard hat guy. Like, that's who you are. And I mean, Gable's a little different because he's doing the wrestling thing now, the WWE thing. But I don't know. I feel like you guys should get more love.
Well, I think that steps like this are huge for our sport. I appreciate you allocating your time slot to have me come on. It's a great opportunity to be able to talk about wrestling, and talk about these things. And I think wrestling is 100% moving in a great direction. There's definitely more resources putting into it. And I think now people are realizing that wrestling is a foundation to making great fighters, and a lot of people are putting time and energy now at a younger age. Kids are now allocating time to strike, do jiu-jitsu, because they understand like, hey, this is the, whether it's to be the great or to be famous or whatever it may be, they can see that as an outlet, And so I think that wrestling is moving in that direction. Our events, our national championships are sold out every year. We got great broadcasts on ESPN, the Big Ten Network. There's more personalities in the sport now that are more marketable. It's growing. I think it's becoming more mainstream. So it's a combination of all those things. It takes time. Wrestling, I think, as a whole, is maybe just a little stuck in its ways of kind of like there was this mentality of, you got to hustle and grind your whole life. And once you win the Olympics, then you can reap the rewards. Well, there's a lot of things that can happen during that process, And I think the idea of, growing your brand and that kind of stuff. So I think wrestling is taking more steps in that direction. But obviously opportunities like this are really valuable to kind of be able to talk about it.
Would you ever go down the WWE path?
I think, like I said, when I'm done wrestling, it's what's I have to sit down and say, like, well, what's next? What's going to where can I allocate this competitiveness to, And I think that could definitely be an option. We'll just, definitely got to sit down with the team and talk about it and see what opportunities are available. But, I'm definitely not closing the door to anything,
Okay.
And I think it's a matter of, like, this year I tell myself a lot, going into this year's World Championships, it's just, in my mind, when I make up the decision, I've never set a goal and not accomplished it. It might take me a little bit more time to get that goal, but I've accomplished every goal I've ever set up that I've set out to do. So, when the time comes to make a transition away from wrestling, just set that next goal and go fearlessly pursue it. Don't be afraid to fail. And, I believe I can accomplish those things.
This MMA thing is very exciting to me. I thought you were just going to be like, nah, not my thing. If 10 is you stepping into a cage and fighting, where are we at right now on a scale of 1 to 10?
And one's what?
1 is like,
No
absolutely
way.
not. Yeah.
I'd say we're probably around a 4.
Okay.
Probably around a 4.
And
right?
maybe not that long ago, you were
At a
closer
1.
to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
I think you just see it. I think you can see, like, hey, if this is something that I really put my time into it, it's something new and exciting, and you pivot, and it could be something that's really exciting, But again, it's a different world,
Yes.
It's a different world. There's definitely different risks associated with it, but there's a lot of reward as well.
They've got the ATT gym opening up in State College, right?
Yeah.
I was leading the charge over there. I mean, it's all right there for you. If you do want to announce that you're coming over to MMA, you're welcome to come on this show anytime to do that. I
Okay.
think that would be a big deal. You'd have a lot of people throwing a lot of money your way, I think, especially considering how Bo is doing. But really, I mean, I think we've all known for a long time your base is the best base, right? You could figure out the striking stuff later, and you could have a pretty damn good career with just your base. It's the ones who come in as the strikers who then have to figure out what you know so well, who have trouble. So I think you would do pretty damn good.
Well, thank you.
My 2 cents.
Yeah,
I'm sure you've had other people.
Maybe
tell
you and
that.
I will have to do some striking.
Oh, what, me against you?
Yeah, oh, we
no
can
way.
practice.
I think I'm too big for you.
We can
if
practice
I'm being
together.
honest. Yeah, you want me to teach you a few things.
Yeah.
I like that. I think you would kick my ass, even with no striking, just because you're supremely tough. I mean, your ears are incredible. Can you even put AirPods in there?
I'll tell you what's really challenging.
Yes.
Yeah, I've always had that problem with headphones. I've always had big ears. You
Yeah.
know? And then as time's gone on, I've gotten cauliflower as well. So, like, it never fits. They're always falling out. I'm always touching them and skipping things.
Oh, God.
And I'm like, gosh,
You need to
dang it.
use the cans, right?
Yeah, you got to get like the over the ear noise
Bose
canceling
ones.
ones. They're really good for traveling.
Right.
Traveling over the world, competing. So it's definitely a valuable thing.
Well, great to meet you. I wish you the best in this next cycle. Good luck with the World Championships and then 2024 making that team. And I hope you go back to back. That would be incredible. And I hope to see you in a cage one day. I'm not trying to put any pressure. Or a wrestling ring. I'd love to see you in WWE too.
Well, we're Beat the Streets is an event that happens here all the time, So next year, I think we're doing it. I think it's in April. We'll be here in the Hulu Theater.
Okay.
So love for you to stop by.
Thank you.
That would be awesome. And before we finish today, I actually have something for you that I wanted to give you.
Whoa. Wow.
These are a new
Holy
shoe
crap.
colorway that we're dropping this week.
Wow.
And the company Scrap Life that I work with, these are my signature shoes, and I wanted to give them to you.
Wow, man.
As a thank you.
That is
for
incredible.
having me on.
Wow. Oh, and signed too.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. Holy smokes. Thank
I
you.
don't know if you're size 10. If you are, they'll fit you.
Well, by the way, these will look great among some of the greatest moments, but wow. Thank you. That really means a lot to me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Great
Thank
to meet
you.
you.
Appreciate it.
All the best.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And now I'm invested. So I'll be rooting for you, my man.
appreciate that. Thank
Except
you.
for when you go up against the Canadians. Please be
Okay.
nice to them, okay?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you
David.
very much.
All the best. Joe
Yep.
will walk you out. Hello there, Mr. Cameraman. I appreciate it. Great to have David Taylor. I mean, that is wrestling royalty, my friends. Incredible stuff. Olympic gold medalist, multiple-time national champion, multiple-time world champion, multiple-time Dan Hodge Trophy winner, and a man who just gave me these sweet-ass shoes. Signed. Look at that. That is pretty incredible. Thank you very much to him, and thank you very much to Chris Gutierrez for coming in. A reminder, in about 30 minutes, we'll be joined by Israel Adesanya in studio. Can I go to our next guest, or do I have to wait for you, Joe? Okay. In a bit, we'll be joined by Matt Frevola. Coming up in a matter of moments, we'll be joined by Erin Blanchfield, who had the massive win on Saturday. And so without further ado, let us say hello to Erin Blanchfield, who had the big win. Hello, Erin. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Very excited about what you did on Saturday. Congratulations on the win. By the way, you are from, what is the name of the town? What is it? Something Park. What is the name of it?
Elmwood Park, New Jersey.
Yes. Did you know that there was another famous, resident of, no, not really resident, but a product, I should say, of Elmwood Park, New Jersey, in attendance on Saturday. Did you know that Liv Morgan of WWE was there to support you?
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Do you know who she is?
No, I'm not really sure.
She's a big WWE star. She was just the champion over there. She, too, is from Elmwood Park and was at the event, her first UFC event. So she was telling me that she was very excited to see you in action and was very excited when you won. So a couple of Elmwood Park products doing big things on a big stage. When you got the call that you'd be fighting Molly at Madison Square Garden, very close to home for you, but also considering everything that she's done this year, what did you think?
Oh, I was super pumped about it. I got the call back in like August, so I had a lot of notice for it. But MSG is somewhere I've wanted to fight for a really long time. I didn't really care who I fought, but it being Molly was even better because she was a pretty big name and pretty hyped up like in the moment. So I knew beating her at MSG would just be amazing.
Considering how good you are, were you surprised that they were matching you up with her?
I mean, they put her in top 15, so she was number 15. So if she wanted to move up, she's gonna have to fight people higher. So I wasn't too surprised. I mean, stylistically, I don't think it was a good matchup for her, obviously, at all. But I mean, if she wants to move up, you gotta fight up. So
sure. I guess the reason why I asked that was because she had been on this role, and I think fighting, competition not as good as you, I thought maybe they would keep that going a little longer because she's so popular. And so I was surprised when they put you up against her because you are so good, and I felt like your skill set would be pretty tough for her. So that's why I was a little bit surprised. That's why I asked that.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely a little surprised too. I wasn't sure who they were going to ask me to fight next. And when they asked me to fight Molly, I definitely was a little bit of a surprise. Like you said, like stylistically, and she's kind of on a good run. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe she was asking for somebody higher up in the rankings. I'm not sure what she was thinking on her part, but I think it was a great fight for me.
How was it at MSG? Fighting there, being a part of it all, being backstage, all that stuff.
It was great. I loved being able to have all my family and friends there. I knew a bunch of people that were going. I saw some of them while I was walking out and when I was walking back after the fight. So that was awesome. I mean, fighting against Molly, I definitely got some boos, which wasn't that cool, but honestly, it was just motivating to get that win even more. So yeah, it was awesome.
You weren't surprised though, right, about the boos?
No, I wasn't surprised at all because I knew how popular Molly was, and there's a lot of I knew British fans would come out to see her. So I wasn't surprised about the boos. But yeah, I mean, I definitely, it was my first time ever getting booed. So I feel like it was definitely a new experience, and something that I knew was bound to come at some point in fighting. So yeah, I feel like I handled it really well, and it kind of gave me a little extra push to get that win.
How was the energy in there? It seemed incredible, like to just be a part of it and to walk out, and the fans came early. They were there from the get-go. What was it like just being a part of that?
That was really cool. I feel like it was probably the biggest crowd I fought in front of, because I fought at 269, but I was like earlier on the card, so the arena wasn't as packed yet. But this was definitely the most like packed arena I've ever fought in. I could hear the crowd and kind of get that energy from it. So I really liked that. That was cool.
Early on, when you were raining the elbows down, I was like, all right, they're probably going to let this go a little longer because it seems like she's at least trying to get out. But then at one point, it was getting a little uncomfortable, and I was wondering, all right, well, like, what are we doing here, and how long are they going to let this go? And eventually, you transitioned to the submission. But while you were doing that, I mean, I didn't count how many elbows you threw. It looked like a lot. Were you thinking the same thing? Like, what more do I have to do here? She's not getting out of this.
Pretty much, because I got to the crucifix position very quickly, and I was I was punching a lot because she was kind of keeping her head close. So it was a little bit hard to get elbows. At one point, I was able to create a little distance and elbow her. But I remember punching and just being like, she was moving still, like she was bucking. So I, like in retrospect, I can see why I didn't stop it. But I remember in the moment being like, how many times can I like punch her unanswered before they could stop this fight? I mean, like I know she was like kind of okay, but I mean, I saw her face grimacing. She was kind of making a little bit of noises. I was hitting her a lot, and as hard as I could from that position. So I do remember gonna think like, how many times can like, is this even like allowed? Like, is he gonna almost like get in trouble for like letting me just like hit her this many times? But then she was moving, and then I could see the submission opportunity, and I kind of could tell that he just wasn't going to stop it from what I was doing. So I had to just transition. She kind of defended the first one well. I went back to the crucifix, and then the Kimura came again, and that one I knew was in.
By the way, how hard was it to keep her in the crucifix position? Like, was she close to getting out, or was that never in danger?
She wasn't. No, I mean, like when I first got it, it felt super solid. And I was hitting her a lot. At one point, she kind of got her arm free, and I can hear the crowd start like screaming. And I was like, I knew I could put her right back in it immediately. I remember almost kind of like laughing in my own head. They were like, and I was like, bro, she's not safe at all. So I remember getting the position right back where I needed it to be. And I knew honestly it was kind of up to me whether I wanted to try to maybe posture and get more elbows in, or if I just wanted to transfer to the submission. I didn't really feel like there was any danger of her like getting out from my position completely.
The way you're speaking about this, it sounds like you were in complete control. Like I could go this route, I could go that route. And then eventually, when, like you said, with the submission, I was worried that she wouldn't tap, and that, because she's so tough and so proud, and that something gruesome would happen. Were you starting to think the same?
Yes, I remember even before the fight thinking I was probably going to have to like choke her like unconscious or something like that. If I didn't think she would tap from like an armbar or even like a Kimura or something like that. But in the fight, it was just so there, and I didn't, and I knew that I had the position in so tight. I was almost waiting to see if she would let it pop, because I know, like, I've popped other people's shoulders before, so I know what it felt like, and she let it get pretty close. Like, I knew if I cranked it anymore, I definitely would have like dislocated. So I was definitely prepared to like dislocate her arm, and then the ref probably would have had to stop it, maybe between rounds or something. But then she tapped. She let it go a little bit, but she tapped pretty early enough.
I have to say, like, you're a pretty soft-spoken person, mild-mannered person. The brushing of the shoulders was quite the move. Was that something you planned on doing, or did it just happen in the moment?
It's funny. It's something I've definitely talked about before, but I didn't plan on doing it in the fight. But it was just kind of like, honestly, a very like natural reaction. Like I felt in control of the fight the whole time, and I knew that submission was super locked in. And once I got off of it, I was like, it was honestly, it was easy. So it was kind of like my natural reaction.
And what did that signify? Like, why did you do that?
I don't know. I mean, there wasn't any particular reason. I think that's just kind of how I express myself in the moment. Some people like scream, they jump on the cage. For me, it was just like chucking it off my shoulder. Like it was kind of like an easy day in the office, I guess you could say.
Ain't no thing. And so, all right. So that's a big time win. That's a high profile win. How far are we from that top contender conversation, do you feel?
I feel like it depends on how where I move in the rankings after this fight. I'd like to get into the top 10, maybe fight someone in the top 10, and then from top 10, top 5, and then like that top title fight. I'm not exactly sure what the time frame could be, because you can't really plan that out completely. But if I keep this win streak going, it would be sooner rather than later.
Yeah. So right now, what are you? I don't really. 125.
I was number 12.
You're number 12. Oh yeah, you're for sure gonna jump in there. So you think like a top 10 to 5 and then a 5 to 1? So maybe like 2 more?
I mean, maybe a top 10 to 5 is still a big jump. So maybe, I don't know, maybe a couple more. I guess it also depends on how you win too. If I keep having performance like I had Saturday, then it could definitely happen in 2. But yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried about planning exactly how many fights. I would like to get some more experience. I'd like to get even like maybe just like a main event fight to get a 5-round fight before I fight for a title. But yeah, so I'm not too worried about the exact amount of fights.
How do you, like on a Monday, how do you process all of this? You just won at Madison Square Garden, one of the biggest UFC events of all time. Certainly in terms of gate, one of the biggest events of all time. I think top 5 against a very popular fighter, and there were all these huge names on the card. Like on this Monday, what do you do do you sit back and be like, holy crap, That just happened 2 days ago. I'm from New Jersey. You're like a 30-minute drive from MSG or a 45-minute drive, something like that. It's nothing. How are you processing all of this?
I mean, I feel like that night I couldn't really, like yesterday morning, it definitely kind of sunk in a little bit that I just did that. And, you definitely get a little bit emotional, but, I mean, it's something I've always wanted to do. I'm really happy I was able to do it. And I'm just excited to see what else can come from it,
Did you watch the first UFC at MSG card in 2016? That was Conor versus Eddie Alvarez.
Yes. Yeah, I did. I watched it.
Do you remember where you were? I mean, that was 6 years ago. So you were what, 17?
I was 17. I think my coach had like a party and he like invited everybody over to come watch it. And I remember watching because it was like a huge deal, so especially like here because we're super close to New York, so it becoming legal in New York and watching that fight. I remember thinking how I wanted to be a UFC fighter so bad already then for a couple of years, and I was 17, so I knew another year I can start fighting MMA. So watching that was definitely motivation for me and kind of gave me that dream of fighting in MSG.
A year ago this time, I asked Glover Teixeira about his friend Alex Pereira, and I was like, all right, what are we talking about in a year? And he said, we're going to be talking about him versus Izzy, and he obviously thought that he would beat Izzy. What are we talking about regarding you in November of 2023?
I think in a year, probably either having a fight against someone in the top 5 or just winning a fight against someone in the top 5, something in that realm.
Okay. I can't wait to see it all unfold. I feel like your prediction is going to come true. Congrats on the win. Very impressive stuff. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thank you.
There she is, Erin Blanchfield of Elmwood Park, New Jersey. Yes, also the hometown of Liv Morgan, who was in attendance, and she told me that she loved her first UFC experience. A lot of fun, and I mean, what a card! Really, I think we'll be talking about it when we do our awards for Card of the Year. I thought the first London card was a shoo-in for Card of the Year, but now I'm starting to think that MSG is going to replace it. Given the stakes, 2 title fights, Poirier, Chandler, et cetera, I feel like it may be now second place to UFC 281. Another big winner on the card, and someone who is from nearby, Matt Frevola had a massive win over Ottman Azaitar. People were going nuts for him. Steamroller Frevola. Everyone so excited for the Long Island native, the Sarah Longo product, to get a big win at Madison Square Garden. There was a time where MSG was kind of a house of horrors for the New York or New Jersey guys. Not anymore. And a lot of people wanted Matt Frevola in studio. He's not in studio. He's on via Zoom. I wanted Matt Frevola in studio. I actually, I understand Matt even reached out to Connor about coming in studio. And then you're so big time now, Matt, that you don't have time for us little people to come in studio. I feel some sort of way about this.
People are starting to figure it out.
Yeah.
And I'll make my way back to the city soon enough, but I'm back home in Long Island enjoying myself.
I appreciate that. And you deserve that. And congratulations on the win. Can you put into, you were fired up, man. That was a huge moment for you. That was an incredible finish. Outstanding stuff. Can you put into words what that feeling, what that moment felt like for a New York guy to do that at MSG, to get a win like that, a knockout win like that? What did that feel like?
It was amazing. It's the years of hard work. You envision everything. And then it doesn't get better than that. A nice first round knockout at home at Madison Square Garden in front of my hometown, one of my hometown fans. It was amazing.
You put up a poll on your Twitter about, what should you do? The 2 options were, what were they? Bang or wrestle or something like that. There it is. You will wrestle or you will bang. Bang obviously won by over 80%. And you tweeted, winning vote decides it. This was on November 11th, so the day before the event. And then you retweeted it afterwards saying that you were a man of your word. Was that you? That was like 20 minutes after the fight that you retweeted it, saying that you were a man of your word. Was that actually you?
Yeah, that was me. I like to think of myself as a man of the people.
Okay.
And I wanted to know what the people wanted. They wanted me to bang, so we went out there and we banged.
And in the midst of all the post-fight madness, you think I need to go back on my Twitter and remind people that I'm a man of the people?
Yeah, I've connected a lot with the MMA Twitter world, and I got to stay connected with them. They have my back, and I got their back.
Why does the MMA Twitter world, you are right, they love you. They were very, very happy for you, and they support you tremendously. Why do you think that they have this connection with you? Why do they like you so much?
I think they realize that I am a man of the people. I'm just a normal kid from Long Island who worked his ass off, and now I'm fighting the best guys in the world on the biggest stage of the world. So, we connect.
And by the way, that first MSG card, the UFC 205 one that I was just talking to Erin Blanchfield about, where were you when you watched that?
That was Eddie Alvarez and McGregor, right?
Yeah, yep.
I was watching it somewhere, and I was amazed somewhere, and I was picturing myself fighting at MSG that day, and now we've done it twice already.
Yeah, the first one was a draw against Lando Venata at the card headlined by DC versus Derek Lewis. What did you feel after that one? A draw, not a loss, but not a win. Like, obviously, you probably weren't thrilled, but maybe not as disappointed. Like, big show for you, big opportunity, big spot, MSG. Do you remember feeling dejected afterwards, upset afterwards? How did you feel?
I felt amazing after that fight. That's my favorite fight even to this day. I'll remember it was after my UFC debut. It was the first loss of my career. I was an undefeated amateur, undefeated pro at 6-0. Made my UFC debut. Took my first loss. I got humbled, and then we got a huge fight against an experienced guy like Lando at Madison Square Garden. I knew my job was on the line, and then I went out there and I had one of my best performances, one of my greatest fights, and I didn't technically get the win, but after that fight, it felt like a win. It was such a great fight, so I love that fight.
You've had quite the run. Obviously, some real highs, couple lows, right? Probably the McKinney fight would be at the top of that list. How did you overcome that? Because since then you've looked amazing. What did you need to do to get over that? Because I can understand if that was like a real tough, a tough hurdle to climb over for you.
Yeah, that was a tough one for sure. But I stayed consistent. I kept my belief, and I put my trust in my coaches. Ray Longo and my team. We got right back to training. I got right back to improving. I built up my belief, and we tightened everything up. Coach Longo wanted me to box more, wanted me to move my head more. He wanted me to throw the jab more. What I told Coach Longo, make me the next Long Island champion. So what he says, I do, and we're doing it.
Yes, and he has quite the resume. There's been some incredible ones, including the current king at 135, Aljamain Sterling. I love the way you announced this fight. I wish more people would do this. I wish more fighters would just announce their own fights, but you did this in a very unique, entertaining way. It's your pinned tweet right now on Twitter where you announced that you were fighting Ottman Azaitar, rocking the Ewing jersey, which I appreciate tremendously. Are you a Ewing fan?
Yeah, I'm not a huge basketball guy, but I go with the Knicks.
Okay, respect. And it's you. We're showing you right now. You've got the chef's hat on. You're in the kitchen. And initially, I was watching. I was like, I wasn't really sure where you were going with it, and then it hit me: the potatoes. This is great stuff. Obviously, the story with him and the bag, potatoes. In Abu Dhabi, he gets fired. He gets brought back. This is your idea, or did someone approach you with this? How did this all come about? Because I thought that this was fantastic.
Yeah, it was a good one. I give a lot of credit to my brother, my twin brother, the cheese roller. He helps me a lot behind the scenes. And he's a funny guy, and we kind of cooked that up together, and we shot it pretty well.
Why is his nickname the Cheese Roller?
Because we always called him Cheese growing up, and he actually had one boxing fight for Rough and Rowdy, the Barstool event, and we turned it into my bachelor party, and that was his first fight. He knocked some dude out in West Virginia in the first round. And he's the cheese roller now.
Wow, he had a Rough and Rowdy. So what is he? He's 1-0.
He's 1-0.
Wow, is that him back there? No, that's not him.
No, that's the bulldozer.
Oh, that's your dad. Wow, you all have nicknames with the A at the end.
Yeah, that's
What's your
these
mom's
days we all
nickname?
Mom Rolla.
Okay. and where did you get your nickname from?
My uncle Dolzy and my dad. Ever since I was an amateur, I was running through people, and my uncle Dolzy, David Dolan, he's from Boston, and he had that Boston accent, and him and my dad were just watching. We need a nickname. Steamroller Frevola. Drop the ER at the A, it rolls off the tongue, and it's stuck.
It has stuck, yeah. I've been hearing about it for a long time. But you claim New York, right? You're not a Boston guy.
No, Strong Island, New York, Long Island.
And what a decision to walk out to Edwin Diaz's trumpet song. That was incredible. How did the crowd react to it? Did you feel like they knew what you were doing?
Oh yeah, it was electric in there. The walkout, I envisioned it so many times, and this was the perfect location for me to introduce that. And Edwin Diaz, the best closer in baseball, and now you got the best finisher in the UFC, the best closer in the UFC, Steamroller. So it was good.
So you're going to stick with the striking?
Yeah, we're sticking with the trumpets.
The trumpets and the striking. I meant like the striking. So are you big Mets fan?
Yeah, big Mets fan. Grew up a Mets fan, and Mets, Jets, Islanders, and Knicks.
Mets, Jets, Islanders, and Knicks. Which is your favorite?
I'd say Mets and Jets.
Sorry about the Jets. They're such a loser franchise. I'm sorry about that.
This is our year. Come on.
This is your year, really? Your year to what? Finish over 500?
Look at us. Come on. You never would have seen the Jets this high. Are you still bumming about those Bills? The Jets beating on the Bills?
Listen, it's okay. I mean, if you want to claim a win that was, clearly cheating, pass interference on the last play, injuring Josh Allen.
Come on. Not on sauce.
Yeah. I'm a little salty about everything going on, but it will all rectify itself. Of those teams, which championship would mean the most? Because Mets, Jets, you said Islanders, right?
Yeah.
And Knicks. So you've never experienced any of them winning a championship, unless you weren't around in '86. So which
nope.
which one would mean the most?
It has to be the Mets.
Wow.
We've been through the ups, we've been through the downs, but now we got the best owners in baseball, the Cohens. Steve and Alex Cohen. I actually got to meet them at the Mets game this season. Yeah, it was unreal. And they gave me the blessing to walk out to the trumpets, and
you asked
the Cohens
them?
are going. Yeah, I told them, and they gave us the blessing, and now the Cohens are going to lead us to a World Series championship.
How did you meet them?
So they gave us tickets, and they gave us field access, and I met Alex down on the field. She invited us up to the Cohen suite, and as soon as I walk in there, I open the door, I see Ralph Macchio watching with his family.
Wow.
I had just finished like Cobra Kai, and so I'm like, oh man, Danielson's here, so that was cool. And we got to watch a Mets game in the Cohen suite. It was a dream come true.
And so when you're how did you get invited? You said you got field access. Like, how do you have a relationship with the Cohen family?
No, the cheese roll again. They linked up with Pete Hoffman. Shout out to Pete Hoffman, and they hooked us up, and then we finagled our way up there.
Look at you! Wow. And Steve Cohen, cool guy.
Oh, he was super cool. He talked to us for a while, and we got a picture with him. And
you should have invited him to MSG to the fight.
Oh, I did. Don't worry. We sent them steamroller shirts. They had their steamroller shirts on, and
I love it. Another thing I was interested in was curious about was I believe after the fight you posted your Venmo profile for drinks. Did anyone help you out there? Did you get any money?
Yeah, a lot of people did. A lot of people
really
gave me some money for some drinks. So I was drinking beers on the people. Man of the people. I was drinking beers for the people. That's what I do.
Could I ask? And we're showing your profile right now in case anyone wants to. I'm assuming you're still taking, beer money. All right. How much did you get?
I was around like $700. So I'll take that.
That's incredible. That's amazing.
I know, right? $10 here, $20 there. it was pretty cool.
I love that. Wow, way to go. Twitter's not such a bad place. It's currently burning to the ground. I don't know if you know this. Elon Musk is burning it as we speak, but I guess for the next few months, it could still be a good place, at least for you. Maybe you have different thoughts on what's happening to Twitter. I feel like it's burning to the ground.
Hey, it's been good to me.
Yeah.
So
it's a bunch of fake, I don't know if anyone made a Steamroller fake account yet, but it's coming.
Not yet, but they're welcome. They're welcome to start a Matt Frevola's Red Beard account.
It is a nice beard, by the way. And what about this Paddy Pimblett fight? Do you think you got a chance of, you said, whatever happens, obviously he's fighting another good New Yorker, good guy from New York now living in Florida, of course, Jared Gordon. But this seems to be something that you want. Do you think you have a chance of getting it?
Oh, yeah, we will fight. We will fight, down the road. And hopefully it's in London in March, because that lines up perfectly for me. I don't see the UFC going to London and not having Paddy on the card. So me and Paddy makes sense. It's a fight for the fans. And, he brings an energy and atmosphere to the fight game that I love, and that it meshes very well with the team rollers. So the team rollers want to be involved in that kind of fight. So that's what we got to do.
And is this a personal thing for you, or is it just, he's a big name, you want to knock him off?
No, it's not personal. He seems like a cool dude. But, I want to beat him up.
Simple as that. You think he beats Jared Gordon?
No, I think Jared Gordon stuffs him in a locker. Like, I think Jared's probably going to beat him up. But win, lose, or draw, even Paddy gets beat up by Jared, his next fight in London's still going to be huge. So, Jared's going to stuff him in the locker. And once he gets back out, I'm going to stuff him back in there.
And you'd still want to fight him even if he loses convincingly?
Yeah, definitely.
Interesting. All right. Well, I hope you get that. Also, I saw on your social media you doing that famous BJ Penn workout where you're holding the medicine ball underwater. How difficult is that? And how many of those can you do? How many reps of those?
Man, that was actually a lot of fun. That was the Deep End Fitness in Las Vegas. Coconut Bombs. Malky actually runs that. Maki Coconut Bombs. And I went there and did the deep water training with him. I was a little nervous about going the whole length of the pool, but we did like breathing exercises and really, built the confidence, built the deep water, fitness, and it was awesome.
And how many times can you go? Like, can you just do one trip to the end of the pool without going, without having to go back up for air? How many times can you do it?
I only did once, but I think I could probably get it twice.
Yeah, I think you could do twice. I wasn't sure if that was a pool on Long Island. I don't know if they have anything like that over there.
No, that was in Vegas.
Okay. Maki Patolo.
Yep.
Yeah. When do we want to come back?
March. I'm
that's the goal.
Rest of this. Yeah, the rest of this year, I'm going to be helping my team. I'm going down to Tampa after Thanksgiving to finish camp with Billy Q, who's got his big fight with Alex Hernandez December 10th in Vegas, and then going to finish camp with him, and then go to Vegas with him to corner him. And just so happens, Paddy's on that fight too. So, it'll all line up. I'm thinking finish the year helping my team, get into fight camp in January, February, and then by March, somebody's due to get steamrolled.
Billy Q, big Bills fan.
Yep.
I don't know if you guys.
I was breaking his balls all week.
I bet you were. See, that's what I'm talking about. Classless Jets fans. Instead of just being like, hey, congrats on a good game. We'll see you. I think it's December 11th or something like that. Why do you got to break balls? I don't get that.
Listen, we take our wins when we can, and we make the most of it.
By the way, will you continue to walk out to the Diaz trumpet song from now on, considering how good this was?
Oh yeah, it's stuck. It's definitely every fight. If a song sticks, it stays. So this one's definitely staying.
Yeah, I agree with that. And one day down the line, do we want another crack at Terrence McKinney?
Yeah, 100%. That's definitely a fight that I need to get back, because we didn't really get the fight.
Right.
He came He threw a perfectly timed and placed 1-2 and got me. And we're due to run that one back for higher stakes.
All right. Well, I hope you get the Patty fight. Hope you get another crack at Terrence. Congrats on the win, and I hope that you continue to announce your fights with those, with those great skits that you post online. It's good. It's different. It's the way it should be.
Good. Yeah, I will. I love showing who I am and having fun with everything and going out there and putting on banger of fights.
Well done. Well, you did that on Saturday. Congrats on the win. Enjoy it.
Thanks, Ariel. Nice finally talking to you.
Same here. Same here. Looking forward to the next one. Next time, come in studio, all right? There he is, Matt Frevola, the steamroller, getting the big win on Saturday against Ottman Azaitar. And what a strange situation. I do have to give a lot of credit to the broadcast. I was wondering how they would handle that Ottman Azaitar situation. And I thought they handled it quite well. Like in the past, we have seen situations where a fighter is coming off, a controversial story, experience, situation, whatever you want to say. And in the past, like a fighter coming off of a steroid suspension, and they would sort of gloss over it in the old days. Oh, he was off for a year. Oh, he had a 1-year layoff, that sort of thing. This time they spoke about it. Very weird. He was in the bubble in Abu Dhabi. A bag was delivered to him. I think there was correct me if I'm wrong here, there was an exchange of the wristband, bag delivered, dropped off, scaled the hotel. In the bag were a bunch of potatoes. That can't be true, right? I mean, like, what? Why would someone need potatoes 24 hours before a fight? Now, they've never come out and said what exactly it was. And I guess maybe they were potatoes, but I don't know. Seems a little sketch. And then it was a big breach. It was a big security breach. And we thought that, he was going to be in trouble. He was in trouble. He was actually released from the UFC, but they brought him back. How, why, no one will ever know. And that was his first fight in over 2 years. And his first loss as well. Matt Frevola with the big KO at just 2 minutes and 30 seconds of the first round. Now, still to come, my friends, spread the word. We are going to be joined by Israel Adesanya in studio. It has been quite the day so far. We've had 2 in-studio guests. We've had a couple of Zoom guests. We're going to be joined by Israel Adesanya in about 10 minutes' time. So let everyone know. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he handles this, how he reacts and responds to the loss, and where he goes from here. We were talking a little bit about all of that at the beginning of the show. And I mentioned that we were going to talk about the 2 announcements on Saturday. And since we have a little more time, let's bring in the guy. Do we have RGC and Eric still around? Or did they leave?
Almost left.
Oh, hey, guys. How's it going back there?
It's good,
Fantastic.
Any special guests show up?
No,
not yet. All right. I was wondering how we would deal with that.
We'll deal with it as it comes.
Yeah. So what did you guys think? Josh Emmett and Yair Rodriguez, interim featherweight title fight on the same.
For our guy Arnold.
Yeah. Did they get it right though?
Yes.
How?
Bigger fight.
Bigger fight?
Yeah.
Wow.
Listen, Arnold Allen is a great fighter, fantastic fighter, deserves a title opportunity. Does himself no favors when it comes to promoting the fight.
10 straight wins. 10 straight wins in the
The name value isn't very high.
10 straight wins.
Fantastic.
UFC. Hasn't lost in the UFC yet.
Ask somebody on the street
Rodriguez is
if
on
they
a
can
one-fight
recognize
win
him
streak.
or name any of his 10 wins.
What does he do or doesn't do that Josh Emmett does?
Yes,
in terms of promoting?
that's a great question.
Of the two, it's certain.
I actually think Arnold Allen does a lot. He's got the YouTube channel. He's funny.
Wow.
Between those two,
you don't like the YouTube channel?
That's certainly a debate. Okay, let's start here.
All right.
We can acknowledge Yair, right? That's one side of it, right?
He does. I mean, GC
One
just
fight win streak.
if there's anyone who's on
Odd
the smallest winning streak,
This is not what this is about.
you're telling me
Wins get you.
Now, if you're
title
asking
shots.
between Josh Emmett and Arnold Allen, what Josh Emmett does is, in his past fights, flatten people and separate them from their consciousness in a way that is extremely
last 3
violent.
fights decision wins.
Yeah.
What did
but
Arnold
he has-
Allen do
he
last
has-
time out?
he kicked a guy in his leg who then got injured.
Prior to that, finished Dan Hooker.
Took out Dan Hooker. Is anybody clamoring for it? That's my question.
I actually feel like of the three, okay, Yair probably has the biggest fan base, right?
It's not. Come on, that's not debatable.
Allen number 2.
What?
Over Emmett? Arnold Allen is supremely popular. What are you talking about? And here's the thing. The next...
I mean,
I'm just saying, like, is he? I think Josh Emmett's association with Team Alpha Male makes him even more popular by default.
Do we do it? Do we bring up the
please
social media followings?
Yeah, go ahead.
Arnold Allen Instagram 103,000.
Okay.
Josh Emmett 96.
Oh wow! Whoa, guys!
All up, Dana. Get him on the line.
Okay, what about Yair?
I think Yair is going to be far beyond both of them. Yes, Yair Rodriguez 445.
All right.
Please believe me. I'm not trying to make the case that Arnold Allen does not deserve this opportunity.
Seems like you're trying to make the case.
I'm really not. What I'm saying is that if I'm the UFC, these are the 2 fighters that I would put in there, just based on general interest, headlining cards previously. Like, these are the guys.
The following month, all signs seem to point to them fighting or having an event in the UK, right? Why wouldn't you put Arnold Allen in an interim title fight in the UK? Beef that card up.
Well, okay, now if that's the scenario, if you're saying it's going to happen in the UK, sure.
Well, it is. We know it's going to happen. Dana's talking about Cardiff. They're talking about, we know that Leon and Usman 3 is going to happen.
No, I'm saying, but the interim title fight isn't happening in the UK, right?
I know. Right. That's the part that makes no sense. Here's the thing. I actually hate the fact that the interim featherweight title fight is on the same card as Alex Volkanovski, because I just feel like his presence on the exact same card, even though he's fighting at 155, will make that fight feel smaller. So I hate the fact that they put it in the Perth. What are you guys typing all about here? What's going on? There's a lot of typing going on.
Yeah, I'm getting a text from Tim Simpson.
Oh, okay. Is everything okay?
The ETA has been extended.
Oh, no. To what time?
3:57 p.m.
Oh, that's fine. I could live with that.
Okay.
I thought you were going to give me like 4:30. We do have a football game tonight.
It was also, I honestly...
You misread it?
No. When I first gave you the newish ETA that's now been updated, I was worried that you might miss football.
Oh, yeah. No, I think that's
He said it's traffic, so they are on the way.
No, listen, we appreciate him coming. We're talking about Israel Adesanya, by the way. So I just don't like the fact that it's on the same card as Volkanovski, because I feel like his presence diminishes that interim featherweight title fight. And so if you would have put it on the UK card and had some separation, I feel like it would have been much better. And
it's fine.
He's got a 10-fight winning streak as opposed to Yair, 1 fight. Josh Emmett, I believe it's 5 fights. I just don't know. And I brought this up on Saturday, how I said I was mad about it, or I felt some sort of way about it. And a lot of people were like, well, he was hurt after the last fight. Maybe they asked him this or that. Guess what?
They didn't ask him.
No. And guess what? He is a little bit bummed. I did reach out to him.
I imagine that he is, yeah.
He should be bummed. He has every right to be bummed. He's
10 in a row.
That's right. We've seen it before, so this is not new.
I reached out to one of the camps associated with this fight, and it was just a joke like, oh man, thanks for the heads up, because I was talking to them earlier in the day. I was like, oh, thanks for the heads up. You had an interim title fight. You didn't even mention it in our conversation. And the response I got back was, we didn't know either. We just found out.
Yeah.
So that's, I feel a certain way about that. Like, we get these announcements on these broadcasts and everyone's like, oh my God, this is happening. And the fighters are finding out. And in the announcement, they're like, you see, we make the fights that people want. I'm like, wow, they had no say in any of this? Now, I guess they're not going to turn it down.
They're not going to be mad about it.
No, but
you're saying the fighters are finding out when the announcement
in this case, one of the fighters found out on television. Yes.
Watching
the
TV.
Broadcast. Yes. That's weird.
Now, this happens.
Yes, that's insane to me.
Yes.
That you're sitting there watching it and it's like, oh, I guess I'm
Yeah, I was giving their team some crap and like, we just found out as well.
Wow, that's crazy.
Isn't that wild?
Not even like a heads up. They're like, yo, we're about to announce this. Like kind of like a like an NFL draft pick gets the call and then they get to watch the TV all proud and happy.
Because they're afraid they're gonna do
so they're literally
like
sitting
Matt
there
Frevola.
like sipping like a Dr. Pepper or something and have to do like a spit take when
like, oh shit,
for an interim title.
I'm
in Australia.
in Perth.
They have to travel. Yeah, they have to
Let's
travel
go.
to Australia.
Okay, let's calm it down a little bit. Obviously, there had been discussions beforehand. They're not like that's not the first time they've ever heard of the idea. Relax.
I mean,
guys.
I don't think it was that too far along.
Eating
Now,
chips,
stop.
choking on your chips. You can't believe you're going
Bout
to Perth,
agreement,
man.
verbal agreement. Like what is it?
So who fights? Who does Arnold Allen fight?
Yeah, it's a great question. He's
Blessed ever? Max Holloway?
By the way, weren't you the one that brought this up? Who brought this up?
We've brought it up on the show, yeah.
We were, or maybe it was someone in the On the Nose segment. Anyway, love that. That's, by the way, tough hill to climb to get after 10 wins in a row to get that title shot, right? Oh, here you go. You've got to get by Max Holloway.
Yeah.
Emmett didn't have to get by Max Holloway. Neither did Yair.
Get by Max Holloway.
Yeah, she didn't get by him. Yeah, you're right. A year ago.
I mean, now come on.
I just feel bad for Arnie. I feel like Arnie's getting the short end of the stick here.
But we're not, like, the bar isn't, none of these guys, well, Yair fought Max Holloway and lost, but they beat, Josh Emmett beat Calvin Kattar.
Yeah. So did
now
Arnold
debatable
Allen.
whether you thought he won that fight, but beat Calvin Kattar. Like,
I don't know who, it's like we said.
How about this? Arnold Allen doesn't have, like, the case to say he must be in this fight, and they took that opportunity to not put him in this fight. That's what I'm saying.
I do see Rick's point on, like, Yair being the biggest draw, and he does have a case for it, so it's kind of a given. And I don't, like, Josh Emmett has a claim to the title shot as well. Yeah.
What did Arnie say on the show? He said something like, I must be a part of that conversation.
No, he'd like to be a part of it.
Well, he also said, he was like,
I'd like to. I'd like to also.
He said that one guy has to be left out, and he's not that guy.
Yeah, that's right.
Unfortunately, the UFC.
There are fights out there that he will inevitably get. They're exciting. They're fun. I think he'll be very competitive in the top of the division. But this train has left us.
All right, so Leon.
Also, look, there's no guarantees that both of those guys get to that fight. Who's the first? Who's the first call?
No.
If they're not making it,
he's not that guy.
What do you mean?
Arnie's not that guy. You've already made your bet. He's not going to come in there and save the day. Sorry.
Oh well, that'd be to the point that I'm making about not doing himself any favors. That would be a good way to not do yourself a favor.
The comparisons between Arnold Allen and Leon Edwards continue.
Yeah,
because he should have gotten a title shot long ago, and so hopefully he takes solace in the fact that it all worked out in the end for old Leon. I mean,
so Leon Usman 2 in London. Arnie.
3.
Oh yeah, Leon Usman 3 in London.
I don't
Arnie
think London.
Holloway.
No, maybe Cardiff.
Yeah, sorry, I should just say
in the UK.
In the UK.
Yeah.
Arnie Holloway.
Or what about winner of Bryce Mitchell?
Yeah, Taporia Mitchell.
Yeah.
I don't mind that either.
Super tough as well.
I mean, incredibly tough.
there's
That if he wins that, then it's like he's really.
No, then they're going to say you have to go on the Ultimate Fighter.
To Ariel's point, this is the Leon, right? It's like
It's the exact same
one
thing.
more
Yeah.
and he'll get it. No, I'm not convinced of that. I think he needs to do something. Look, he needs to do something different. This should be a wake-up call. Truly. Like, this should be a wake-up call.
What do you want?
What more could he do? He actually has
stop winning fights.
Get on the microphone and do something.
He actually has a YouTube channel.
That's fantastic.
It's
But
and it's
clearly
like
the UFC and nobody else is watching it.
It's wow.
No one else?
I don't know, but by the way, as Mr. Social Media, one of the best Twitter feeds in the game.
He's great. This is not the path. Call for the you.
This feels
could
like
he have gotten on the mic
so
and been a lot more
disappointing.
definitive about
Sure,
getting
but
that
it was a
title
weird
opportunity?
moment. The guy's on the ground. He's hurt. Like, what's he
And
supposed to
I'm sorry.
do?
It feels like we.
I'm sorry. This needs to be something that he takes real serious consideration on what's happening here.
It feels like we brought in the UFC rep to explain to us
Yeah.
why
Listen,
Arnold
I'm not
Allen
stumping
didn't
for the
make that
UFC's
shot.
decision.
Yeah.
I'm saying,
By the way,
if that's the decision that they made, pay attention to why.
if he would have puffed his chest out after that Calvin Kattar win, everyone would have called him a douchebag.
No doubt.
Here he
Great.
is.
That's more attention and more. Get it. Get it.
Wow.
You will not hear the argument from me that he doesn't deserve a title opportunity. He really does, and I think he's really freaking good, like extremely good. But this is the game that we play. It's not a meritocracy. It's not.
Also, just throwing it out there, of the three, I think he has the best chance to beat Volkanovski.
I could get on board with that for sure. I can 100% get on board with that.
No, GC doesn't seem to agree.
I think any of them are going to have a
tough
very
time. No, of
difficult
course.
time.
Of course. I
agree
wouldn't
with
say
you,
that they're
though. Very
the favorite,
well-rounded.
but of the
Yeah.
three,
Yeah, okay, I could.
super tough, durable. good on the ground.
How much bigger is Josh Emmett than Volk? I don't know why. It just feels like he's just like a massive featherweight.
Like height-wise?
Yeah, he's stocky too.
He's also
very thick.
He is thick.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, I do agree with that.
It wasn't all bad though. They did pull the trigger on the Islam Makhachev versus Alex Volkanovski fight, which I was nervous about. I was nervous that they wouldn't.
Tweets made me nervous.
The tweets. I was hearing things behind the scenes. I actually willed it into existence. I was on. I was on Schultz's show. I made a run in on Friday. Yeah, and Volk was there, and I was like, Volk, don't let them screw you, bro. And I think he made a few calls, and then a day later,
I think you're the difference maker for sure.
Go on the post. I posted it on my Instagram. Craig Jones, his jiu-jitsu coach, wrote in the comments that I made it happen.
Yeah.
So you made jokes.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm not joking. I agree with you.
You weren't agreeing.
Josh Emmett, shockingly. Guesses on heights for Josh Emmett, featherweight?
5 foot.
Yeah, what is he, 11 maybe?
8.
I mean, unless typology is wrong, 5'6".
Yeah.
That seems shocking to me.
You think
I would have
he's a lot
guessed like
taller?
5'10". Yeah, Yair, 5'11", going to have a monster.
5'6" does seem a little shorter than I would have thought. What's Volkanovski?
Like 5'4", 5'5", somewhere.
They probably have him listed at like 5'6" too also, though.
Yeah, just because he's a champ.
These are very unreliable.
Yeah, 5'6". So we're going to be looking eye to eye? That's like putting my brain in a pretzel right now.
Yeah, I would think he's a little bit taller.
Yeah, I mean, look, he didn't look dwarfed standing in there with Cater, who is tall.
Well, we'll really see because Yair is 5'11".
Yeah.
Yair's 5'11". Wow.
That card is really starting to come together.
The Perth card?
Yeah.
What do we got?
Well, I mean,
I thought you had it
to be a double champ. Oh, you thought I was about to break some?
Yeah. No, I thought you just had it
at the ready.
Yeah, at the ready. Here it is. UFC 284 in Perth. Islam Makhachev.
Robert Whittaker, Paulo Costa.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Why do you keep saying hopefully?
I mean, Paulo's not exactly
he is.
On Twitter saying that this is happening.
That is true.
I mean, an Australian fighter in every single bout except for that interim title.
No. I mean, he's just weird about all that stuff.
That is true.
I mean, and all of a sudden, the stakes are raised, right?
Oh yeah, big time.
Because of Alex Pereira, which I still think that they're going to go with the Izzy fight, but all of a sudden they have a new lease on life. Did you guys see that video of Robert Whittaker?
Yeah,
going crazy. Well, he wasn't going crazy. He was like a little bit shocked.
Shocked, stunned.
Yeah.
You can see in his eyes the recognition that like the world is now open for him.
Yeah.
And I love it.
Oh yeah, you could see him like not wanting to go crazy, right? Yeah. Not wanting to like go nuts, but also was super, super happy about it all.
Absolutely. The world is now his oyster.
Erin Blanchfield, credible win for her. Who's the one that we're talking about in a year like we are about Conor McGregor? Sorry, like we were about Alex Pereira a year ago. This year's champ. Who's the one on this card that we're talking about?
I don't hate the Blanchfield pick. I can't see her being a champion by this time next year.
No? Fighting for the belt? I could see her. I could see her fighting for the belt. Carlos Elberg.
I could see her fighting for the belt. I think it's rough. That's a little early. Refresh my memory, GC. Who do we got?
Renato Moicano?
Nope.
Unlikely. Dan Hooker? Unlikely. Chris Gutierrez? Unlikely.
I mean, she really feels like the prospect of that card. So, yeah, I guess if it's anybody, it's her.
Ryan Spann? I mean, Ryan Spann is putting them together.
Oh, what? That's not a bad one. That's really not a bad one at all.
2 straight wins, though.
For training for the first time in his life, yeah, that might actually be my pick.
Love a good Ryan Spann fight. 5 straight first-round finishes, win or lose. Karolina Kowalkiewicz?
No, 'cause I feel like we're talking about fighters who have kind of had their run.
I mean,
not out of nowhere.
It's not going to be Kowalkiewicz. Mike Trezano, doubtful. I mean, he's just put one together. I don't know. I think
it's Ryan Spann.
Yeah, I think if anybody, and I'm not even fully sold on that. I mean, it's just such a weird mixture of ingredients for Alex Pereira to get where he was at.
Well, to Izzy's point, like without him, the story doesn't happen that way, right? Like it's entirely his creation, and the fact that he has those wins over him. But yeah,
I mean, Steamroller, Frevola. He says he's the biggest
trying to
finisher in
line
the
up
UFC
Patty.
now.
I'm gonna go Span. I think if anybody's challenging in a year from now, I think it'll be Ryan Span.
Man, could you imagine a Ryan Span Yuri Prohashka fight?
I'd like that.
5 rounds. Fight doesn't go to a decision. Minus 2,000.
I would like that a lot.
What do you think, Ariel?
Let me read this from DraftKings. Why'd you turn down my mic there, Frank?
I just got tired of hearing it.
Did you mute him that whole conversation?
Yeah.
He was itching to talk about Ryan Span getting the shot at 205 next year.
I do want to ask you guys about some odds, but I do think it's a good time as we're about to be joined by Israel Adesanya in studio. Yes, spread the word. Israel Adesanya in studio. Oh, look at that. Let me just take some water here before I tell you about my good friends at DraftKings. By the way, how much do you think I could get for these shoes?
A lot.
Yeah.
I think he'd probably prefer if you didn't sell them.
Of course. They seem to be signed.
Oh, they're definitely signed.
No, on
By
both sides. Different pens.
One was printed on it, right?
Oh,
and one is
yes.
actual signature.
Yes. Guys, the NBA action is just getting started at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers can get any $5 NBA pregame moneyline bet and get $200 in free bets if your team wins. Plus, everyone can earn up to 100% boost with DraftKings stepped up same game parlays. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Place the same game parlay and combine multiple bets like which team will win, total rebounds, total points, and more. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code the MMA Hour. Make any $5 bet this week and get $200 in free bets if your team wins. Again, that's code the MMA Hour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. So we look ahead and we await the arrival of Israel Adesanya, who is, I believe, maybe soon in the building.
Yeah, we're efforting to get him up.
Love it. And what a mensch for coming in. We've got a very busy schedule coming up this weekend. Bellator 288, UFC Fight Night in Las Vegas at the Apex. Trying to see, I mean, maybe a Bellator event is just what the doctor ordered for us.
Yeah, one on Prime Video.
Oh yes, that's
Christian
right.
Lee potentially challenging for double gold,
but they don't give us odds for that.
Mm.
Those bastards.
Maybe not yet. Maybe later.
Corey Anderson minus 225 against Vadim Nemkov.
That seems right after seeing the first round, right?
If I get first pick, I'm going with Usman Nurmagomedov minus 400.
Wouldn't be a bad one
against Patricky Pitbull. What else? Any sure things? Looking down the line here. I mean, the other ones are Lucas Brennan minus 500 potential. Ooh, Jordan Newman minus 750. Like that. I mean, we just need sure things. Laird Anderson minus 600.
We'll be good.
Derek Lewis main event against Sergey Spivak. Derek Lewis dog.
I'm not surprised by that. I mean,
wow.
It's been a rough go for
maybe we need to go Derek Lewis route.
Yeah, let's not do that, please.
I mean, Iwan Kuchilaba, dog. Who's the big favorite on this card? Oh, Jack Della. We love Jack Della over here. Jack Della Maddalena over Hot Chocolate Roberts.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jack's got that one for sure.
Might be. I mean, we've got options here. Let me see.
Yeah, we'll be all right. I'm not worried. I'm not even sweating.
Yeah, I am worried. I'm very worried.
I feel like, no. Sure.
Wow, the rest are really close. Chase Sherman's back already? Didn't we just see Chase Sherman?
I thought that fight didn't happen, right? Didn't he get...
Oh, right. Yes.
Didn't he get...
Jack Shore back?
Yeah.
Wow, this one has really crept up.
Yes, an eclectic MMA slate.
Yes, and one on... Oh, so one and Bellator are on Friday.
Yep.
2 Bellators left. I mean, we've really lost a little bit of that Raytheon Stotts, Danny Sabatello momentum that we had. Feels like it was like 9 years ago.
Yeah.
You going to that one?
I'd like to. I would like to, yeah.
You're going to go? Yeah, right.
What do you mean?
You're going to a Bellator at Mohegan?
I would love to go to that.
You're like, mister, I would never go to those.
What are you talking about? No.
Wow.
I'm always working is the thing, but I would consider trying to head to that one. Don't try and paint it like that. That's not accurate.
Yeah, no, I actually think that that would be a good card, good way to end. Although you're also talking about going to PFL.
I am. I would like to go.
Look at you, just getting out there.
Listen, I want to enjoy.
Yeah,
this
YOLO.
as a fan.
YOLO. Oh, you're not going to cover it?
Maybe both. Bit of both. I would like to be there.
I will have an announcement to make regarding next week's shows. As you guys know, the World Cup is coming up. And so we need to talk about that. Are you familiar with the World Cup? I saw someone giving you crap about that.
I've heard of it.
My whole life is, I'm going to wake up for the 5 o'clock games. The 5 a.m.ers.
Jesus.
I think it's 5, 8, 10, and 12. No, 5.
See, but this is what I don't understand. I get
I'm all in.
World Cup excitement. Get it. Completely. Understand. But then why not, if you're so passionate in this regard, why not just like follow it all year? You know?
I do follow it. What do you mean? Follow World Cup or soccer all year?
Yeah, football.
I mean, I do.
Okay.
First of all, I
wasn't sure.
I've been, what? That's not fair. And this is not a Nottingham Forest thing. Big win for them, of course, this weekend against Crystal Palace. Here's the thing. Canadian soccer, I've always supported. I've just never had anything to support. But when they were on this run in CONCACAF, surely you've seen the tweets. Nothing?
I can't say I have, but
wow.
I can't say I was.
You know what? I thought I was being annoying and turning people off. I guess I need to ramp it up. I am so excited. Yesterday they had the announcement, the roster announcement, the lineup announcement, whatever the hell you call it. Everyone gets very upset in the world of football because you don't say you have to say clean sheet, not shutout. You have to say nil, not zero. You have to say pitch, not field.
Yeah.
You have to say keeper, not goalie. Relax, okay? We call it soccer over here. It's like the whole thing. That's like, you know, the non-starter. But I can't wait. I cannot wait. I am so excited.
Well, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great.
It's good.
And who's going to be the first outlet to do a MMA World Cup? Because you know we always have to like bring the thing that's happening in the other sports to our sport.
Some international outlet. I don't think that'll be done by a U.S. based outlet first.
You could do it. I mean, like, there's enough big international names right now. You know, you've got the Nigerians, you've got the Cameroonians, you've got the Dutch, you've got the French. Dare I say, MMA has never been more international. And how about Dana White on Saturday talking about going to Africa?
Yeah. I mean, the timing's a little...
That was the first thing that I thought of as well. Now you want to go?
They had the 3 African champs.
Plus, we don't know about Francis's status.
Yeah.
Now you want to go.
Not great on the timing. Now, granted,
it was
I
COVID.
imagine it's COVID. It's very difficult to put together. I don't think, you know, this is something that they could have snapped their fingers and done overnight. So, yeah, it's just unfortunate timing. But, I mean, look, if they put any of those 3 fighters, let alone all 3 of them, it doesn't matter if they're champs or not champs.
It would be a big enough deal to where they don't really, like, it doesn't really matter if they're champs or not.
No, not at all.
You know what I mean?
Zero. Even if they put one of those fighters, it would be massive.
I would, oh my God, could you imagine that?
It would be, man, that's special stuff.
Oh my gosh. And imagine it's in Nigeria. You've got Usman and Izzy on the card.
Yeah.
If you're Alex Pereira, do you go to this card? Do you fight on this card?
I mean, if that opportunity is in front of you, I feel like, yeah. I feel like you have to.
Man.
I mean, let's call it what it is. If I'm Alex, I'm not exactly worried about where a fight with Izzy takes place, right?
Right.
I'm 3-0. What's my...
It also seemed like he's like legit soulless. And I mean this, you know, with love and...
Stone-faced, for sure.
It doesn't feel like he's got a lot of nerves in his body. He's pretty much the opposite of me in so many ways. I think he would probably relish it.
I think so too. Yeah. And also there's the kickboxing scene, right? Like in that world, they're traveling to 100 different countries, God knows how long notice because they fight so frequently in that sport. Like, I don't think there's the same concept or preciousness about where the fights take place.
Oh, really?
From the kick. Oh, yeah. I mean, because imagine, how do you get to somebody like Israel Adesanya having had 80-something fight? Like, you have to travel, and you have to be ready to fight whenever. Alex is also game. Like, that I don't think it would be much of a discussion. I think he'd be down for it.
Did you see the line came out for the rematch?
Yeah, I saw.
Is he favorite?
I mean, are you surprised by that? I'm not.
No. I don't know. Nothing would really surprise me. Maybe history.
I think if you look at, yeah, sure. But if you look at that fight, to me, it feels not exactly the same, but it feels like Usman and Edwards. I saw for the majority of the fight who I thought was the better fighter, and then the other one had a moment.
Crazy the similarities between that fight. Also, not exactly the same, but some similarities between their second kickboxing match where he had him on skates.
Yeah. That I feel like that almost is more defeating, maybe, right?
Right.
Because it's like I had it again. You know, that's tough. But
this time it was the bell that saved him. Last time,
yeah,
he just kind of weathered the storm.
Mentally strong. I'm pretty confident that he'll be able to overcome this.
Is he?
Yeah.
Are you saying that because he's like right next to you getting mic'd up, or no?
No, he's not.
Okay.
But,
it's a tough conversation to have when he's getting mic'd up. Right
no, but I'm also, again, we spoke about this last week. The team, right?
Yeah.
If you could pick who to have in your corner at a time like this, that's who you'd want. I think he's good.
By the way, when he comes by, does he recognize you?
No. We had a conversation about this like when I was over at ESPN quickly, but no.
What do you mean? You and him?
Yeah. But no, it's not.
Did he remember you when you brought it up?
Yeah.
From the old glory days. Well, in a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by Israel Adesanya in studio. How about that? I was trying to think of the guys who have, it's one thing to come in on the show. I don't know if a lot of guys have ever come in studio after a loss. Actually, Michael Chandler came in. You remember after the Brent Primus fight at MSG? And Chandler now 0-3 at MSG. He came in studio on the Monday after.
That's the rarest of rare, yeah.
And that one wasn't really a loss.
Well, it was.
I mean, it was a loss, but
he got injured. It was more of an injury fluke kind of situation. No, that's not fair. I shouldn't say that. Not fluke. He got kicked.
Yeah.
And
similar thing just happened to Izzy.
We've seen it happen before in end fights. So I don't want to say fluke. That's not actually fair. But yeah, an injury.
I don't know how many guys have come in studio after a loss, if ever.
I mean, I don't think
it's rare to even come on.
It's
period.
Rare to come in. Period on Zoom or call after a loss, let alone to come in studio. It says the mental makeup.
Yeah, very impressive. He was on Instagram right after.
Yeah,
posting things galore. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm told he is in the building, and I appreciate everyone standing by. I saw some of the team when I was on that Schultz show. I mean, I just had to kind of remind them who's who. What happened?
Momentarily.
All right. And there's a lot of permutations. There's a lot of different routes that the UFC can take with all of the winners and losers from Saturday. Do you go with Zhang versus Amanda Lemos? Do you go with Zhang versus Rose? Carla versus Mackenzie Dern would be a fun one. Dustin Beneil, Chandler, who does he get? What do you do with Chris Gutierrez? Good to see Dan Hooker back on track. Very good to see him back on track. Had to survive his own tough first round, but was able to come back in a very big way in the second round. Renato Moicano, what a return for him after the tough loss back in March. Ryan Spann. Where does Dominic Reyes go from here? That's what you get when you get a big card on your hands. You get a lot of big names and then a lot of questions to answer on the back end. Curious to see what they do with Frevola. Alberg looks to be an incredible rising star. So there's a lot to like there. There's a lot to discuss. There's a lot to break down, but obviously nothing bigger than the main event. And really the story is, where does Israel Adesanya go from here? The last style bender, still incredibly popular, still incredibly beloved, in the way in which he has handled this adversity, if you want to call it that, supremely impressive. There's, as I said at the top, a few instances where a legit superstar has handled a moment like this, and you make I mean, you almost like fall in love with them more, and it makes you even more impressed by them, respect them more. You can now add Izzy to the list of, that incredible group of fighters like Dominic Cruz and Conor McGregor, guys who suffered a setback, but you actually ended up respecting them more. And so without further ado, let us say hello to the man himself, a man of his word. There he is, Israel Adesanya coming in. What's like Jeff Jarrett? Double J? What's up, man? Ric Flair, how are you?
What's up, brother?
Great to see you. Thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it.
Having me.
Much love to you. I was
Told
just
you I
saying.
was around. I get around.
I know, but you know how it is.
Easy.
It's one of those things where you're not sure if you're.
No, I will. Well, I mean, when I say I will, yes, I mean that. But then, my handlers might have other plans or, things to do. But no, I'm feeling good, and I felt like, let's get chatting. Let's go.
I appreciate that. And I was saying, it's very rare for someone to come on the show after a loss.
Yeah?
I don't know if anyone has ever come on in studio.
No way.
After a loss.
Oh, true.
So it says a lot about you. And I was talking about some of those and I wonder if you ever looked at it like this. Like there have been some famous moments, Conor after Nate won, Dominic Cruz after Cody, where it seemed like people, we felt a certain way about them, but then afterwards, after those moments, they showed up to the press conference, they owned it.
Dominic when he was standing up?
Yes.
Yep, our best classic, yeah.
And you reminded me of that on Saturday. You showed up, you didn't have to show up to the press conference. You certainly don't have to be here, and yet you're owning it. And I'm wondering if you ever watched those guys and been like, if I ever have to deal with something like that, I'm going to deal with it like this.
Probably definitely, left an impression in my mind, definitely. I remember Dominic, he was suited up, glasses on.
Yep.
And he was like, why wouldn't I be here? And someone, I think, even said, take a seat. And he's like, why would I sit down? I'm comfortable right now. And he just stood in his own, 10 toes deep. And I'll do the same.
How are you doing?
Good. Great, actually.
You're okay?
Yeah, I'm
And this
gravy.
isn't one of those where you're saying you're good, but inside.
I'm surprised, though. That's the thing. I woke up and I'm surprised the amount of, because I think people are taking it harder than me, the people that ride for me.
Okay.
Even talking to, your good friend Schultz and other people as well, like in my life, I think they see me the way I am and the way I'm feeling makes them okay. And I felt that. Yeah.
Are you surprised at how well you're doing?
Yeah. Oh, no. I knew I was going to be fine. It wasn't like, I'm not, I've had worse things in my life happen to me. But I'm surprised how much people care and how much they take it to heart. People are like, they're the people who really care about you, who love you. But once they see you're doing fine and you're just, I think maybe the leg was sore after the fight. I went home chill, but the next day I was able to walk around and shit, and then the nerve came back because, the peroneal nerve got damaged from him. But, so once that healed up, I was fine. I was just trotting away.
And physically, how are you feeling? How is your...
Good, just my leg. Like, I damaged his leg, but he got me as well.
Really?
Yeah, his one, I damaged his leg, but he damaged me in the sense that, it compromised my feet, my footwork. My leg became biscotti.
And that moment there in the fifth round where he checks the kick and you fall backwards.
Was that the fifth round?
I thought it was the fifth, or maybe it was the fourth.
It doesn't matter, but it wasn't from the check. It's because when you kick, you're balancing on one leg, and the leg was already compromised. Like my PCL was already hurt, from my previous fight, and it got damaged again through the fight. And so when I was stabilizing as I kicked on that, something happened and I fell back. But in that moment, I was like, I cannot butt scoop. There's no way. This is where freestyle comes into play, like breakdancing.
Yeah.
My dance background. So I just knew I need to get up somehow. And I was like, whoop, backwards roll. And as I backwards rolled, I was like, okay, there's going to be a flying knee or some kind of attack coming towards me. So be ready to get out of dodge, just eject. But I still have to watch the fight. I've watched highlights, but I need to watch the fight again just to enjoy it for what it was.
Enjoy it for what it was. You will enjoy it.
I think so. I think I'll enjoy this fight, watching it back.
Really?
Yeah.
This is fascinating to me.
I showed, different facets of my game, and it was a back and forth war. It was a good contest, a crazy contest I was winning until I wasn't.
Okay, so could we start at the beginning? The week.
Let's roll it back.
Yes. Yeah. How was the week? Because I always love talking to a fighter before, but then afterwards, when they can tell you the truth. Like,
it was good.
It was a good week.
Having everyone around, that was the thing. We're in there ourselves. Even at the press conference, when he said, they're not gonna fight for you. I'm like, of course not. I'm in there with you. It's you and me. But they're with me. Like the strength I get from my people is crazy, man. And it fills me up with so much gusto, so much pride, so much just vibes from the close people in my circle and a lot of certain people in my team as well. Like I'll be getting love from them that not that I wouldn't expect, but it just made me feel a type of way, in a good way. But yeah, the whole crowd, I don't know if you saw my episode 3, when Eugene, even brought up Tojo to give a speech before our dinner. That got me in my feels so much. And shit like that, vulnerability is strength. It gives me power. So when I see, Tojo giving a speech like that, talking about, when we started this, all we wanted was an Auckland title. And then Eugene giving his speech, he gets emotional. You see Mike in the background getting emotional. I see Twist, shedding a thug tear in the back there as well. And I get emotional, and that just fills me with so much strength. Shit like that just powers me up, man. It's like it's fuel to the fire.
And it felt like you were comfortable in New York, like owning this moment, right? MSG, this was a big deal. You were playing it up. The clips were great. Everything was great. So were there nerves? Did you feel any different?
Course. It's part of it. Nerves are always going to be part of this shit.
More than usual?
No.
Okay, just
not more than usual, just regular. But I'm able to regulate myself. I'm able to regulate, how much I allow in, and then just feel it. I let it pass through me. So you can't hold on to it. You feel it, don't run away from it either, because it'll fuck you up later. So you feel it and let it pass through.
The press conference, facing off with him, seeing him again, like this familiar face. How did you internalize that?
Because the first time?
Yeah.
First press conference, it was just, he said, look at me. I'm like, I am looking at you. I'm here. And he said something else, and I didn't really understand. And I just thought, this is wasted energy. So all I knew was, I was kind of sick of talking from maybe Tuesday. I was like, I just want to fight.
You came on this show, and you're like, enough already.
No, not everyone, not just you. I still did the thing, but I was just sick of because the fight was already sold.
Right.
So I was sick of talking. I'm like, I just want to fight. I literally just want to fight, and I'm glad I did. I had fun in there. I don't know if I'm sure you'll see me smiling bits and pieces through the fight. There'll be times when he missed, and I'm just like, that was close.
and I want to ask you about the fight, but I was also curious about, so Carlos kicks things off.
Ooh, set it off, put it in the bag with the black jag.
Incredible.
Yeah.
He is for real. And I asked him, because I wanted to put out a tweet, just want to remind you all, Izzy's in the back, but he told me you actually didn't go that early.
Not this time. It was too early. It was way too early, and he understood. He didn't even flinch. He knows that we support him. We watched the fight from home, me and Dan and Ike, and saw him get it done. But it would have been too early. I don't want to be in the arena for that long, because being in an arena, there's an energy that it can zap you if you're in there too long, You want to be in there maybe maximum, I can be in there maybe maximum 4.5 hours before my fight.
Okay.
I think that's but if I was going to be there maybe 8 hours before, I'm done, I think 6 or 6.5. But I was there maybe 3.5 hours before my fight, which is just right. So I got to watch Brad's fight.
Okay.
In the arena, which was cool. And I'm not watching it live. I'm still watching it on TV. I'm just not backstage while he gets ready.
Is that a trip? You're watching from your home.
Yeah.
The card that you're about to headline. Because usually we see you chilling out.
In the back. I like to watch my teammates get ready, and then also be part of their preparation in the back as they get ready. Be there for them, just soldiers in the back, you know what I'm saying? But I just knew he was going to get it done. I knew we were going to get it done. And the way he got it done was beautiful. Just that check hook is something else.
So you were filled with pride, joy. After that, the Brad fight obviously was a tough one.
Yeah, Brad looks so sharp backstage. Even the sparring we had before our last sparring we had in New Jersey, just sharp. His head movement was on, his counters were on. But again, I know Brad, and he already kind of put this on Instagram. He's just gonna chill for a while.
Does that surprise you?
Yes and no, because I know Brad. Brad is a fighter. He loves to fight. But again, he's done this since he was 17 for so many years, just fought. He also, when he started fighting, he fought fire with fire. He'll just attack you. He wasn't really the most savvy, crafty, but then once he started working with Eugene, he learned how to be crafty. Then also working with Frank and the boys at Bangtown Muay Thai, learn how to wrestle properly. And Andre as well. Andre got his wrestling good. And he's got the body type. I've always said, even when he was kickboxing, I always told him, you look like a wrestler. He reminded me of Chad Mendes a little bit, that body. And I was like, you look like you'd be a good wrestler. This is when he was really young. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me as well because also now he's a man. He's a family man. And he's told me his reasons why.
Okay.
And I respect that. And whatever he wants to do, 1,000% I'll support him. But he's a savage.
And Dan.
Yeah.
Looked great.
Beautiful, bro. Psychopath.
Yeah, that first round was insane.
Bro, when Homeboy was on his leg, right?
Yeah.
I swear I was looking at that looks tight, but Dan doesn't look like he's in trouble, so he's fine. And I see Homeboy like squeezing, cranking, and then he goes, and Dan's just sitting there like, I'll wait. And then they get up and Dan goes, attacks the body, and yeah, he gets the job done.
That must have given you a jolt, right? You always say you don't get too high, too low. But
definitely, of course. Even with Brad, when that happened to Brad, I was like, fuck. Because I know how much Brad wanted that win. Because Brad puts a lot of pressure on himself. You know, he's a man of high standards. But same thing, I just thought, okay, cool, next one. And then when Dan won, I was like, all right, cool, next one. But still, the way, when momentum gets going, like Carlos, the way he sets it off, it does add to the fuel.
Right.
For everyone.
Yeah.
It gets the ball rolling. So, yeah, when Dan did that, yeah, definitely, you know, I was just like, ooh, my turn, let's go.
No theatrics this time as far as the walkout.
A little bit.
Well, the music was, but like you were
focused. Yeah,
you were locked in. Why that song?
I used that song to activate me through camp. So, and also it's a theme. Like it comes to me. I don't really choose.
From Saw?
Yeah, from Saw. So that's from the Saw movie. And someone from the press conference or pre-fight said like, is it because, you know, Jigsaw punishes people for what they did in the past? And I'm like, well, I guess maybe. I don't know. It's just, if it goes, you just have to, as an artist, you just go with the flow. Mm-hmm. That track just evokes just bad vibes, like in the best sense, like evil. I want to do bad things to people. And yeah, during like my hard workouts, I'll just chuck it on, or I'll leave it it'll be in the rotation of the playlist. And then when you get to those trenches and then it's there, I'm working, I'm getting good, I'm getting better. So when I'm about to walk out and that track plays, it just activates me. It just puts me in that sense and I'm focused, yeah.
Was there a reason why this time, like, no dancing, no, you know, under...
I don't always dance and stuff.
No, I know, but like, it was fairly...
I just felt like it's business. Like, it's just, okay, let's go and handle business. Like, the fight's already sold. I'm going to entertain you guys in the cage, on the octagon. So, yeah, I was just like, let's fight. I really wanted to fight.
How did you feel about the first round before the closing moments? Like, up until that
I was winning. Yeah, I was winning. It was back and forth a little bit. I was winning. And then, again, you can't sleep on me, man. Like, even if you hear you think, oh, it's only 10 seconds left, I'll catch you. And when I caught him, so I caught him with an overhand, boom, and I saw him wumble, and I like faked the uppercut and went with the left. I don't know if I should have thrown that uppercut. I'm glad I didn't, but maybe if I did, it might have been enough to put him on his back. But he had his balance with him and was just wobbly, like one of them wavy.
Yes. Yeah.
And then he just went back to his corner. But even when he got up for round 2, he still wasn't all there. You could tell. Yeah, a little bit. He still wasn't all there, but he recovers fast. He recovers, like, very well.
And so, what do you think, like, 10 more seconds? How much more did you need?
5. One more shot.
One more shot and he was done?
One more shot, yeah.
Does that haunt you?
Nah.
You don't think about that?
No, of course not.
That's like there's a lot of similarities to your second fight, but that is one,
crazy,
right?
Yeah.
The second one was different because it was the second to last round, whatever.
Yeah.
But like the fact, and I was thinking, okay, is this like Whitaker won?
That's what I thought as well when that happened. I was just like, huh. Like
you'll just finish
at the buzzer.
And so you're probably thinking, all right, second round, I'm going to finish him.
No,
you weren't.
No, hell no. That's silly. If I do that, then I'm doing myself a disservice. I could have got finished if I'm going to hunt for the finish. Nah, I'm just going to systematically break him down, and then the finish will present itself.
All 3 judges gave him the second round.
Yeah. Even Eugene told me. Yeah, so I gave him the second round as well.
You did?
Yeah, Eugene told me in the corner, like, it's probably 1-1. I always know he's going to start strong. So, yeah, I was always there. I was always ready. But I gave him the second round.
The third round is where you introduced the wrestling.
I know something you used, though.
Yeah, I mean, that was fun. Was it always in the game plan to bring it at that point in the fight? Obviously, we thought that you would
somewhere in the fight. But I just knew I know I could wrestle. It was hard to get him to the fence, and the opportunity, like I said, presented itself. I had him, I think in the collar tie. I tried to trip him. He tried to trip me, and I was like, right. I had a body lock or something. I just spun him. I put him on his back, and I kept him there. I just certain positions I couldn't hook his leg properly like I wanted to, but I kept the shackles on him. He wasn't going nowhere. I've got these grips, bro. I got big ass hands.
Yes.
Yeah, so and he's a big motherfucker too. So I held him down, and whenever he tried to get up, I drained his enthusiasm. I put him back down, and again, he's a guy that recovers well. He recovers really well.
How much do you think you weighed? How much did you weigh?
Ask him. I'm strong. Like, people don't realize how strong I am. I'm strong. Even when I got him on the fence, I think I weighed 90 kgs.
What is that?
Now,
see,
do the Google.
I just want to do it 1 second.
Maybe 190.
I'm
gonna guess 190 something.
To pounds.
190.
198.
Okay, bet.
Wow. Okay, so almost 15 pounds more than Friday.
Yeah.
He looks big, man.
Yeah.
Like him next to Glover, he looks like he's the light heavyweight.
Sure.
He was definitely over 200.
Probably.
No?
Yeah. I think so.
Did you feel like he was bigger?
Nah.
No.
Even when I took him down, that was through momentum. But when I kept him down, I was able to just control him because I'm strong. People don't realize this. They look, oh, he's so skinny, but I prefer it that way. But I'm really strong because base benefit. My boy AB really got me strong for this fight.
So 3rd round, easy one for you. 4th round, I had for you as well.
Yeah.
What are you thinking going into the 5th round?
Just stay in it, stay focused. And it wasn't up to the point. So, and I don't blame the referee. Mark did a good job, but you see when I get up, I'm like, I'm fine because I was lucid. I didn't get rocked. So I got hit against the fence, and my thought, okay, escape laterally, either left or right. And I went right, and I was going right. I wasn't because of I was rocked, it's my foot. And again, the perineal of when you get... Happened to Michael Chandler,
happened to DJ Cejudo, yeah.
What's his name? Even our boy, Jimmy Crute, happened to him as well. So it's like some points in the fight, I'm trying to move. This is throughout the fight, maybe from the halfway through the 2nd round. It's like, when you're walking and your leg just trips and it drags on the floor accidentally. I was getting that through the fight. I'm like, is something wrong with my leg? And then eventually I was like, oh shit, okay, I think my leg is just, that thing. I knew that's that thing that happened to my leg. I've never had it happen to me in a fight before, ever. But I knew what it was. So when I was like, okay, because he hit me 2 big shots, and I'm like, okay, lateral move. Excuse me. I just did hot ones, so.
Oh, yeah. How was it?
Good. Crushed it.
Am I allowed to ask you that? I don't know if it's like...
No, it's fine. I told him, I crushed it. But, so I went lateral, and then I tripped and looked bad. So I think the referee was like 2 big shots, and he wobbles. Oh shit! It wasn't from the shots. I promise you. There's no reason for me to lie. It was from the legs, which he caused. He caused the damage. Yeah. And then I'm like, okay, stand there. Just don't move anymore. Let him gas out. So I was waiting for him to take big shots. So I put my head down like this. I can see his arms and I can see his legs. That's all I need to look at. I know where his head is. But I just need to okay, there's his arms. So I'm just there moving. But to the referee, after 2 big shots, and then I wobble, and I'm standing there looking like that, he's going to be like, oh shit, nah, and he's being safe. So when he jumped in, I'm like, I'm fine. I was like, oh, fuck. I literally was just disappointed. I was like, I'm fine. I was just waiting for him to gas out so I can do my work. I was going to take him down and then beat him up again.
So I'm happy that you say this, Israel, because I feel, okay, we just had a whole debate about this at the beginning of the show, and I said it on my post show on Saturday. And I've taken a lot of shit for this, but I believe in it strongly. I think it was premature. I came out and said it was premature. You were not out.
I can't blame him, though. I can't blame him. I can't blame him. I
saw that, and I was like, why?
I mean, you've seen me in the Gastelum fight. He reffed the Gastelum fight. Well, in that case, he should have, actually, I'm just thinking about this now. He should have stopped the Gastelum fight.
I felt like you were more rocked in that one.
Yeah, no, Gastelum, he could have stopped the fight and finished it.
Right.
Gastelum was about to die.
The thing is, it's not like you were a standing TKO. To me, that was a standing TKO, right?
Yeah.
You never fell.
No. I was fine.
That
I was
usually happens
literally-
when you're being beat up for a long time and the ref is like, I can't do this anymore.
Exactly.
That was a quick sequence.
Yeah.
That was like a 5-second sequence. And I felt like
maybe like 10 seconds, but
All right,
literally
fine.
I was looking and I was just like, okay, he's gonna swing and miss and swing and miss. And when he gets tired, he's either gonna clinch and I'm gonna take him down, or I can get the angle on him and hit him and then do my work, put him on the fence. But I was just like here, and I watched the sequence again. I watched it and I was just like, head down. When I'm have my head down, I'm still looking at him. I can see the knees cutting. People are like, oh, what if the knee came up? I'm looking at his feet and I'm looking at his arms. I couldn't see his head, but when I know where your arms and feet are, I know where your head is. But I was just trying to like, okay, keep it moving, keep it moving, keep it moving. And when he stopped, the first thing I go is like, I'm fine, ref.
Right.
I'm fine. What the hell? Again, I'm a champion. You refed. Again, I don't blame him. Mark's a good referee.
He's an incredible ref. I would say he's top 3, top 2 in the
I
world.
agree, but you ref the Gaslam fight. You've seen where I can go to. You should have that kind of faith in me. And also, you gave Kelvin Gastelum every chance after he got dropped the most in any title fight in the UFC's history. So I didn't get dropped. I got wobbled, but I wobbled because of my leg. You know, I got hit big shots, but I wobbled because of my leg. So again, you're under the pump. It's a big show, you know. It is what it is.
This doesn't drive you nuts?
Nah.
How? How's this not eating you up inside?
Because how? I don't know. I
I
actually don't know.
You're not lying in bed thinking like, you were 2.5 minutes away from retaining, right? Because he wins that round probably.
Probably, yeah.
And even
Unless
if it was,
I took him down. If I took him down and beat him up, I would have kept him down if I took him down again.
right.
Yeah, if I took him down again, he wasn't going to get back up. So I was literally just like, hey, buy my time. He's going to get, because you can only punch for so long. But again, another great story for him.
Sure. And so I'm just wondering, because it's, look, people got mad at me for using controversial, but I felt it was controversial. That's not something that you're fixated over. You're just like, all right.
No, not yet. Well, at the moment, I'm, surrounded by great people.
Right.
I've been eating good. I'm still enjoying New York. So maybe when I'm by myself, I'll watch the fight again. I haven't watched the fight again, but I don't think I'm going to fixate on it because it's not one of these things that's like, oh, God damn it. I'll fight him again. I'll probably fight him 2 more times.
You think so?
Yeah.
How do you feel about him as a person?
I don't know him as a person. But I told him after the fight, when I took a bow to the crowd, he came up to me, he said, hey, respect. I was like, it's okay. I don't like you, you don't like me, but respect. And we shook hands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you like him?
Energies don't mix, and that's okay. This is war. War still wages on.
Do you feel like he doesn't like you?
Probably.
Yeah.
I know he doesn't like me.
You know he doesn't. Why? He's 3-0 against you.
I don't know.
What's not to like? He probably should. I mean, he should be thanking you. If not for you, he's not fighting for the belt at MSG.
I don't have to like me, but it's just
Right.
energy. Energies don't mix all the time, and it's like water and oil.
Can you compare how you felt after this fight to how you felt in 2017? Is there any similarity?
Ooh, that's a good question. Still surrounded by love, even more this time, surprisingly. Like from people I wouldn't even expect.
Like who?
Nah, I don't want to drop names, but still, I'm just.
I mean, you're a massive international superstar now.
Yeah. but
There
I'm
you were
just
fighting. How many people were at that fight in 2017?
20,000 or something?
In
Yeah.
2017?
Oh, no.
No.
That was in Sao Paulo. That was in his hometown as well. I can't remember, to be honest.
But nothing like this.
Fuck no.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not surprised to hear that people are showing you love,
I
showing you
think people expect me to handle this the way they would. So they project and think like I'm probably just like
devastated
and just under a rock or a cave somewhere. But I'm like, nah, I'm living my life. I mean, I'm really grateful. I meant that. This is no fugazi shit. Like I'm just blessed to be in the position I'm in, the opportunities I've gotten, to be able to do what I've done, and to be able to, I guess, set up for not even a comeback. I just set up for the next chapter.
Were you, the word complacent was coming to mind because we were talking about it. Was like a theme of the show last Monday with all you guys.
Was I complacent during?
Yeah, during this, like now in retrospect, do you feel like anything came back to haunt you?
Nah, fuck no.
No.
I did everything in my power. I meant when I said that before the fight, everything in my power to make sure this fight, I was ready for this fight. I was the best I've ever felt, literally the best I've ever felt. I got compromised. It was a smart move because a guy like me with great footwork, what do? Take away the tires. So early on he did, and I was like, nah, it's not. I didn't think it was going to affect me really crazy, but then it paid dividends. But I did the same thing to him. I did the same thing to him. He just happened, if I had hit his perineal nerve, it would have been a bad night for him. But he just happened to hit mine.
Do you feel like you've been humbled?
Fuck no. I've always been humble.
Yeah, I know. I'm just wondering if you feel any differently about yourself.
Nah.
No.
Any differently in what way?
I don't know. You know, sometimes someone suffers a setback and you're like, you start doubting yourself.
Nah,
you start...
no, hell no. Hell no. Even more confident.
Really?
Yeah.
How? Why?
I'm me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. It's very impressive because, as you said, most human beings would probably want to be, you know, we've seen it a couple times, right? To me, and I'm not, people think I'm trying to shit on her when I say this, but I'm not. But like, no one has ever handled a moment like this worse than Ronda, right? Crazy enough, 7 years ago today.
I heard, I was in the nosebleeds.
You were there. That's right.
In the nosebleeds.
In Melbourne, yeah. And so here, that's crazy. That is wild. And I always said to myself, like, you don't need to handle it like this. Like, no one thinks less of you because you lost. But
I think it's just the pressure she put on herself, and
yeah.
she holds herself to the highest standard. So yeah, everyone's different. Living life is an art. You can do it however you want to, but maybe that's what made her feel better, but maybe she just didn't have the right guidance. Who knows? But yeah, I know what you mean, and I think so. Even the thing, I think with TMZ back then,
yeah,
she was younger as well. Maybe just didn't have the right guidance. So, you know, I'm sure maybe now if something like that happens, she'd have a different way of handling it.
Was there any part of you that didn't want to go to the post-fight press conference? Nah. You had that sick coat. You had to rock that.
I mean, you know, Kurama.
Who made that coat?
I don't know who made it, but my boy Ugo Mozzi, he set me up with that.
Incredible. The whole look, even the look coming to the event. That was with the straps.
Like, so I had
There's the.
That's another. Yeah.
By the way, is that the house?
Yes, the house we're at.
Jeez, Louise, this house. Yeah, I feel like you need to move into. Who's giving that house up on? For like
Dr. Fred. He's a cool guy. I met him.
You know this guy?
I don't know him, but I met him. Now he's come to the house a few times, and he's
the owner of the house.
Yeah,
he just rents it.
It's an Airbnb. Yeah, I guess.
Sick.
Yeah, it's a fucking crazy $12 million house, or 12 point something.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
What's it a day?
I can't tell you.
Okay, sorry. You said 12 million. Do the math. So the jacket, yeah, the straps coming in.
Yeah. No, even the shirt I was wearing is T'Challa's shirt from Black Panther. So the print and everything underneath, that was literally the exact same shirt he wore in the movie, in the first Black Panther movie.
Okay.
And then Ugo gave me that leather jacket as well. So I was like, ooh, that goes together with this. So I just mashed it together, and I put the Yeezys on with the jeans. Yeah, it was a whole. I was gonna bring my so Fred as well gave me a fucking real samurai sword.
Damn.
Gift 2 days before the fight, and I was just like, this is cool. Gave me chills when he gave it to me, and it's like a real sharp samurai sword. It would have been sick with it as a look, but I was like, I know these fucking, you know, UFC people, oh, you can't bring a weapon into the arena. I'm like, I don't want to deal with all that. So I let it go.
Speaking of Black Panther, at the post-fight press conference, you referenced Chadwick Boseman and what he went through, and you sort of compared it to some stuff that you've been going through. Is everything
not the same? No, I'm not. No.
No, I know. You just said people make fun of you sometimes about and you've been dealing with some stuff that, you know, I'm not talking anything like cancer, God forbid.
Yeah, amen.
But is everything okay?
Yeah, I just have some things I need to fix.
Okay.
And actually check on my health properly. Even Fred as well. He said, I think we need to see each other because I watch your interviews and you might have some acid reflux, and he said some other doctor words to me.
Why, because of the burping?
I've been doing like a hiccup where, not just burping, but like some stuff.
Okay.
He just.
And who's Fred?
The guy who owns the house. He's a doctor.
Oh, that's the guy?
Yeah.
He's the one saying that he's been watching your interviews and he wants to check you out?
Mm-hmm.
You should take him up on his word.
Definitely. So, yeah, and for me, just certain things as well. Fucking Jared Cannonier fight, I had my PCL got done.
What does that mean?
PCL is like the muscle.
No, I know what that is. What does it mean got done? Like it tore?
Not tore, but I think it got stretched or like fucked up. This camp, there was like a 3-week period where I only sparred boxing.
Wow.
Grappling.
Because of the PCL?
Yeah, because I didn't want to get kicked. There was one of my first sparring, I checked the kick and I just went down because it was like just horrible pain. So yeah, then I went another 3.5 week period where I only sparred with boxing and grappling. And I didn't want to pull out of this fight. There was no
Were you close?
Nah, not even close.
Okay.
But it was a thought, like, is this going to be fine? Like, this is a really important fight. And I was like, nah, there's no fucking way. Both times before MSG, there's always been something with my knee.
Really?
Yeah.
The Brunson fight?
Oh, yeah, that was my right knee, and I took 5 days off training completely. 3 weeks before the fight, that thing.
Okay. Yeah. Dr. Fred. Okay, so but you're just going to get checked out. Everything okay, though? You feel like you're okay?
Need to know basis, but yeah, I'm fine.
Sure. What's crazy about that was I was watching the press conference this morning, and you referenced Chadwick Boseman, yourself, and obviously I wish nothing but the best for you. But then I started thinking about Rumble Johnson.
Bro, that one, I mean, seeing the posts, and it's crazy.
Crazy, right?
It's crazy because you never know what people are going through. I knew I had an illness. I wasn't sure what it was, but then it just, out of nowhere, boom, and I was like, oh shit. I saw it on Twitter, and I was just like, what the fuck? And again, it's just, I mean, I only spent maybe a few weeks with him, but every time I saw him, he was always a cool guy to me and always showed me love. But still, another one of those where it's just like, yeah.
You were in his camp in Florida, right?
Yeah, that's when I first met him.
He brought you out for
when he was meant to fight Jones. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
How did he bring you out? Was it he that reached out, or did someone else?
Rashad made that happen. But I think Rashad was also trying to get me to come to Black Zillions.
Okay.
But, you know, I'm loyal to my soil, my team. But yeah, we had some good fun over there. I'm glad I shared the cage with him. He is not a light spar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had some rumbles.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
He's a guy that, he'll put it on you.
Right.
Yeah, but he's not doing it as a dick, I guess. He just spars hard, like he fights.
Yeah, it's a tough thing. Like, you guys are superhuman.
Yeah. And
to see a guy who is in such great shape, and then you're like, what? That's it? Like 38?
Out of nowhere. Young too. Yeah, 38's young.
And we just had Elias Theodorou.
As well. Rest in peace to him.
Yeah.
Well. That's another, it's too many. It's too many these days. Not even in our game, just in life in general. Like, just in the spotlight, you just see another, like, Takeoff, dying as well. But all that shit's stupid. But yeah, these ones that just, like the medical ones, that the health ones are just.
And that seemed to come out of nowhere for us, right? Like, we were just like, what the hell? Like,
exactly. Shock.
And, so I was trying to, obviously you mentioned that. I was like, the most famous one is Chadwick Boseman, because that one really came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But it is a reminder. I was talking to my kids about, I was like, look at this.
I remember the memes, bro. Like, I remember people making fun of him.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he looks like he's over this already. He's done this 1,500 times today. I'm like, and, you don't really think anything of it, but behind the scenes, he was fighting some real shit.
Right.
And then when he's gone, people were like, oh my God, I never knew. I was like, well, yeah, you don't know what people are doing. You don't know what people are going through. Yeah.
So my boys were complaining about going to school today, last night. And I was like, I want to show you something. I want to show you a picture of this guy. And I showed them a picture of Rumble Johnson. I was like, what do you see from this guy? Like, he looks like he's superhuman. Look how strong he is. Look at the highlights. Look at the knockouts. I told him, I found out today that he died. Do you think he wants to go? Do you think he would, like to go to school tomorrow or do something? I was trying to tell him to be appreciative and to be grateful for what you have, right? And so with you, like, I guess what I'm getting at is we all kind of want you to be sad and expect you to be sad.
That's what I mean. People.
You don't really have anything to be sad about.
Life's great. Yeah, life's great. Before the war, because every time before I get on a plane, I feel like I'm going to war. Every time. Even before, when I was fighting in China, when I was flying over there, every time before I get on the plane, it feels like I'm going to war. Like, this is just on some burn the boat shit. I know I'm coming back, but it just feels like I'm going to war. Afterwards, win, lose, or draw, is a sense of gratitude and relief that I'm here, I'm healthy, I didn't have to go to the hospital. I did very well, and I get to go home to my family and friends. So that's where that sense of gratitude and relief comes. And also, I've heard about the whole thing with, relief of I don't have the belt anymore. I didn't feel that one bit. I've talked to, Usman called me, shout out to Usman, he called me, and we talked about some stuff just to, he's checking up on me, make sure I'm okay, and just, letting me know what kind of stuff may pop up. But yeah, I'm very aware. You know me, I'm very with my emotions and with the.
So there was none of that heavy is the head that wears the crown type of stuff.
It's still here. Like, people will still want to fight me because it's me.
Yeah.
I'm Israel Adesanya.
You hear from George?
Not yet, no.
Okay. And you mentioned your dad wasn't there, but you called him afterwards to let him know you were okay, your family. Yeah. Exactly. How come they weren't at this one?
This one I was just soldiers only. I really wanted, it was my decision.
Okay.
I made it soldiers only.
Damn, you had to tell them that.
Yeah.
Were they sad?
No, they respected my decision just for this fight.
That's a tough conversation to have with the parents, no?
Nah, they respect my decision.
Okay.
Yeah, so soldiers only, and that's why, again, Fortress of War. I kept everyone that, when it was just me on the card, I wouldn't have all this theatrics with everyone else coming through, nah. But then when everyone else started to get added to the card, I was like, okay, I'm gonna bring only the soldiers, and I've put us in this fucking house and make this a fortress of war in the X Mansion. And that was my theme, my narrative for that camp. Yeah.
Next time, do you want to be alone? Is it a lot to handle? With
No, fuck no.
Okay.
No, I love having a team there. No. I like to fight with at least one other teammate on the card with me. It's, what do you call it? What's the thing? There's a quote for this somewhere. Like when you bleed in battle or in training together, you go into battle together, something about it, it's just different.
And last week there was this common thread about this meeting with Eugene and the coaches and, you know, the knives and all that stuff, the stuff that we talked about. And I felt afterwards, everyone was talking about it. I was like, I feel like we only know 5% of the story. And so I know that it's like a need to know thing, team only.
Yeah.
But I do feel compelled to ask, like, are you and Eugene good?
Yeah, we're good.
Same page?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Because you're
he cares. You guys don't understand. Eugene gives a fuck.
Oh man, I'm so impressed
you
by
have
that
to
guy.
understand, Eugene had one of his fighters die in his arms. Wilman, rest in peace to Wilman Rodriguez. So when he has a show like this with 4 fighters, who some of them have families to go back to, kids to go back to, he puts this pressure on himself that he has to get them back to their family safely. And he'll do everything in their power. Well, remember, he was gonna quit the game after that happened. It wasn't until his coach told him, of anyone else on this planet, who would you trust? Because these boys are still gonna fight. Would you trust them to be guided by anyone else on this planet? That's what switched the mind switch in him. And he's like, I have to keep doing this. I can't let them go into battle alone. He gives a fuck. But sometimes he just has to show some tough love, because that's what we need sometimes. And yeah, we're a team. We're a solid base. We can't be shook. And yeah, you know, families have, you know, disagreements sometimes, but that's family.
What did he say to you afterwards? Are you able to share?
What did he say to me afterwards? You mean immediately afterwards?
Or in the back?
In the back. No, we're good. He just like told me how proud he is of me. He's really happy with the work I did. I can't wait to watch the fight back, just because I've just been busy.
Yeah.
I've been chilling, enjoying the New York City
but
life.
He, you know, he like he's almost like a father figure, it seems like, right?
My big brother, yeah.
Yeah. So did he show love?
Of course.
He was happy with your performance.
Yep, definitely. Yeah. And even with Brad and the team, everyone just surrounded Brad, showing him love. We all back him 1,000% in whatever he wants to do. You know, if he wants to come back later on, I know Brad will get the itch. I know that, man. He's a savage. He just needs to step away for a little bit and eventually seeing the way, because he's a savage. He just keeps fighting. He's been fighting for too long, so you just need to pull back for a long time. Might be a year, might be a year and a half, but he'll be back at some point if he wants to be.
I know you mentioned the knee and all that. When do you think you might come back?
I haven't thought about that. I'm just literally, I get to enjoy Christmas and New Year's and a nice Kiwi summer for the first time in years without any like looming fight
right
on the horizon.
Right.
Since before my UFC debut, I'll fight either in January or February, and I have to train through those. I'll eat. I might, you know, drink a little bit, go out, maybe go to a New Year's gig, but I haven't really enjoyed it. So this New Year and Christmas, I'm gonna really enjoy myself and just chill. I'm gonna travel maybe some. I'll help my teammates as well, get ready for their fights, their respective fights. But yeah, I'm really just, yeah, I deserve this. I earned this.
Yeah.
My 3rd fight in 10 months as a champion, putting it on the line every single time, you know? So yeah, I earned this.
Is it 100% that your next fight, whenever it is, will be against him?
Yeah.
Is there any part of you that, I mean, are you worried may not be the
I'll
best?
still fight him.
What was my question?
If it was gonna fight someone else and lose the belt,
Yes.
I'll still fight him.
You'll still fight him next, without a doubt?
I can fight him.
But you want him to be the champion so you get the belt back, no?
I hope he's the champion, but I'm just saying, hypothetically, if he isn't, yeah, I'll still fight him. I'm crazy, bro.
You want this one?
Yeah.
Do you know in your heart you beat him the next time?
I can beat him. I know I can beat him. You've seen I can beat him.
Right.
He just, you know, I wouldn't say luck. Fuck luck. It's just, he just invested well. It's a good game plan. He's a good fighter. But I know it's my ego maybe, sure, but I'm allowed. I just believe I'm better. Yeah.
And you saw probably Khamzat say he wanted to fight him and whatnot. How do you think that goes?
That says a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be a huge mistake to have him fight someone else. This could be
No,
one of
it's
the
me
biggest
and him.
fights.
No,
Yeah.
it's going to be me.
But it has to be for the belt.
Yeah, it will be. No, it'll be me and him.
Maybe like International Fight Week, something like that.
Nah, that's too far.
Oh, too far. I thought you needed some time.
Yeah, but come on, man.
Not that much.
Chill.
It's only like.
Yeah, I told you. This is my third fight in 10 months.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to give you time off.
Yeah, but chill, daddy. Relax.
Okay. All right. I was just looking out. And for him, I mean, he's obviously going to be a bigger star. I feel like this could be like legit over 1 million.
I think this will be over 1 million. Knock on wood.
Oh, you think this one?
Yeah.
The one that just happened?
Yeah.
Shit.
I just feel just because people, people either want to see you win or lose, and I feel like this is the one where they're like, oh, he might lose, and yeah, I'm hoping over 1 million. So I don't even need 1 million buys to make it earn, but still, I'm just for my own ego, I want to tick that box over 1 million pay-per-view buys. Yeah.
Did the brass say anything to you afterwards?
I'll talk to Dana at some point, but Mick's cool, and Mick already knows what's next.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's you versus him. Dana also mentioned at the press conference he's looking into Africa. He said this is something he wants badly. And he said, did you see this?
No.
Yeah, at the post-fight press conference, he said his main focus is going to Africa.
Breaking news to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he said, and someone said, like, where in Africa? Obviously a big place. He said Nigeria.
We can do it. It's just, I know my people. It's just too much greed, too much red tape, and too much corruption. But money talks.
Right.
And the UFC has a lot of money. But it's just, yeah, I'm being honest. I love my people, but I know the government, my people are beautiful people, but the government can be corrupt, very corrupt. And they just, if they see dollar signs, they're like, okay, we need this and that. And I don't know how that shit works, but I know, trust me, growing up in Nigeria, money talks.
Is there any venue big enough for something like this? Like they've got stadiums, right?
Trust me, yes.
But UFC doesn't usually like to go to stadiums. There's no indoor venue. This would have to be at a soccer stadium.
Build one.
They could build one?
Yeah, we can build one.
Damn, we could build one. You're just going to help out?
No, my people will.
Yeah. Any chance you think this happens?
I think so. This is breaking news to me. So
do you think it's chance? Could you imagine you versus Alex
in
Nigeria? Yeah. I mean, this is like some real rumble in the jungle type of shit. I mean, like this is like...
This is breaking news. So you actually like, I said the hunter's now the hunted.
Yeah. Wow. They never told you this?
You don't need to tell me everything.
Right.
Yeah.
And there was a thought like, is it a little too late? No, I was just talking like, I was just pointing at no one.
Okay.
Like, is it too late? Like you were champ, Usman was champ.
Mm-hmm.
Francis may be on the way out. Who knows what's going on with him? Mm-hmm. Did they miss the boat?
No, fuck no.
Still be big.
Fuck the belt. Come on, man. We're us. It's us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What we've done is still etched in history forever. This is like, there's moments in history that would never ever be, it's not over. It's not over, like I said, but there's moments in history that will never be captured again, that will never be replicated again. And I'm very proud to say I was part of that. You know what I mean? I am part of that, again, because we're still writing the book. This ain't over. Game ain't over. I thought it was game over, but yeah, I guess putting the coin again, it'll play again.
Second biggest gate in MSG history. Not for like a UFC event at MSG period.
Damn.
Behind
really?
the first UFC event at MSG.
Bro,
you know how crazy that is? Madison Square Garden. Second biggest gate ever.
That's cool.
Because of you, some kid from Nigeria.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it?
It is. It is an insane thing.
That's what I mean. Like little moments, like when you think about it, I'm like, you can't help but just feel like you smile. It's grateful. Like fuck, I did that. We did that. That's crazy.
What is the lesson to any kid who might be down right now and who would react like we were talking earlier? Like, what do you want?
Yeah, don't project. I think people in life just, what it is the fear of judgment. I think that, especially with these days.
That's the problem.
Kids, man, I'm glad we didn't have this when I was in school.
Right.
Because I know a lot of kids lose their lives because when they leave school, shit follows them home. People are making, rumors on Twitter or whatnot, or, kids are stupid as well. But yeah, it's not the end. Even I told this kid interviewed me last week, Jazzy. I don't know if you know, she's like this little girl who interviews rappers and entertainers and whatnot. She surprised me after the Empire State Building,
okay.
What do you call it, stare down. And she was interviewing me and she asked me the same question at the end, what advice would I give kids? And I just said, don't peak now. It's okay, because most kids, Like, I've seen even in primary school or high school when they peak, they're in the starting 5 or whatever, or first 15, as we like to say in New Zealand for rugby. And then that's their peak. And then they talk about, oh, back in high school, you know, when they're 30. Oh, I could have been in the All Blacks, but my knee blew out. I said, nah, don't peak. If they're peaking now, that's cool. Don't peak. Your life is going to get better. They peak now, you peak later on in life. Because kids as well, they think this is it forever. And they're just too focused on them now. They don't realize, like, there's so much more ahead of them.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'll just say don't peak now. Just enjoy yourself. And eventually later on in life, you'll see they'll be the ones that, oh, I knew that guy. I knew that guy. Oh, we used to be friends.
But what is it like on social now? 'Cause I can't imagine, like...
It's a lot of love. I'm surprised.
Is it a lot of love?
Yeah.
It's not a lot of people being like, wah.
Of course they are. Come on, man. It's me.
Yeah.
But still, like, I'm surprised from a lot of people as well. I wasn't expecting. I'm just getting so much love, like in the DMs, in the comments, and also even Schultz text me, Lil Duval. I was surprised. He showed me a text from me, and he said, what did Lil Duval say? He said, why do I feel sad this morning? You know? And I'm just like, oh, like, I didn't... He's sad. Right. He's living in the Bahamas somewhere, and he feels sad the next morning that I lost. And I'm like, nah. And that's when he said, by the way, that entrance...
See, people don't know.
That was fucking good. So I haven't finished it yet. So after the weigh-ins, Tim put it on in the car, and we were watching Alex and Craig Jones on, and then they were roasting Uncle Joe, and you just came in like...
It was very stone cold.
Oh my God, that was fucking crazy.
That's more.
I never see you walk around with your dick just swinging, just like fucking. What you doing, bitch? Who? Bang, bang, bang. That was good. I want to finish the whole show because it was like 4 hours long.
It was crazy. It was crazy. It was a lot of swearing. I started doing some push-ups.
Fuck yeah, I saw that.
I was. But listen, you see, this is what people don't realize. Listen, my hands were compromised. Well, you don't think I could do a push-up?
I know you can, but I'm just.
You want me to show you right now?
No.
Okay, I'll do it.
Is that the same shirt you were wearing?
No, it's a completely different shirt.
That looks good.
What are you trying to say? I wear the same thing Friday and Monday?
Same jacket I'm wearing.
Yeah, but a jacket's different than a shirt. I mean,
that doesn't matter. Oh, well, you're fine.
This is Kelly Slater's company. You know Kelly Slater?
Yeah.
He's got some cool stuff.
He would DM me. Yeah.
He's a huge fan.
I talked to him. Yeah, he just make sure I'm okay. Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Did The Rock reach out?
The Rock? I haven't checked.
Wow. Yeah. You're that big time. You didn't even check if The Rock has a DM for you?
It's just eventually
flowing, right?
Time to myself, then I have to like scroll through.
Yeah.
And then see which blue checks I can reply to.
How long are you here for?
I leave in a couple of days.
Like any cool shit, any other stuff that you're doing? Just chilling?
I want to have a look at the city skyline through a helicopter. That'd be cool.
Wow.
I might take some shrooms, go back up to one Vanderbilt.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a cool art exhibit I did last week, but I did it, and I was just like, this would be cool on shrooms.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. I've never done that before.
It's fun. Oh, just chocolates, little microdose, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is it? You're just like floating?
Just feeling yourself and just enjoying it. And it's an like immersive art experience. There was a room with fucking balloons, like really like shiny tinfoil helium balloons. I don't want to spoil anything, but just go to the one Vanderbilt. Have you been?
No, I've never been.
Take your family. It's a whole thing.
Really?
It's beautiful. Mirrors and it's say less. Just
okay.
Go. Just
all right.
Go.
All right. And then you go back home?
Go back home and just
chill out.
Mom's house first. Mom and dad's house. Chop some mom's home cooking.
With the hands, no utensils?
Exactly.
Only guy to ever eat a matzo ball soup with his hands.
For real.
I personally never experienced it.
History, baby.
Yeah. And by the way, one last thing before I let you go. What is it like when you're the guy involved and you're watching the weigh-ins and the dude isn't showing up? Because you were tweeting about it. You're like, please.
Yeah. Well, for me, I was like, I don't want any excuses.
But I'm always wondering, like, are you watching the stream as well, waiting? Okay.
I'm just getting...
You're just getting updates?
Updates from certain people.
Okay.
Inside information.
Were you worried?
Nah, a little bit. I was like, I don't want any excuses.
Right.
I don't want any excuses, like, because I did the work. And, yeah, I just know, come on, man. We've seen people do things to make weight that they shouldn't do to make weight. So I was just like, whatever you have to do to make the weight, make the weight.
Wow, shots fired on DC, huh?
No.
Just
Fuck off. You see what you did there?
I'm just joking.
See what he did? Don't let this guy, hey, don't let him get between us, DC. Don't let him.
I was just trying to. By the way, Plastic Cell. You know Plastic Cell?
That's my guy. Yeah.
He showed me the.
No way.
He's sending it because of our conversation.
Shout out to Plastic
Have you seen
Cell.
this one? I should have.
I haven't seen it in real life, but I follow.
You saw the
Plastic
picture?
Cell. Yeah, I know
The one of you?
Yeah, well, like that.
Oh my
yeah.
God, that one is
Gangster.
sick.
Yeah.
So that one's coming
That was
here.
years ago. He did that years ago, but yeah, send me one too, Plastic Cell.
Okay, so that's funny. He said, I will send you one to send Izzy. And I was like, well, why send it to me to send it to New Zealand? Just send it to Izzy.
Send it to me. Hey, DM me.
Yeah. That one is sick.
It is.
That one
he
is
does
beautiful.
a great job because he's the details as well. I see the way he uses that
And the pose.
little brush. Yeah, classic me.
You're classic, man. I have so much respect for you. Honestly,
Thank
you know how
you.
much I appreciate you and how I feel about you as a human being. But for you, this is not an indication of who you are. We knew who you were already, but like you didn't have to come here. You didn't have to go to the press conference. You didn't have to do Schultz. You didn't have to do any of this.
I want to.
I know, but you could have just disappeared and everyone would have understood. You were on Instagram posting things saying, I love this life, all that. Like 5 hours later, I see.
Was I? I didn't drink. No, I was just sober, but I was just appreciative. Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It's a reminder like, man, we shouldn't be so hard on ourselves.
Worst things in life have happened to me, Ariel. Like worst things in life. Things that most people will kill themselves over.
Really?
Yeah, like multiple times. But I've just been through so much in life that I'm like, I'm still here. Like more bad shit have happened to me in life outside of the cage, but I'll be fine. You know, I've had just life. Life will fucking kick your ass. So this is nothing. This is light work. Yeah, I'm still here.
Much respect.
My man,
there
respect.
he is, Israel Adesanya returning. And by the way, I tried to tell them they're making a whole big deal about Alex Pereira. I'm like, no, it's Pereira.
Is it?
Yeah, it is Pereira. I'm like, if you're gonna make a big deal about saying Alex Pereira, could we get Izzy's name right?
Yeah, I know, right? Disrespectful.
Adesanya.
There you go. Yeah.
It's not that hard.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. We'll say goodbye to Izzy. Here's a classic clip from an old episode. There he is. Look at this guy in studio. What a legend. I'll be back in a sec.
One day.
Joining us in studio is very exciting. Sweden's own David and Daniel Tamer. Please come in, guys. Thank you so much. Daniel, how are you?
Thank you, sir. I'm good. How are you? Thank you. How are you?
David.
Nice to meet you.
We've
Thank
met
you.
before, my friend.
Yeah.
I've seen you at the fights. You
I
did a
just-
great job. Thank you so much for coming in, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Have
Our
a seat.
pleasure.
Thank you. You guys, you look like twins. It's amazing, you two. But you are the older one.
Yes.
By 2 years?
1 year.
1 year. You're 29?
Yeah, I'm 30 years old.
30. Oh, I'm sorry. So you look very young. You know?
Yeah.
And David is 29?
29.
29. Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming in, especially after just fighting in Utica on Friday. By the way, why are you in New York? Why did you come? I mean, it's 4 hours away. You came to visit. Did you have something else to do?
Yeah, I mean, we always go like to or Miami or Vegas or something like that. So this time we want to see New York. So we went to New York just for a couple of days.
Okay.
And we went home. We will go home tomorrow.
First time in New York for you guys?
First time.
Yeah?
First time.
What do you think?
So far, so good.
So far, so good?
Yeah.
I know you're a fan of Miami.
Yeah.
Is this better than Miami?
We're doing like a traditional.
Yes?
All time, every fight, we visit, we go to Miami and this time New York.
So what's better, New York or Miami so far?
Yeah, it's a different. This like a lot of city.
Yeah.
So Miami is like beach, sun, you know.
Yes.
Chicas.
Yes, chicas. And have you done all the stuff here in like Times Square, this and that? You've seen everything?
Yeah.
This is a very, right here is Wall Street, where they do all the stock exchange very close to here.
Yeah,
so you're in a very
Today
important part.
what's the name of the place? Today we went to the National Park.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we enjoyed it.
So you're enjoying it.
It was around, yeah.
We
rent a bike and
oh really?
Cycling.
One bike or two bikes?
Two. One
bikes.
each.
Not the same. You guys said
one each.
Okay. How many times in your careers? Because we'll talk about everything you guys have accomplished. Have you fought on the same night? Was this the first time?
No.
No. How many times would you?
We have to do it a couple of times.
Couple of times?
Yeah.
Do you like it, or would you rather not?
Yes and no. Yes and no. The thing is, when we fight each other in the same card, for example, if David fights, it's more focus on David, or if I fight, it's more focus on me. So now is maybe I don't know. It depends. Maybe next time I think we don't do it, or we will see.
Because I remember talking to Anthony Pettis about his brother.
Yeah.
He fought on the same card as his brother when he fought Rafael dos Anjos, and his brother got knocked out. And he said it kind of messed him up, and then he lost the RDA. And so I feel, I've gotten sort of mixed reviews from family members saying they prefer. What do you think? Would you rather not, or do you like fighting on the same card as your brother?
I mean, we're doing it before.
Yeah.
In the UFC now, it's the first time.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, it's okay. It's no problem. Yeah. But I mean, like, maybe like Daniel say, if only he fighting or only me fighting, maybe we can like focus more on the guy. Now it's a little bit, I focus on myself. He need to focus on himself. Yeah. So a little bit of that way, yeah. And it was very hard for me too, when I was in the changing room and saw him in the screen. In 50 minutes, I was like that. I jump off and I get a lot of nervousity. Anxiety. I feel like it takes a little bit energy from me.
Yeah, I can
to be
imagine.
Honest, yeah. So.
But I feel like maybe for you, because you got to fight first, it was a little bit.
Yeah, maybe it's better.
Yeah.
The first one is better, I think.
Yeah, to get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Unless he loses, and then you're like really bummed out.
Yeah, but I mean, we will see. We'll see. What do you see have for a plan for us? If they want us to do it again, maybe we can speak. We'll see.
So what is it like? Last week we had a fighter named Angela Lee who fights for one, and she fought on the same card as her brother, and she won on the night, but her brother lost. So like for you, you're happy, but obviously it didn't go your brother's way. So is it hard to really celebrate the win because like you love your brother, right? You want to be happy for him. Yeah. What is that like for you?
Yeah, of course. It's a little bit like that.
Yeah.
I win my fight, and Daniel, that's happened.
All right, I just rolled over my headphones here, and there's now all this weird stuff. There's like gum on the headphones. It's kind of gross. Do I really need the headphones? Not really.
No, not really.
Well, that was good, right? New York Rick, your thoughts? GC, your thoughts?
I mean, unbelievable.
What a guy, right?
I can't be a bigger fan of that dude.
Yeah.
Like, I really can't.
Rick, what do you say?
Retweet.
Retweet.
This
is a new thing. I feel like you say this all the time now.
It's ever since he got into social, he won't stop saying it.
As I said right before he was coming in, like mental Teflon, right? Like the dude is different. He's different than a lot of people. You asked him, who does he want? I want Alex. I don't care if he has a belt or not.
Yeah.
He needs to run it back.
I mean, when he answered it before you even asked it.
Yeah.
I mean, that was fantastic. One Vanderbilt.
Is it great?
Cosign, crazy place.
Okay.
Mirrors and everything, the views. Doing that on shrooms would be nuts, but.
What a special guy. Yeah, the shrooms part, I can't really speak to that.
I was about to say, you just moved on from that.
Group trip?
No, I'm just trying to process all of it. I just can't believe this dude fought at MSG.
Figuratively and literally.
Sold out, lost his belt, and was just here like ain't no thing. And even though, like, I wish he said something to me when we signed off there, which I won't repeat, but just about like, whoa, this guy, like, if you think this guy is done, and who knows what happens. Alex Pereira may have his number. He is incredible. But if you think he's done and he's going to go crawl in a hole when all of this kind of goes away, like when the dust settles,
no,
it ain't happening.
But what's interesting is I would say, actually, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes away sooner than most people think, if that makes sense, or like leaves the game happy, wealthy, and healthy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he's going to be one of those that hangs around. He strikes me as the type who knows how good he has it, life is good, and will get out before it becomes bad, is my read on it.
He also has a good sense to know if he's done or not.
I don't think he's done.
No
shot. Not right now.
I'm not predicting anything in the near future, but what I'm saying is...
He was also up 3-1 on the scorecard.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's anywhere close to being done.
No.
I'm going to go take some shrooms right now.
I'm down.
Okay.
You're supposed to do this before the show.
Clip that off, no context. All right, we got to go. We'll talk more about this on Wednesday. You can hit the music, Frank. You've been a big contribution to the show this week.
I'm glad that you've enjoyed talking.
I think that you spoke so much on Friday night that you had
voice
to...
is just shot, right?
Yeah, you had to scale back a little bit. But I appreciate you recognizing that. And I feel... Yeah. I feel like I should say your presence was missed on today's show.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Unlike Izzy, you should learn something from Izzy. Don't get in your head. Don't get in your head. Say less. Yes.
Say less.
But also, don't get in your head. All right.
That's what I took away from it.
Yeah, me too. What a day. What a day. What a privilege we have, right? What a privilege we have to do this show. There were 20,000 people, maybe 1 million people watching in America. Who knows how many around the world? Definitely over 1 million with all the streams and all that stuff. And here was the guy who headlined it all, who the whole thing was built around. And, you know, he just showed up. It's an it will never get old. It will never be lost on me how incredible that is, how wild that is. It's really a great privilege. So I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. What a last few days, last few shows for this particular program. And we continue to roll along on Wednesday. We shall be back. For now, though, we shall say goodbye. Thank you to all our guests. Yes, I'm going to keep wearing my headphones like this. Thank you very much to Chris Gutierrez. Thank you very much to David Taylor. Thank you very much to Erin Blanchfield. Thank you very much to Matt Frevola. And of course, thank you very much to the last style bender himself, Israel Adesanya. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace.